Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster.
more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause this time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time is time, it has no master. Time, no delay, gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. This time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time is time, it has no master.
Faster.
I just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
상대가 강하든 약하든 승리와 패배밖에 없어.
우리는 오늘 세계 1등과의 싸움이야.
아니,
말만 해.
아니 하이큐에서 봤어.
우리 세계 1등과의 싸움이라니까.
우리는 할 수 있어.
우리 자신과의 싸움이다.
우리 자신과의 싸움이야.
그렇지.
자, 오늘 바가야로.
체인지대 블리드 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, Maxim, I'll tell you Indonesian word. Baru is new. Pisau is knife. Satu is one. Dua, I think you know. Dua is two.
No, I don't know.
Dua is two.
My brain is too small, guys.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Yeah.
Tiga is three.
Three. Yeah.
Does that say my name?
Annyeonghaseyo something, bro.
No. In the middle of them, one row down.
Yeah, it's your name. It's your name, Ben Kai. You have a fan, bro. Yeah, let's go. G fan, yeah.
なんか試合前のさ、ガルラオが喋ることあんじゃん。なんかもう同じことしか言わなくなって。まあ楽しめってことやん。
俺の翻訳がおかしいんじゃないんだからね。
分かってる。毎回同じやん。
자, 그러면 우리 계속해. 그저 super easy. 아주 very.
얘들아 가보자.
비스팝 bro. 비스팝.
이기자.
I'm the beamer. They're not committing.
Good job. I can stun default.
Let's go. Come. Let's go.
僕入れとくわ。
でもそれに行く。バクサイバクサイ。Drop still. Dead. Behind side.
Coming on. Right.
Nice, Peter.
Left.
Last one, Vader.
Ace.
強っ。
おいつ。No. 30.
Go back.
Nice job. Well done. Let's go. I wanted him. My bad.
All good.
Okay, fight again. Wait, molly light. Crash. Dead. I need help.
원웨이 끝나면 컨택까지 와봐.
오케이.
자, 빨리 게. 하나, 둘, 셋.
와인 없어. 방금 봤어, 케이요.
드론할게.
앞에 기다려봐.
둘 하이엔로. 플래시 가능?
플래시 없어. 아예 필요 없어.
그러면 그냥 B 가자. B 킬조이 하나야 지금 그럼.
I think we hit A.
Go sound B.
I think we hit A also. I go pick. Alright, go. Nothing. I leave you guys, okay? 마켓리콘 써야 돼, 종민아. CT 스모크해.
오케이 확인.
갔어.
얘네 역습밖에 답 없어.
마켓 리콘슨.
얘네들 리콘 돈다.
마켓 끌.
지금 갈게.
How we can be side already, okay? Spike.
Big lane coming.
Lane coming.
하나 더. 레바 하나 더.
One flank, Gisa, one flank. Behind us. Kill the lane, guys. Back then. Right, wait, reloading. Keep go. I holding lane.
무조건 계단 나와. 한 명은 던지겠다.
스파이크 설치. 적군이 한 명
일단
남았습니다.
오퍼.
이해로지.
나이나 시티나.
됐다, 고지 갔다. 됐다.
I will call the water. I guess go left later, guys.
Someone secure flank, please.
Go left.
Recon.
나이스.
가봐라, 거부를.
아따.
머리가.
아라라.
놀래.
갔어. 리턴 아까까나?
ごめん入ろうここ入ろうせーの
ほぼけろ。
相手もろ1個あるかも
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Let's go.
Cypher can win.
I can't go. I'm darted. I didn't get hit though.
He stay long. He's coming up to peak short. I'm stunning. He's done.
오는 거 봐줄게. 이거 잡았고.
That's son. One more city.
Backside.
킬조이 슛.
나이스. 슛돌.
Don't buy.
No bad man.
연막 쳤다. 빠질게.
그럼 뭐래? 나 이거 그냥 C 갈게 얘들아.
적군이 한 명.
나이스.
잘 쳤죠, 씨. 나 롱 보는 중.
Wait. Where did he make noise?
30 seconds left.
형 와봐. 설할 때 나 궁 쓰고 여기 한번 지원해줄게. 실험으로 와봐.
One enemy remaining.
I wouldn't.
설만 끊으면 될 듯. 너공 떠라.
10
No, it's
seconds
too
left.
far away.
One, bro.
늦었다.
안 끊긴다.
스파이크가 설치.
백상 한거 조심.
No aftershock.
미안하다.
나이스.
나이스.
Nothing close. I drone on top. I'm blind. Get out. We know. Wow.
Where?
Nest.
Let's go.
I gonna pick
I go by outside.
I'm going jail. 2. Come in. One more, at least one more.
You are flanking.
They're holding. Two here. Killjoy missing. All 3 here. Two more side.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Oh, the leg. Holy
Bro.
what the did I just do to Holy
If nothing, you want to go there with your wall. That they're not gonna check no.
South.
They flash me. Blind. Me, I'm blind.
I'm blasting front of you there. Blasting.
So many bang.
I'm flash bang. I'm blasting bang. Blasting. Help him make a flash.
Spike down mid. One enemy
Nice bang. On blind. On blind on the back. Guys, wait, that's actually insane, guys. On blind.
5 people blind, Brent.
That one. Nice bang.
That was insane. That was actually insane.
They're gonna break the trip, force more movement over from Team Secret. And here's the judge, Envy's been waiting!
Spike down mid.
Completely crushing Genji under the hammer.
Get them out in mid, but they're still May in a very far forward position. Finds the first, finds the second. Buzz and Flashback both take it down. Draft used 0 point to try to deny the blades. He dashes away from that one, dodging that out, and even manages the takedown. Bay takes out Foxy. Here at Garage has that short of Medusa, however, still able to find 2. Looking for the third, but Mako able to shut it down. Push out from May, Mako finds that, finds the third, says dead mid air is Mako.
나이스.
Shout, triple. There's the first, there's the second, and Meteor gets the third.
It ain't fair. It ain't fair.
Oh, a fourth, and maybe Benkai backpedaling. The recon sets up, but Meteor will not be denied.
Delayed trap, seemingly, from Paper X.
All right, well, now the approach coming through. A lot of people with the sheriff is going to be Monyet finding the first 3 kills is something Jing and Mindfreak all fall to the wayside. Slide forward, catching a spawn, catching a 4-piece, and maybe even an ace here in the pistol round to start things off. RRQ looking fired up. A chance for the ace coming through. Monyet approaching around the back. Pop flash, and he's still.
Hello, we are live in the Coaction card RTM in Gangnam, Seoul. It's VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2, and today it's make or break, a do or die for these 4 teams contending for champion. And today it's going to be a brutal way to begin the playoffs, but winning is the name of the game. And so things are heating up here in Korea, not just the weather, but things for these 6 teams. Is this how and who you thought was going to be in playoffs?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I think this is sort of how I expected it to go, especially after stage 1. You kind of expected that, yeah, DRX was going to be in there, Paper X, Genji. RRQ, I think, you felt like with Monyet coming in, they certainly should have a chance. Team Secret definitely impressed with their new roster and their new players, and Talon just kind of treading water enough to get here.
Yeah. How about you, Achilles?
For me, like, the only one that I kind of suspected would be in here that didn't make it was T1, just given that they had gone to international competition, but the regular season play was just a bit too weak. The addition of stacks, I mean, it came as early as it could, but it was still a bit too late. So I'd say that was maybe the one team that I was expecting, but otherwise everything kind of has been shaking out a bit the way that we anticipated.
Okay. Would you be willing to say if T1 was in, then who would be out? Or you'd rather keep that a mystery and have people DM you?
Who's to say?
Okay. I was really opening.
Yeah, I was
Talon.
Oh! Well, actually, we have lots to talk about with Talon later today. But yeah, today is a do or die situation. We got 4 teams on the line here. How are you guys feeling about this moment? I mean, I think there are a lot of things. Do you think some people this is the way it should be? It should be this brutal? Like, just, that's it?
Well, at some point, you got to win or go home.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. So, yeah, it sucks. I mean, I think it would be nice to have an extra round for some of these teams to have another shot to get through, especially for, like, RRQ, for example. Like, even if they win here today, they're still not guaranteed. They still have to go through Paper X next. So that's incredibly rough. And then depending on how things shake out, if Genji wins today, then the next match is just win and you're in champs. So it's quite insane what is going to come through today.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, the memes have already been made about RRQ and their luck. Coach Ewok has talked about himself, their luck since kickoff, since the end of last year, always having Genji and Paper X to face at the very end. And yet here we are one more time, and hopefully he won't be riding on bad luck and having things in order to defeat them.
Yeah, Genji just kind of the ultimate bane of RRQ, it would seem, because the reason they face him is because Genji failed to beat Team Secret. So Genji very much aligned it to be able to, go up against them once more. And, for Genji, if they do lose the series, they're not out.
you know, they still can just say, okay, Paper X, go win, and then we're good to go. We make it over to the champions. It's out of their hands, but it's highly likely that they still qualify. For RQ, as we're talking about, this is the toughest path that you could possibly take. Granted, if you do get through this first hurdle, yeah, you still got to beat Paper X, but at least you do fall down to that lower bracket from there, so you do have a second opportunity.
And our other matchup of today, Secret and Talon. This was an interesting matchup as well. I think most of us didn't predict it would end up this particular way, but like you were saying, the winner of today's match is going to have to face against DRX. And probably, I don't know, would you say it's a preferred route?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
For sure.
I think, yeah, for sure right now, what you're seeing from Paper X and DRX, I think right now DRX is slightly weaker than Paper X overall. So for sure, these teams are kind of happy they ended up on that side of the bracket, I am sure. It is still going to be difficult. DRX is still very, very good, even with the changes, even with these new players, these young players who have begun to kind of feel more comfortable and step up a little bit. And, you know, they were strong enough during Stage 1 in particular that, you know, they racked up a ton of championship points, were able to give themselves a really good shot at making it to champions for the 4th time in a row as, you know, Vision Strikers or DRX. So they could join Fnatic as a team that's made it to every single champion so far.
Yeah, finally, they're back in the game for that. And championship points, so we touched upon this last week. Paper Rex has qualified 2 champions regardless, even if they get knocked out of playoffs. But of course, this is not how you want to go into champions, like going through championship points for any of these teams. But because of that, that does put Gen G on the line. And it can, you know, you can still get points during playoffs, right, Achilles?
Yeah, so there's still ways to accrue some more ones, and that's why RQ is basically at risk, because they do not own the head-to-head versus Talon. So if Talon wins their series and RQ wins, they still have to win another set because they'll be tied in points. Secret, after taking down Gen G, end up moving above RQ in that regard, so the head-to-head that RQ owns over Secret no longer matters. So the championship points are really making things boil down to the wire.
Yes, and I think this is going to be a really interesting playoffs, and today is going to be a really exciting way to kick it all off. We already said goodbye to the rest of the teams, obviously. I can't believe we were already here. We're already at the end of the regular season. In fact, let's have a look at this, the road to playoffs, and kind of wrapping up a 2024 regular season. Here are some notable moments that happened, especially during Stage 2. Anything that really stands out to you guys in memory that, you know, just moments you loved or hated so much, it just burns an image in your mind?
There's not much I hated, to be honest. I mean, Elmi Moore's 33 kill game was super insane versus DRX as well. So going up against a very difficult opponent. I mean, some of our crazy highlight reel plays. I mean, Darion's ace is always going to live in my mind for the rest of my life, for as long as, you know, I'm on this earth. Like, that was absolutely one of the craziest plays I've seen. So stuff like that, a lot of positives out of this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the run back here from DFM as well, playing that, you know, tied for longest series that we've had, Icebox versus RRQ. And RRQ were like, okay, we're gonna just, you know, debut our duelistless composition, and May just went, well, that's fine, because I'm like 3 duelists, so there's still plenty in this game, and just was going crazy to keep them in that series and just barely miss out on being able to close it.
You know, we saw a lot of certain maps and very little of other maps. Did you guys, I mean, are you gonna miss Split when it's gone?
Yes.
Yes, I like Split.
I like Split a lot. Only bangers on Split.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kind of burnt out on Lotus, if I'm being completely honest. I've seen a lot of it in Pacific, so if we could avoid that map a little bit, a little more bind in there would be nice.
I mean, we still have Gen G, Paper X in the tournament, so they're going to be favoring Lotus a lot. Secret loves to go over to Lotus. RQ has always kind of had an affinity for that map, even though it wasn't good to them last year for the longest time. Yeah, I could do without Lotus for a little bit, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's still in the map pool, so it may be around. But I kind of agree with you guys. We've got so much Lotus. I think we might see more bind now that Split is out. A lot of these teams might be, you know, shifting back to some of the other maps that we haven't seen a lot of. And here are some of the other stats. Timeout win percentage. We love seeing those coach timeouts and just seeing how they're feeling over there. Paper Rex, you know, with the highest timeout win percentage. Maybe not surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting, this is just for Stage 2. A lot of, you know, Stage 1 kickoff would skew these results heavily, because one of the big things that we were seeing was the struggles from Bleed in the first two portions of this year. But you can see here near the end where Bleed was really starting to pick up, having Crazy Guy coming back into the roster alongside Zest and whatnot with Darion Duelist, they were starting to find at least a bit more value out of their timeouts, and they were course correcting quite well. So it kind of paints a picture of, you know, the improvements that were being seen from a lot of the teams.
Yeah, and you know, there were a lot of changes, I think, over the last 2 weeks also. You know, I think just throughout stage 2 in general, from week 1, and then with the changes, the patch changes with the agent, and then the map changes, and now we're gonna change the map again. What kind of improvements have you guys really noticed between some of these teams?
I mean, I think a lot of the teams that have improved, like Paper Rex in particular, have just cleaned up some of the mistakes. So that's like where RRQ as well, I think, is starting to get their damage done. Especially for Paper Rex, it was like cleaning up some of the post plants and things like that. The problems that we saw at Shanghai, that's one of the things that really stands out to me. Also, somehow their attackers' win percentage right back to where it used to be, like through the roof. They were like a defender side team during stage 1, and now they're like, that's not our identity. Like, let's just go back to just, you know, the old W Key gaming style and really go at our opponents on that attacker side and make their lives a living nightmare.
I think that one word kind of summarizes what a lot of the improvement is, which is identity. And I think that with, you know, Crazy Guy coming back in over for Bleed, you know, settling their roles and whatnot, I feel like a lot of the teams that were starting to see this kind of resurgence, it was because they found their identity a little bit more clearly. Same could be said for Global and whatnot, having Benkai move back over into an IGL position and really figuring out like how they wanted to play around Polvi and whatnot. So I'd say that was probably the biggest improvements that we've been seeing from a lot of these teams, and just filling in the gaps that were very clearly there. For RQ as a firepower gap, they have a fill in here with Monyet, and it's been looking excellent.
Yeah. Now, Split has split the scene, and Abyss is in. This map is the first map we've had in Valorant where you can fall over the edge and die.
Well, you could on Fracture, but it was a lot harder too.
Yeah, it was it was not technically part of the map mechanics and little things there. Now, we've got the agent win rate in terms of the ranked games for Immortal and above, and you can see that favors Phoenix and ISO.
This is a garbage composition.
Yeah, this team would.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
It looks like a typical
comp.
rank comp, though.
I was gonna say, this looks like a Talon comp.
Yeah. I mean, I think Cypher makes a ton of sense on this map because the way you can set up the trap wires is really annoying if they want to go through those jumps and other things. It can be really frustrating to deal with. So that, to me, is like one of the first agents I thought of on this map when I saw the layout and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Sage and competitive play on it. I think that's really, really strong right now with the walls. But you can block certain positions, you can boost yourself up to get over some of those jumps that aren't necessarily makeable, you know, unless you have that extra help. Things like that are going to be, I think, really, really important. And I've heard from people that in the post plan in particular, the Sage walls are really, really important, especially for the defender side, to be able to set up their retakes similar to Icebox.
We've got a couple glimpses of the map. It's been played over in Korean Challengers. We've seen it selected a couple times. So I'm curious if it does crop up today or just throughout the playoffs. If, you know, some teams will just be like, okay, we like kind of what we've been seeing from KR Challengers. Let's just kind of take that and iterate on it. Or if there's just going to be completely different looks.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting. We're getting, you guys are seeing what some of the players and the coaches think of it. Paper X, unsurprisingly, is kind of all about it. It's good for duelists, and HSK and Solo, on the other hand, hard, huge headaches. Gonna leave that comment as it is. Let's go talk to the players.
To indicate something to me.
Let's talk to the players who are gonna do match 1.
Hello guys, hello Monya Texture. How are you feeling today?
Good.
And you, Texture?
So good.
All right, have fun, guys.
I don't know how much belly damage.
This is a
is done
great.
there.
Oh, that picture is
That's
amazing.
a fantastic side by side.
I
One was elation and the other was misery.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many of these moments from these two, and it's so funny. These two used to be teammates just last year, and now they are facing off each other in playoffs. Once again, actually, it's not even their first time facing up, but Monyet being on RRQ, and here's their head-to-head since stage 1. What do you guys make of this duo? Besides, they both love to eat, they like hanging out with each other. They're just lovable characters from both sides, and they're both really scary cracked aimers in game.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, they have fun personalities. You know, they're very lively on stage. They're insane players. I think, you know, obviously with Genji and Texture having that win, you know, Monyet's got to be thinking in the back of his mind, man, I was on that GE team with them last year. Like, I was the player that everybody was talking about. Now it's got to be my time, you know, moving over to RRQ to maybe get through to an international event and do some damage as well. Really, you know, everybody knows about Monyet. Everybody talks about him globally, not just in Pacific, but to really kind of solidify himself as one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have accolades behind them. I mean, obviously, Texture, he's a trophy lifter, but not only that, he's the, you know, best of 5 land kill record holder, and he's going up against a guy who did have a land kill record for a singular map in Monyet. That split game that he played was absolutely insane. He managed to just go ahead and pick up that accolade while playing Smokes. Now he's pivoting back and forth between Smokes, between Duelist. This is going to be a huge clash between these two. I'm hoping that we lean in towards some Raze maps so that we do get that exact Duelist head-to-head between them.
That might mean a Lotus.
That's fine.
But that's okay.
I mean,
I'll take a Lotus
yeah.
if it gives me these two.
Yeah, with these two teams, it'd be exciting. Even though I'm not a huge fan of the map right now. That's mostly just because I've seen it so much. I do enjoy the map, but it's just been played so damn much in Pacific.
It's definitely a lot. And I don't know if either of these teams are ready to play Abyss. Here are some of the highlights that we've seen all throughout stage 2. But have you guys heard any word on the street about Abyss, or is this going to be a complete mystery?
Yeah, I haven't been perusing the streets and you know, asking for insider tips or anything like that. It's more of a Mimi move, but I don't know. The only one that we really know about is Paper X, who've been very openly talking about how much they've been practicing the map and kind of forgoing practice on some certain other maps because they've been trying to get really prepped for Abyss. The thing about that, though, that I would actually love to see is that it's a complete bluff by Alex, and they haven't been practicing Abyss at all, but they just want to get a free ban out of all of their opponents. Because that could be one of the biggest brain things that I've ever seen in my life.
That's a possibility. That's in the realm of possibility. I would have no idea. I barely know the guy. But Texture and Jemkin, we're looking at them as our key players. Of course, our star duelists here on both of the teams. Paper Thin, you know, we've seen some brilliant moments by Jemkin. Obviously, many from Texture. But how do you feel about these two facing off against each other?
No, it should be really exciting. They're both very good. You can see that they're pretty even in most of their stats, with Jemkin having a slightly higher KD. Otherwise, Texture has a slight advantage on him on every other category, but they're both very good at what they do. It's hard to find much fault in their play because they're so consistent for both of their teams. I mean, when RRQ is kind of struggling, even Jemkin usually is putting up good numbers. Texture's just kind of been Mr. Consistent. He might have a bad map or two here or there, but he generally, if he has a bad map, the next one, he just needs that one big moment. He just needs that one 4K or 3K in a round, and all of a sudden he's back and he's taking over the server.
Yeah, it's actually remarkable how that happens. It's like he needs to shake something off, and then he just becomes that, you know, demon Texture mode.
Yeah, it feels very momentum-based for him, but like you said, it's just that one switch that needs to be flipped, and then suddenly the whole rest of the series, he's just going to be an absolute menace for you. So RRQ need to try to really, you know, keep him contained as much as humanly possible, but you know, with both of these teams, the problem doesn't just end there. It's not like, okay, we've dealt with Texture, we're avoiding Texture, that means that we're in a better position, because the secondary firepower behind him is still so staggering. You've got Charon, of course have Meteor, who's been putting up incredible figures, had that ace, that Sheriff ace on Ascent just last week. There's so many players on both sides. I think this is just going to be a big brawl.
Yeah, and I that's very much what we're all looking forward to. And now with Split being taken out of the map pool, both of these teams like Split, I can expect possibly things will be shuffled around in this map pick. And we have...
I'm going to go out on a limb and say somebody's banning Abyss.
I'll
I'm just
go
going
out
to go out on a limb and say it.
I'll go out on that limb as well, and I'll say that Solo will take 30 seconds to determine whether or not he wants to ban Abyss.
30 seconds, that's
They're
it?
already thinking about it. Oh, they
30
banned Lotus?
seconds?
Well, that's your best map, or one of your best maps. Of course they want to take it away from you.
Okay, it took him 9 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Banning
That makes
Abyss.
sense.
No Abyss today.
Boo.
Well,
okay,
not
but
in this one.
Hey!
But
Haven.
This forces Gen G to play Haven, which is something that they haven't leaned towards. So some whispering and laughing between Seoul and HSK off the back of that pick.
And this is kind of interesting. It was played, even though they're very different teams, the last time they met last year, where Gen G destroyed RQ on Haven. So RQ clearly has something cooked up. Like Ewok's got some new sauce. I'm really curious to see what the agent comps look like. Like my assumption is that Gen G just kind of runs the standard, Jet, Killjoy, Breach, Omen
Your run-of-the-mill
stuff.
DRX style.
Exactly. Yeah. Whereas RQ, I'm curious about.
But Bind as well here for the side of Gen G. And I mean, it's a map that we've only had played once in the entirety of Stage 2. I'm going to get it in the first opening game here, the playoffs. Curious to see what the change is going to look like there. Because RQ, they similarly, I mean, like I said, no one's really been playing Bind that much as of late. But RQ have not played this since last year. We haven't seen it at all in 2024 from this team. So I think similarly, they're going to have something cooked up there as well.
I want to change who we highlighted because all of a sudden now my mind goes to the IGLs because there isn't a lot of data on either team on these maps, what they're going to be running currently. So it's going to be really important for Munchkin and Estrella to really be on top of their game, to really be identifying things quickly and making adaptations on the fly. So mid-rounding going to be awfully important on those first couple maps, no doubt about it in my mind.
Well, taking their time really thinking about the final ban.
Of course. It's Solo. He's really gotta think this one through.
But he's like flicking, like he's scrolling through stuff. Like, what do you think it is?
Why
does he do this on purpose at this point? Like, is this just a troll? Everybody.
I really think so.
No other coach does this.
This is interesting,
he's the
though.
only one.
And this makes me wonder, has Gen G reworked the comp for Sunset? Because they've been one of the teams that's like, okay, we're just going to run the Jet, we're going to run Cypher for Meteor, nothing too crazy, but it's been shut down quite regularly. The comp doesn't have that many legs compared to a lot of other iterations where you have, Raze, Gecko, Breach, etc. in the lineup. So I'm curious if Gen G are finally going to be making a pivot because they often ban away that Icebox, which while RRQ has looked overall quite good on Icebox with their duelistless composition, they still have had those struggles to be able to get the wins. That 15-13 over DFM was them debuting that composition, and Gen G overall, I think, has looked a bit stronger on Icebox compared to Sunset.
Well, even though we're not going to see Abyss, I'm glad we're going to see those first two maps as well, since, as you guys have pointed out, we haven't really seen these teams play either one of those maps, so it's going to be pretty exciting going into it. Also, Gen G's New Jerseys feature today during playoffs. Now, before we get into today's prediction, production has so kindly pulled up the overall predictions for Stage 2.
Oh, God.
Dear.
And,
Okay.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
Achilles,
Here we go.
something to say.
This is the cope. This is the cope.
No. It's not even cope. It's facts.
Yeah.
It needs
Here
to
we
be
go.
stated. I have been turbo-inting my Preds because I am not predicting Secret. And they've been doing nothing but winning. So for every Secret game that has been played, that's technically a win on my board because I'm intentionally not picking them.
Even with that, you're still at 54%.
Be better than him.
Okay, but I also went in hard on the Zeta Homer train. I decided I was like, I'm gonna just be the Zeta guy. Will's our RQ guy. I'm gonna try to be the Zeta guy. And then they started losing a bunch, so I stopped picking them, and then they started looking way better. So
that's just what you did, and no one asked you to do that. I have legions of Secret fans who are begging me to never predict them.
Okay.
Well, you caved to the pressure, and now you suffer. That sounds like your fault.
Both
still.
of you guys are crazy. Because to be fair, I've been doing the other thing with Secret, all Secret for this entire stage 2 and playoffs. But I've also been on the Zeta train. You know, I really wanted to see a Japanese team like
You
represent.
did take a couple punts. Yeah.
I did, and yet it's just only you two at the bottom. So you guys have a lot of words for being the worst predictors.
Honestly, the only one that I'm upset about beating me is Chobra, because he was so abysmal. He's looking at me right now. You were so bad last year, and the fact that you're above me right now pisses me off.
Look, I relinquished my title from last year to Asarai. That's just all it really boiled down to. I mean, he came in, he had a hot hand. Last year I had the hot hand. It's okay. You know, pass the torch to the younger generation.
That's yeah, for the new generation. Very kind of you guys. You know, losing your touch a little bit, but it's okay. But you know who beat us all? Apparently, it's AI. Our production has been using ChatGPT throughout this whole time. You know, they just input all the data and see what they would come up with. And apparently they had an 84 prediction.
Only 4 wrong.
84, yeah, % prediction rate. And these are the 4 that they got wrong. DFM Zeta. Unsurprisingly, they got that wrong. I think we all did. DRX, RQ, Talon, DFM, and Genji Secret. Yeah, I guess this is... I think a lot of us got those ones wrong too. So anyway, ChatGPT wins. Technology wins. And now you guys know. With that...
Screw you, AI.
Yeah, it's going to take...
I'm nonplussed about that.
It's going to take our prediction jobs. It's going to take everything over. Anyway, here are our predictions for today. Now, you two are both Genji predictors.
Yeah.
Are there like weird reasons to this, like everything else, or why Genji?
I think that they will have made some changes as far as the compositions are concerned. I think that they've been hiding their Haven away for a little bit. I think they've widely been coasting because they knew that they were going to be in a really strong position. So I think they've been coasting until the playoffs, and then this is where we're going to start seeing that, you know, that run back form come through from them. But I would love to be wrong, because I really like RRQ, and I would love to see them be able to make it over the champions. It'd be great for them to be able to have like first playoff qualification directly into their first international appearance outside of lock-in. I think that would be an awesome story, so I'm silently rooting for them, but I'm expecting Genji to win.
How about
I'm
you?
widely on the same page. I think that, yeah, Genji's looked a little bit off the last couple weeks, and it just felt like they weren't really opening things up. It didn't really feel like they were kind of like digging deep like we know they can, like we've seen before at not just them winning Shanghai, but even before that, like they would turn it up when it matters the most. That's when we see the best versions of Genji this year, is when the most is on the line. That seems to be when they're bringing their best play. So that's where I'm kind of leaning in towards it. I think there's a lot more pressure on RRQ today as well, because obviously we talked about it earlier with the championship point scenario. RRQ has to win. There is no other world where they can get through the champions. They have to win. So the pressure is definitely on them as well.
Yes, 100% on them. Now, you mentioned that you're a really big RRQ fan. I think you both are.
Yeah.
But Chobra is also a very big RRQ fan. In fact, we have a little special video for you guys, so have a look.
RRQ, they might be the ones to bring it over the edge, unless Death can do something about it. Fortis, Fortuna, Antivad.
No.
Triple kill now. Outside of Death, and the quad. Another overtime.
I know the doctor said you can't hear me, but we've been so much better. We've been playing well. We actually just beat DRX.
Guys, get in here! He's alive! He's alive! What? Where am I?
You've been in a coma. The doctor said it was because of stress.
Monyet? From GE?
Well, actually, from Paper X.
Who are you guys?
We made some major changes. This is Straya and Jemkin.
I am the new Russian duelist.
Wait, where's Flip? Emin? 2GE and EJ? Where's EJ?
They have moved on.
They're dead?
No, they moved to another team.
Oh, well, New Jerseys. What else is new?
We finally made it to playoffs.
You made it to playoffs?
Yeah, we did.
We did it.
Oh
We
my
did it.
gosh!
Yeah,
I'm so
yeah.
proud of you guys! We did it! RRQ! Some VCT Pacific playoff action. Let's see how they do.
And you're going no duelist.
No duelist on the Icebox?
They've definitely given us those moments.
I said this after the video because it came out on Twitter. It would have been great if they had filmed them telling him that they're playing against Gen G in the first round of playoffs, and then he just slips back into his coma.
That's a yeah.
Because at that point, he doesn't know that they've beaten Gen G, so he thinks that the record is still winless. So
that's true.
Well,
more reason for him to panic.
I guess we're just going to have to rewrite it. We're going to find out what happens today. Also with Gen G and RRQ facing off again. Now, I think we can relate to this. RRQ has come, they've come close. They've always looked like that champion's potential. I think you guys have been talking about for a very long time. But they are going against Gen G, the trophy winners of Shanghai Masters.
What more needs to be said in some ways, right? Like, it's so brutal. It's even worse than last year, right? Like, where they kept running into each other. It's the duel of the fates, as I like to call it. Like, I think the El Clasico is the RX battle, but in Pacific. But this is like, these two are just fated to meet each other time and time again. And this is, even though this is probably the best version of RRQ we've ever seen, you're going up against Gen G.
It's the best version of Gen G we've ever seen.
Yeah, by far.
So.
They're the best team in the world right now, in theory. So it's going to be insanely difficult. They're going to have to bring the best performance we've ever seen. They're going to have to really have cooked up some stuff, and it's going to be even more challenging because you're playing on maps where you don't have a ton of info on Gen G, and that is really, really difficult, especially for a team like Gen G who has tremendous firepower, so they can dig themselves out of some bad situations where maybe you aren't expecting, certain plays or certain things to happen. So firepower diff is going to be huge today.
Absolutely. And Gen G, you mentioned this, Achilleos. They looked like they were, what did you say? They were cruising a bit throughout the earlier stage two.
I mean, I think that they were able to just kind of sit back, rest on their laurels a little bit, say, okay, we know we got playoffs confirmed. We're highly likely to make it into champions. Let's just get to playoffs, and then we show our true potential.
All right, well, let's welcome the two teams to kick off playoffs, Gen G and RRQ.
Absolutely insane performance here from DRX.
사실 1등 아니면 2등으로 올라가는 게 목표긴 했는데 그래도 플레이오프 진출했고 챔피언스로 올라갈 수 있는 기회까지 생겼으니까 잘 된 것 같아요. 이건 지극히 저의 생각입니다만 저희가 세계 1등 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 되게 무서워하고 있지 않을까요? I'm very happy for my team and myself also because we've been trying to go to playoffs since like almost 2 years and finally we can go to the playoff. We know how to counter and we have grown a lot and improved as a team a lot. Since we add Monyet, firepower is increasing more and then like we can do like crazy stuff, like aggressive stuff. Yeah, it turns out it fits us also. 저희가 스테이지 1 때 RRQ를 만날 때는 이미 조 1등이 확정된 상태였거든요. 그렇게 큰 중요한 경기는 아니었단 말이에요.
Gen G versus RRQ.
Nice! What a meaningful victory for RRQ.
근데 이제는 플레이오프에서 목숨 걸고 싸우는 거잖아요.
Here for RRQ, getting over Gen G.
For me, Gen G still one of the best team in the world. They played very well. Like even they won the Shanghai Masters. Gen G, last time we met you guys, we beat you. So it's gonna be some result.
What? Conversion for Monyet!
We have nothing to lose and we're gonna do our best to get to champions. I'll come back to do this interview again because I'm gonna win the game. 제가 팀원들한테 장난식으로 항상 이야기하는 게 있거든요. 나는 4번 시드면 안 간다. 저는 무조건 1등 시드로 올라가고 싶기 때문에 절대 안 봐주고 그냥 찢어버리겠습니다.
Gen G.
This team needs no introductions. It's our kickoff winners, the Masters Madrid qualified team, and the Masters Shanghai winners. It's none other than Gen G.
Feeling like the final bosses right now in Pacific for sure. Stack team, cracked aimers. What more do you want? They're amazing.
And on the other side, we have RRQ. For the very first time ever in Pacific, RRQ has qualified to playoffs. The question is, will they be able to overcome Gen G and pave their way to Champions Seoul?
This is a team that was quite close to being able to make it to international competition last year. They were reliant on that LCQ, but there was a team that happened to stand in their way, and that's happening once again here. No more LCQ. It's all about the playoffs, and RQ have to win their way into the top 3 if they want to represent Pacific here in Seoul at Champs.
This is a really big day for both of these teams. It's a do or die situation, especially for RQ and Gen G. You just don't want to leave it to chance for Paper X to win in order to qualify.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't think Gen G is going to let off the gas pedal today at all. I think they're going to come at RQ with just about everything they have, really try to cement themselves into champions. You know, you want to beat this RQ team. You want to keep getting it in their heads that every time you face them, you're going up against giants. So no doubt about it, this is going to be a very close, tough match.
I mean, we got to hear it. I believe it was from Ellie Moore there during the video saying, like, the last time we faced, we took you down. We're doing that again today. They've been able to jump that hurdle at long last where they have tripped up many a time over. RQ, though, can they make it happen once more? Can lightning strike twice? Can they start re-engineering, rewriting the history in the matchup between these two teams? Because taking out Gen G here, denying them, making them wait that much longer for a potential spot at Champions, making them rely on Paper Rex would be a big blow to them.
Speaking of Paper X, Monyet, the latest addition to RRQ here. Is this guy gonna be the one, the monkey, to take down the Tigers?
I mean, he could be. No doubt about it. He's got it in him to take over games, to take over matches. So certainly my eyes are on him and Jemkin to be the leaders in the fragging department, to come through and really pressure Gen G in that sense. You're going to need great calling from Estrella as well. You're going to need Xpharaoh and LB Moore to step up. I mean, we know that those two can also frag. We've seen it this year. So there's plenty of potential on RQ. It's just, can they finally kind of get over that hurdle when it matters most?
And one of the things that I'm going to be looking for is it's not just, as far as fragging is concerned, Monyet and Jemkin, but also Estrella, seeing some more involvement from him. The calling overall for RQ has been good, but there have been those struggles, from him fragging in the IGL position from time to time. Same with Munchkin as of late. So eyes on both of those guys, these Korean IGLs, to see how they're going to be directing the teams towards successes, as well as what these compositions look like, because we haven't gotten to see Haven from either of these squads yet, and I'm really curious to see what they're bringing to the forefront here.
Both of these teams are certainly cooking something up, and like you just said, we have not seen Haven yet from either one of these teams, and surely they have something up their sleeves. But with two crack duelists on either side of these teams, I think Haven is going to be a really good one.
I think that they're playing a game of chicken, and neither team wants to cheer before the other. I literally think they are watching each other at the moment, saying, like, okay, who's going to sit down first? That will determine the winner. But it looks like RQ say, okay, enough of this. We're ready to get into gear, to sit down, to get mouse in hand, and get ready to do battle.
Is this another one of those superstitions like Munchkin? Like, he's like, yeah, whenever it rains, we win. Is this like another one of those things where, like, we won't be the first ones to finish our cheer, otherwise we'll lose? I don't know, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm really, really curious to see what they're going to do on Haven, because again, we haven't seen it. I expect Gen G to go into kind of Old Faithful for it, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, this is it. We're kicking off playoffs with Gen G and RRQ. We're going to go over to our casters to start us off in Haven.
Thank you very much, everyone over at the desk. Yes, we're here getting ready for our very first playoff match of Stage 2. We're starting with a knockout round, so tensions are at an all-time high. The road to champions now only a few steps remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tall mountain for RQ to climb as well, right? They really have to make it through this very knockout round. If they don't, that's pretty much their dreams of making it to champs in the dust.
Yeah, I mean, for RQ, it is literally do or die. Obviously, as Dust covered, Gen G, sure, they have a little bit of leeway, but Munchkin talked about it. You know, after all the success they've had this year, you don't want to say, well, you know, at least we made it as 4th seed. No, you want to say we're still one of the favorites going into Champion Seoul. And of course, you want to say that we finished the year as the champions in Pacific as well. We should note, I mean, they started great at kickoff, but then in Stage 1, it was Paper Rex who took back the first trophy of stage.
Yeah, that is kind of what happened. And at the same time, Gen G also suffered a bit of a loss, like against Team Secret, right? Towards the very end, they've had to deal with a rough schedule, and they're always trying to adapt and improve as time goes on. So it's always a little bit grueling. But now that we're coming into the knockout rounds, you saw the map picks. This is pretty interesting. We haven't seen either team play this map ever since like last year or you know, something like that.
I mean, I think Abyss coming in obviously shakes things up a lot, and I'm not surprised at all that Gen G obviously went for that ban. I mean, they don't have as much to lose by by hiding it as much as possible. Again, with the high points, you know, they can try to save it up for the later parts of the playoffs, but that does mean they have to open up things like Bind, like Haven, right? Some of these other maps that they have been kind of not favoring as much here in Stage 2 are now being opened up. And RQ, we should note, Haven was one of their best maps last year, right? They gave DRX their first Haven loss in Pacific last year, and they kind of showed how to really kind of all in, and then Secret took it one step further and literally only went to the A side literally every single round. So we'll see. I mean, I think the core of RQ still remains. The philosophy around Haven should still be there, but then you look at the players that are on Gen G. Obviously, no strangers to Haven. I mean, Munchkin, this is one of those maps that he's always turned up on no matter which team he was on. Texture, of course, this is a classic Jet map, so he should be able to fly free. But I'm wondering, I mean, Gen G, they've been kind of hiding away some of these maps. How much have they retooled them? Are we going to see new comps? Because they've stuck with all tried and true comps all throughout Stage 2. Not much experimentation, and they started to get red.
Yeah, they're starting to show some of their cards. I think you can clearly see it in that match against Team Secret, right? Team Secret, they really pushed Gen G to their limits, really playing around with some of the setups that Gen G had, and because of that, they exposed some of those weaknesses as well. So Gen G, I don't know, there might need to be some changes. Thinking about the compositions and everything, or the players at the very least, right? We still have like Lakia, Meteor doing their jobs, and you have the assistants coming in from Lakia as well, maybe on the Breach or something like that. But when you look at a team like RRQ, there's so much potential here. Like, maybe they're going to pull out the Neon. You've got Monyet coming in. They've got that potential double duelist.
Yeah, I mean, again, Monyet really adds a lot of flexibility to this team. We've seen that in action. Of course, it adds a lot more tempo to the team as well. It adds someone else who's just confident enough to say, I'm going to take the lead, right? I'm going to lead the charge a little bit for us. And then you can still have Jemkin, who's going to kind of play that textbook clean carry potential that they were always looking for last year. Now, we are waiting for the players to finish setting up. Just make sure that we're ready to go for map 1. So please bear with us as we should be jumping into the very first game very soon. But talking about the draft a bit further, quite frankly, I doubt either team was surprised, right? I mean, I think the Abyss spam, you probably saw it coming from a mile away with Gen G. And then the Haven pick, I mean, Gen G, if they've done any amount of their homework, they should have been able to see it coming, right? Because it's like, are you going to really pick the Ascent where Gen G's always been able to rely on a win, you know, something like that? Probably not. The Icebox, RQ's played a lot of it, but it has been not perfect, right? It's been okay.
It wasn't that video.
I mean, yeah, it gave some people heart attacks, right? For better or worse. It's, I mean, I think you probably saw the Haven coming. Yep. Yeah, and then you probably saw the Bind coming from Gen G. I don't think you should be too surprised. But let's see if either team is going to cook up something new. We have been seeing a lot of new compositions, even on Haven. And it's not going to be anything too crazy. Gen G is going to stick with the double controller format, which does mean they have to rely on the Sky. And I'm a little bit concerned about that in the current meta and the current patch. But RQ, it's the Silver Breach, it's the Jet. But the big difference is, of course, the Cypher over the Killjoy.
Yeah, it is a very defensive-sided composition for Gen G, though, right? The double controller, you've got the Viper as some sort of a pseudo-sentinel, Meteor as the Killjoy. So there's a lot more control that they can work with. However, once they swap onto the attack, how is that Sky going to play out? Meanwhile, for RRQ, a lot more versatility. Like, it's going to be a little bit interesting with how the Cypher plays in and how Gen G might be able to read some of these trips. But on the other hand, you've got, you know, the classic plays. You've got Monyet on his Omen, and that's always going to be a bit of a threat.
Yeah, I mean, Manya versus Karon should be an absolute matchup to be watching, as we do see both of those players on your screens. Of course, the coaching staff, I think both coaches really earning their medals so far this year in VCT Pacific, proving that they are here to continue growing with the team. But you covered a lot of the composition. Quite frankly, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of a spear versus shield, right? Gen G is going to be looking for more map control. They're going to be looking for a lot more delay so that they can go for those stacks, those rotations. Classic Gen G understanding of Valorant. Whereas RRQ, I mean, especially with this composition, but also especially against Gen G, you're looking to force these fights. You've got the breach. They don't. You want to make sure that you go in, dwindle the numbers before Gen G can get settled. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. It is going to be our very first map of the playoffs knockout round here in VCT Pacific. The winner moves on to face Paper X, and the loser will be eliminated.
Elimination. Such a devastating word. Can you actually believe it if Gen G gets knocked out? But that said, it only starts right here, right now. On the defensive side for Gen G, RRQ on the attack, we're looking at a potential C push.
Yeah, and a frenzy buy for Xfero. My eyes are going there on the Cypher. Still going to go for that solo lurk, but favoring a little bit more close quarters combat. But RRQ is just going to favor the C site. I mean, we're going right back to last year's RRQ. They loved hitting that C site. They love that they have a great idea of how to break through the back site. You're going to push Meteor out. You know that oftentimes it's going to be the solo hold when it comes to Meteor. So you force that fight, but do they know that Karon is already here? RRQ is going to play it safe. They don't have solid information just yet.
Still, though, great numbers advantage already, and with this pick, they might be able to rotate off. That said, Gen G always exercises the discipline that they have. Textures not moving up front or anything at all. You've got that Trailblazer to get further information to see if they are rotating or not, but RRQ stays disciplined.
Yeah, and RRQ's pulling a page out of Gen G. You have the numbers advantage. No matter what, you're still going to have a bit of an advantage. If you go as 4, you still leave a lurk for extra pull potential. You still have 50 seconds on the clock, and you know that you gave 0 information up in mid. So Gen G not going to be able to go for a full stack, barring any illogical decisions. Texture looking for a pick, and Jemkin finds the kill. Opens things up, draws a reaction out, and RQ immediately makes the call to go back to C.
That is a tremendous advantage. The rotation's coming through, but Gen G does not hear a single peep from RRQ. So slowly setting up now. Monette sends out the dark covers towards the C side. It's classic, it's default. But Karon has to receive all of this. He's got the paranoia, but not quite the opportunity to send it out yet. First shot goes through. He takes down a couple of players. Paranoia now out, and RQ's in a world of hurt. It's a firing range for Lakia as both players from RQ fall down, and Gen G picks up the pistol.
Oh, a big miss on the assumptions here from RQ, thinking they would have faked him out, but something that Gen G has been picking up on since the beginning of the year is that people have a read on their rotations, so they will make even quicker change-ups on their decision. If they think they're wrong, they won't mind just saying, hey, we got to go right back, we got to stack the other side. We saw that rotation come out early, you called it, no audio heard, and so they say, listen, if they end up still sneaking into A, fine, we lose a round, but if not, we want to be ready for C site. And the thing is RQ, they didn't quite fully clear back site. They didn't get the check on Karon. They just kind of go for the fault line behind platform, and that's it. And they pay for it dearly after playing the first half of that round so well. And now they'll have to try to climb back into things with an eco. All classics, saving up their creds.
Yeah, make no mistake. This is mind games and confidence at play as well. Look at how Gen G's controlling this. The snakebite falls right at the feet of Jemkin as he tries to dash on through. Estrella now basically stuck inside of Garage. He's got the spike as well. RRQ, they're trying to pick up some weapons at the very least, or some damage, but they're not able to do so.
Now it's just going to be Elmi Moore getting taken down at long range, and with all the buys that we've seen here from Gen G, of course, 4-man buy, looking to try to snowball things forward, double Bulldog and a Guardian amongst that purchase. They should be able to close things out. Texture, he will drop the Sheriff, but already damage done to Xfero, so not much of a loss. No plant given either. Gen G feeling very solid about this defensive start on Haven, and RQ, I mean, I'm sure, obviously, this comp is not new coming up from Gen G. We've seen it a lot last year, but you have to know that this composition really allows Gen G to actually not have to lean heavily into their 4-1 default. You can have your utility spread out and have very fast rotations around those links. It's going to be a lot of double teams when you're not expecting it, and we'll see if RQ picks up on that.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to say the least. I mean, in this round, you've got Texture picking up the Operator, and that's always a very, very valuable tool as he locks down this A-long angle. The rest of RQ are going to try to break their way through the C site, but so far, it's been Karon and Meteor and Munchkin locking down this site. Now, Karen's kind of rotated over, and you've got the 2 Sentinels, or at least the Viper, kind of hovering around this site. And there's a lot of utility to work against as well. RQ needs to take their time to find information on some of these, but they're peeking out, and Karen just shuts down Xpharaoh.
Yeah, that little peak right above the generator. That's a rough loss for RQ, so now you can't really work the other side. You know at the very least there isn't an operator on the C site, at least not just yet. That arrow's going to get eliminated right away. Jemkin in trouble. There's no backup for Armand yet. Goes out just in time. Surviving just a bit longer. Jemkin will open up the site for the rest of the team, but now it's down to a 3v3. Monyet so low, but at the same time, it's an operator for the retake. So they go for the flood. Estrella takes down Heron, who doesn't quite get the spray down onto Lakia. Now a 2v2. Texture still not on the site just yet. Lakia taking space one at a time, but Monyet is holding close. He's looking to be that wild card. He needs to try to get this kill. Do they check it? He knows he's here. He hears the gun swap, and that should be the round, but Texture gonna be calm about it. Gets the first kill. The recon's coming down, but he should... Oh, it's gonna be the shock dart. And Texture, he's gonna get the half done. Elmi Moore, he needs to get the kill. He cannot. Panics at the further wide swing from Texture. Calm, collected, and back here to carry Genji.
He just doesn't get phased whatsoever. He even took time to shoot down that recon and then jumped over, swapped back out to the operator, had enough time to quick scope in towards Elmimore. How does that happen?
I mean, this is just, he goes for an extra tap and then the further wide swing. You know that just completely threw off Elmimore. Not one to miss those shots normally, but off to a rough start today. 0 kills in the first 3 rounds. And now RQ, they'll buy up, scrape together whatever they have. And they have to get through 2 extra rounds now to try to equalize the econ.
Now the half shield, but now they're facing up against Texture's operator as well. At least they know that he's kind of set up around the A site for the time being as the Yellow Drone kind of pushes out in towards sewers.
But no smokes. You lose your smokes here on Haven, single controller. I mean, sure, you have the Cypher, so yeah, you have a little bit more leeway, but you're not going to be able to afford him for the lurk either, so they're just going to turn up the tempo. They're hoping that it's going to be a rotation out from the operator, and they would be correct on this read, but they don't quite have control of the site yet. Gen.G, they've already filled up the link, and they are here to flood right back in. You know that they're trapped because of the angles that Munchkin and Texture are holding together. A clean 3K from Texture, and Gen.G will continue the streak.
Yeah, it's a very little bit of a Hail Mary push from RQ, just trying to bank on the fact that maybe Gen.G's going to rotate over, but it doesn't quite happen. Gen.G has too much control throughout this entire map. We're seeing how it plays out on every single round. You've got the utility, you've got the toxic screen, you've got the operator now at play, and you just watch all of it in this round.
I mean, the first kill on Monyet, that's a rough one. As soon as you lose your Omen, you don't have many choices. Sure, you get the read that the operator would have left and gone for a rotate because you cut noise, but still just too many. Whoa, the spam comes through. I mean, welcome back to Haven, I guess. We haven't been seeing much of it here in Pacific, but now all the old tricks are resurfacing. Sure, it is an eco for RQ, so they're not going to mind it too much. And, you know, as it goes on ecos on Haven, Gen.G's thinking, all right, pretty good chance that you're going to come to the B site, try to just flood it with close quarters weapons. So you got the Nana Swarm, Snake Bite at the ready. I mean, triple watching mid, and then operator still holding an aggressive angle on C as well.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G's basically kind of getting away with daylight robbery right here. They know it's an eco round, so that's why they're feeling more confident in kind of going for some of these cheap shots with wall banks and at the same time still maintaining relative control over the entire map. Keep in mind, this was RRQ's map pick, and starting things off like this with a potential 5-0, you know, given over to Gen.G, it does not feel good whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Lakia actually had a great move there. Oh, it's just going to be so much util. The Snake Bite and the Toxic Screen. There's no way you're not decayed from that one. And that should be the round. RQ just hoping to find at least a trade before they go. But either way, they will be getting their ultimates. They will have to sacrifice themselves at some point, but you have to choose your target carefully. You die to Lakia, that's going to be the Seeker. Meteor gets both kills, that's going to be the lockdown. There's really not a great option except maybe, I guess, Texture. Munchkin going to be picking one up. It's going to be Meteor who picks it up, getting 1 point closer to his ultimate. So in that round, I mean, Gen G, we can tell even against the Eco, they're not risking anything. Lakia, he actually sticks to the drone, make sure he eliminates it, because that masks the idea that there might be more people on A, totally ruins any idea of rotation, and then they don't have a choice. You're either going into the operator with pistols, or you're going into a bunch of utility, and RQ, their hands were absolutely forced on that one.
Yeah, practically, or at least just trying to find, you know, a single kill whatsoever. But man, Will, you mentioned those names, Meteor, Lakia. Now they are both 1 point away from their ultimate. This is going to be a painful round. RQ really needs to find a way to turn things around, but starting things off already, Munchkin pushes up on the offensive, takes down the first kill, Karon on to the next, and as they continue to pinch even further, this firing squad pushes up front, and they eliminate RQ in total.
This is such a good play at the start of the round. The toxic screen just to fight off A main. I mean, sure, you can still hold it to the late if you don't win that fight, but at the end of the day, this round was a hard read. We're gonna fight A main, we're gonna take him down, and if we don't, guess what? We got Alarm Bot at mid, we got Operator on C, we have all the time in the world to rotate, to pinch them out in the middle of the map. And I mean, you saw those guiding lights. It's perfect timing here from Lakia as well, right around that toxic screen. I love to see it. Because here's the thing, you're not really expecting that much aggression if the Jet's gonna have the operator, but you can't ever count out the Omen. Karon taking the charge there, jumping forward with the Shrouded Stab. And now comes the timeout, because now not only are you getting red round to round, you've been getting red mid-round as well. You're not able to win your fights. You have to make sure you cool Gen G off a bit and just reset, because that round read hurts.
It truly does, especially at the beginning of the knockout stage. Will, just looking at how all of this plays out, I mean, Gen G has been doing a phenomenal job at controlling the defense on this map. They're showing that they know how to play to their strengths, right? You've got these players. You've got Karon, who can play as the duelist sometimes because of his incredible aim and sharp mechanics. But at the same time, even if Karon goes down, Munchkin's available as the secondary controller. And like you mentioned, they've got so much more utility. You've got the operator locking down C. You've got Meteor watching B, as well as Garage. There's so much at stake. There's so much at play. And Gen G are just mind gaming, playing their cards right every single round right now.
Yeah, and we should also note, I mean, the double Phantoms as well, Munchkin and Meteor, they have really been favoring the sprays that they can have through the walls, through the smokes, and now the same toxic screen. Gen G pumping up the mental conditioning just a little bit to try to hold RQ at bay. The guiding lights, another setup or not. The extra smoke and the Trailblazer comes out, so you get the read that it's not the exact same setup, but now so much time has passed, and look at the minimap. Texture is completely pushed out C-Long. I mean, Gen G, another adaptation. So far, another masterclass in the first 30 seconds of this round, as RQ are now trapped.
There's only one way forward, and they've got to go through Lakia, maybe even Karon, and if those two fall down, there's a quick reaction force already prepared in the form of Munchkin and Meteor. Texture is just waiting on that trip. I don't know, RQ, they kind of have to Paul drive through. They do have a lot of, ultimates. The Rolling Thunder at the ready. They start things off with Jemkin dashing in. He misses the blades. No! Karon's on the corner. He's just tucked away, waiting for them to peek out. There's the first shot. Estrella makes it a trade. Meteor just tucked away perfectly while Lakia sends out the guiding light. But look at this. RRQ managed to fire back.
Yeah, so the Rolling Thunder still gives them the space that they needed. It got real dicey, but you can't ever count Texture out in these situations. 1v3 Operator and Bladestorm online. Cam spots him. He's waiting for the peak, but Xfero is just a step faster. So RQ, as dicey as it got with everything they threw at him, still get finally a round win on the board after 6 rounds in a row for Gen G, but at the cost of 3 ultimates used. And, I mean, I get it. Listen, you're so far behind. You want to try to layer things as much as possible, so you're not using the Rolling Thunder off the bat. But boy, oh boy, did that cost you.
Still a round picked up nonetheless. I mean, you got to respect it. This came after Coach Ewok's timeout, and they had an idea, and they were going in for it. So staggering ultimates kind of works out for the time being, but now we're back to Gen G default control. Look at how they've adjusted that toxic screen around, and at the same time, Texture is still pushing out with that operator.
Yeah, because he wasn't spotted. They have no idea that he's took all the space last round. I mean, maybe RQ, maybe you could fathom a guess because so many people were prepared. But Texture is just going to take the same spot once again. So we'll see if RQ has a read or not on this, depending on how they react after they enter the site. It's not going to be a pinch. It's a full B send for the time being. Spike not yet delivered, though. They're gonna wait to see if they could clear it out, and Texture finds the context Pharaoh. So now RQ, you're panicking, you have to move forward again. This is where they thrive, the chaos, and Monyet is gonna be above. Once again, it's just Texture left. You've already eliminated everyone else coming in from the A side. You know Texture was on the C side of the map. RQ should get another plant.
Yeah, the jungle gym from Monyet, the way that they push into this B site, just covering every single base and kind of flashing and making sure that that Gen G stays blind at RQ. They manage to take down the site and then rotate over onto A. It's going to be a tougher fight for Texture, so this is looking to be a very likely save round with his op in his hands.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you're so far out. I mean, last round, sure, you're close enough. You try to go for a Hail Mary. And if you do get it, you know, if you are able to eliminate all their guns, you still keep their econ low. But here, just given the time, sure, you could buy up again, but you're just not going to want to risk it. You don't want to maybe accidentally fill up another Rolling Thunder too fast. So Texture just going to go for the save. And let's say it like it is. I mean, RQ, quite frankly, they're still starting on the back foot in these 2 rounds that they've won. But they are just barely getting into the site fast enough. Well, and Elmimore's hitting shots through the blind. Just enough to make sure that they can win the chaotic trades. But they're not always going to have that leisure if they're starting with a man down. RQ has to be able to buckle down and try to find some stabilization.
That goes there. It's going to be tricky to say the least, but so far so good with the way that they're trying to get the read on Gen G and trying to prevent them from rotating just as quickly. But at the same time, I mean, Gen G's actually still doing a very good job of retrieving that information. The way that Lakia is using his Trailblazer, the way that Texture was, pushing out on different sites. This time around, we've swapped things to slightly more default composition with Karen back on that C, Texture back on that A. Karen slowly pushed up now.
Oh, this is very aggressive from Gen G. They're saying, okay, we have A main control, we have C main control. If you come B, you're absolutely screwed. But if not, as long as we get the information nice and early, we have the pit, we have the lockdown, we have so many ways to delay and push you back out. Yes, there is Hunter's Fury on the side of Elmimore, but we'll see what the timing looks like, because here's the thing, RQ has not been clearing information that quickly at the start of the round. Gen G's abusing this against them, continuing to keep RQ contained right outside the courtyard.
Let them burn that utility, let them try to gather whatever information they can. And with the tiny little gaps, they try to go in for some duels and peaks. Karen was forced to Shrouded Step his way out of long. Now back into it though. Garage is slightly open, but at the same time, it's a bit of a read. Gen G's kind of luring them into this while they have 3 members stacked up towards the site.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard read, relying on Texture's operator. There is the recon. It does get destroyed, so no scan. Snakebite delaying them. Paranoia as well, and then the lockdown. The Hunter's Fury will be used to destroy it, but Munchkin's already here, just absolutely holding the choke point. They actually get choked up by their own Hunter's Fury as well. And it's just disaster for RQ as the Spike gets stranded at the entrance of the site. Nobody nearby. The guard is all here for Gen G. It's a firing squad, and I don't think there's a way out of it. Only 8 seconds left, and Xfero does not find an opening. Only 1 kill to his name, and Gen G will shut down what looked like it might be a streak for RQ.
Starting to build up to it, but then Gen G shuts it right back down, like you mentioned, Will. They are reading this map again. And you look at how they have everything set up. The Snakebite always in place just to shut down the C push from RRQ. The Hunter's Fury, although it goes out at the same time, I mean, Gen G have every single possible angle locked down. They've got each and every other member covering each other's backs. RQ are just facing the toughest mountain to climb while they try to push through.
And this is a result of the fact that RQ is not able to get information nice and early, right? Again, Gen G in that previous round, they keep RQ contained right up to the 50-second mark. The next time RQ gets information, they're not going to be able to get solid information on 2 parts of the map and then go for a double rotate. Yeah. So Gen G can then just say, well, we still have an operator on the other side. We'll stack this. And Gen G knows how to put the numbers in their favor. They know how to play the timer to their favor and abuse RQ's tendencies. So RQ this time, maybe a mildly earlier drone. It's going to find a little bit, but doesn't quite spot Texture. RQ, are they going to take the risk again, or will they play it safe? There it is. There's a flash, but there's the anti. He doesn't land the shot. That was a close one.
Almost turned back to it. And then now, at the very least, RQ has a little bit more space to work with. They're going to try to rush into the A site. Gen G is prepared. Lakia trying to get bailed out by his teammates. He's got the Guiding Light available as well. Xfero pops the Neural Theft, though. It just gets all the information. The Viper's Pit was deployed. Meanwhile, Monyet, with the From the Shadows into C site, tries to hold it by himself.
This is a bit of a Hail Mary. I mean, Monyet just needs to stay alive. I have a feeling Meteor is going to creep through this smoke. He's waiting. He's already on the site. They have no idea. Monyet finally spots him, so there is the trade. But Karon now trying to fill it again. Gen.G might be coming in one by one, but Karon says one is all we need as he gets a triple kill on the site. But it's going to be a straight answering right back as well. Chaos ensues on the C side, and RQ gets a third round.
RQ just showing that you can't really outread every single map if they do some wild antics, right? Just getting that early bit of control, finding those numbers advantages, taking down texture gives them that much more freedom and movement. They not only managed to take down the site, they baited out that Viper Sprint from Munchkin, and then as they pushed on through, you had that little bit of a lurk from Elmimore or Estrella in through the B site, and they just win out on these trades and duels.
Rolling Thunder online again. It's just going to be a full send this time. RQ pushing the tempo up, realizing, you know, we don't want to give time for the rotation. Gen.G reads this very quickly, and it's going to be Texture not hit by the Rolling Thunder. Still hidden in sewers. They just haven't quite cleared him just yet. They all get spotted around the smoke. Texture, he wants to get bailed out. They have a read on his position. He's trying his darndest to stay alive, but there's just too many people. But the site, whose side is it on? RQ, they're flooding it. They're coming out of the smoke. That's on both sides, but now it's down to a 3v1. Meteor, sure, you've got full health on half armor, but no util on the site. Creeping up. It's a double stack. He finds a 1v1 down to 22 HP. And he's going to try to reposition. He does have time. If he can find just one more pick, maybe. But RQ, they're going to stick together. They're not taking the chances to Cam. Gets a reaction. And now they're ready for it, and they're not going to give him the angle this time. RQ trying their darndest to bring this to a 5-7 half.
Last round.
And that it would be a very good advantage for them if they can pick that up. 5-7's not too bad if they go into the second half. And at the 11th round, right, almost the nth hour, that's when they really switch up the pace. I mean, look at how they took down the site, how they flooded through and managed to pinch down onto Texture, really eliminating the tip of that spear from Gen.G. So looking to keep this up as they pull out the Odin and the Operator on Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Econ's a little low off the side of Gen.G as well. The Guardian trying to answer back, but the Odin just fires too fast. Meteor pays for that risk. The Killjoy being down ruins the setup for Gen.G because already look at the start of the round. He spread his util out both on C and B site. He was trying to get as much information as possible. And RQ, off of that early drone. And Gen.G's response is tightening the map here on the A side.
Jemkin right around the corner. He goes in for the crouch peek. That's Karon down. And with that, a little bit more space to work with as well. The rest of RQ are thinking about pushing over onto the C site, maybe in through Garage. Texture has pulled out the blade, so they are very cautious of it as well. Lakia just hovering around the A site, but he doesn't quite have much intel gathering utility.
Yeah, just not just yet. Now RQ probably wondering if it was a two-man push or not over on A, but they say at the very least Gen.G, they're probably going to hedge their bets and go towards the extremities, so they will take the risk of entering on to B site. One gone through, but Jemkin not quite spotted. High above the right click to finish off Texture. And RQ, after what seemed nigh impossible, will get the Pulsar Flawless to get up to 5 rounds.
Great adaptations coming in from RRQ. Suffered a bit of a loss streak against Gen.G in the beginning rounds, up to 6. But once that timeout from Coach Ewok came out, they flipped a switch. They started to go in for it. And with that advantage, with that confidence, taking down Gen.G 3 times in a row, how will they fare off onto the defense?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree. They turned a new leaf. I think they found that confidence after a couple, even though they were messy, they were winning some fights and they found that confidence. However, let's be honest, they were only in that position because they gave away so many rounds to begin with. You're starting on attack with a composition that can just break through sites, and you're still down 2 rounds. I mean, I am one of the biggest advocates of RQ, so I'm free to say this. It's a recovery act right now for RQ, but we'll see. If they can gain the momentum, maybe they can flip the tables.
Have some optimism, William. You're the one who just got out of the coma. But at the same time, yeah, you know, you talked about how this was Spear versus Shield. But you can really see how Gen.G's Shield, how they control, how they read the map, really deflects every single attack that RQ sends at them. But once you start having RQ trying to create openings, trying to poke at every single possible angle, that's when they start to open things up. That's when they start to, you know, really expose some of these weaknesses, for example, with that Odin in the previous round. But now that we're onto different sides, it's going to be a little bit tougher. RQ might have to play some retake scenarios, and that's not always something that you want to do against a team like Gen G.
Yeah, we're going to see similar buys on both sides as well, similar to the very first pistol round. Double sheriffs on both sides. But we are going to see a Ghost on top of a Frenzy for RRQ. Starting with a 2-1-2 default, so not looking to fight very strongly. Counting on Gen G to play the map a bit, and oh man! The first shots are good for Monyet and Jemkin. Meter and Munchkin a bit bunched up, doesn't separate fast enough, and there's still 2 people on the side on C, so massive numbers advantage for RRQ.
Sheriff and Classic stacked up. Who would have thought? So much more control now. Texture trying to creep in through, but the well-timed dark cover from Monyet just blocks this off at the last second.
Now, I love RQ's adaptation here. Instead of saying, hey, because we have numbers, we can still hold 2-1-2, you say, let's play the numbers advantage. Let's get ready to shift faster onto B or C, just in case they rotate to B. But hey, we got a tripwire. Worst case, it's a 5v3 retake on pistol. No util really on either side, so we should have the numbers advantage. Now trying to get ready for a high-low setup. Instant spot, but Charon sneaks in a kill. And that's going to be the Q for Texture, but Elmi Moore is waiting. RQ, their early rotation is paying off. Monyet on for a 3K in the pistol. But he's not going to give that chance. There's the flash. Lakia spotted. And Elmi Moore is waiting to receive. And there's the kill. Double kills for 2 members of RQ as they tighten the gap. Now down to 1 round.
And potentially the next round as well. Great reads, great plays from RRQ as they anticipate the movements from Gen G in this round. I mean, the way that they were just holding out C-Long, I don't know if that was brilliant, plays or anything, but the shots were good. The way that they kind of had the game sense to control the map from B was good, and with that, they took down Gen G in this pistol.
It's going to be a 4-man buy, but this time it's going to be a Stinger and a Spectre on the side of RRQ. So favoring a little bit more chaos, a little bit more close quarters combat against the potential pistols. Gen G still going to buy up 2 sheriffs, so a bit of an investment. Texture already takes a hit as well. With these sheriffs, they're going to want to find at least some value. See if Texture can get a pick here on the A side. RQ's playing this very safely, and I think Gen G might just hold here to wait to see if they can get confirmation somewhere in mid if this is going to be a default hold from RQ, because if so, they will just go for it with the numbers.
Those pistols as well, I mean, they have the potential to just really push and shut it down. Nonetheless, Elmi Moore might be able to retrieve that information, but he doesn't spot anything.
Yeah, the drone, so much shorter now. So he pings, the potential of the hidden members. RQ's aware of it. He sees 2, Jemkin, and he's going to dash out. Not going to give that opportunity. Looking to just delay. Elmi Moore still hidden on the site, and the smoke just to shut off sewers.
You're trying to creep through, though.
There's the fault line.
Just spotted out by the fault line. Great shot from Xfero just to take it down. And with that, some of the RQ players still wondering about the A site, but Gen G slowly starting to rotate on over. They know where that fault line came from, so trying to pinch down onto the sole breach that is Estrella. Aftershock tries to put them off, though. However, the plant will go through as Karen tries to stick it. And now a great shot from Estrella as he finds the next one. Monyet going through now. And with the spike down, Munchkin just trying to hold his best with the classic. Estrella starting to stick it all the way through. Nobody's pushing out against Munchkin just yet, so this is looking to be just a great round from RQ, keeping things flawless.
Yeah, they won't even give him one cheeky kill. They will still just go for the ult orb themselves. And Munchkin, I mean, at that point, you did have to die, right? Get those creds, the full creds going into the next round. So he won't be too upset about it. At least you got the plan, especially with the numbers disadvantage. That looks tough.
Probably afraid.
But the movements on the defensive side looking a lot cleaner for RQ. But Gen G, it starts here now with the buys. They already put in some conditioning with the toxic screen over by A. That's what this default screen is for. It still gives you that option to rotate to B as well. We'll see how they start to go for these lurks. 2 members, very free to lurk. 3, quite frankly, if you count the Omen as well.
A lot of potential for Gen G to play with, but so far it has been RQ controlling the pace because of their early picks. Now that the real rounds have begun, though, flashes come out. They're trying to peek on over. A jump peek takes down Monyet.
That is a far jump. Lakia preparing for the Olympics, it seems. Getting distance out there, gets the kill. Takes control of C main. Now you force a lot of pressure down there. RQ, they're going to say, we have Cypher util over on A. He's got the Cyber Cage to play around right outside of sewers as well. So we'll just hope that we can delay as long as possible. The drone barely not fully clearing Cubby, but they're just going to assume that they've made the clear, and RRQ will also go for a hard rotate over. Gen G, not quite hearing this yet, but there's still 50 seconds on the clock.
Still a lot of room to wiggle around, to say the least. But meanwhile, RRQ working off of their own kind of reads. Maybe not quite hearing that Trailblazer, so they're keeping 3 players on the A side and just prepared to set off those trips.
Counter
Great
recon.
little counter recon now, but nobody's pushing out just yet. Gen G trying to stay in the pocket.
Yeah, and they're ready for the lurk as well. Jemkin's watching for it in mid. Meanwhile, Texture trying to keep through, but it's going to be the fault line to just delay, and Elmimore gets a cheeky kill with the shock dart. It's going to be a crack in the cyber cage, but RQ cannot find the right angles. Texture surviving with 1 single point of HP, but they will still get the round.
Started to get a little bit hectic and chaotic as the push went through. I mean, that counter recon, the ideas from RQ were there, but with the tiny little cracks in the cages, with how Meteor was going in off of that flank, there was just too much attention being pulled away onto the A side, and they weren't quite able to find those advantageous duels when you start to section out the side. I mean, look at how the rest of Gen G managed to push through. Texture finding that final kill.
Yeah, not as clean as Gen G would have hoped, but you still get to keep 3 weapons. Do take a bit of a hit on the armors, but now it's just going to be a full stack, a full push, and the operator not on this side. C-side completely left open by RRQ, so this has to be a very well-prepped retake here. Fully intentional, no util, no members, just allowing Gen G to get into the site, but Gen G, they're ready. They're ready to meet him right at the gates.
Yeah.
You've got Alarmbot and Nanostorm covering Garage as well.
I'm not a fan of this. This is RQ working at a huge disadvantage. They're trying to set in for this retake. The dash comes through, but Karen's ready to receive just at the get-go. Estrella manages to fire back, takes down Karen, but you still have to work against the smokes, and at the same time, Elmimore trying to work out this flank. Texture just holds things down up around C-Link. How does Elmimore make his way out of this? At this point, it has to be a save. RRQ, they lost their advantage.
Gonna have to back off. Elmimore just making sure nobody's chasing him. And Gen G, while Lakia 1 point away from the Seekers, not all of them are the healthiest in credits either, so they will just choose to not hunt them down. RRQ, I mean, listen, I think ditching a site, that's fine on defense. It's 3 sites, you can't always cover all of them. If you have a good retake, that's fine, but they don't quite expect Gen G to be pushed right up. They expect it to be a further back post plan, and that's where the error comes in, because you think you're going to be able to take backside, and that gives time for Elmimore to come in. You'll have a pinch, but that's a very ideal scenario. I mean, Karon, first of all, getting into the cloud burst as well. Maybe you expect 1 person, but Karon only draws the aggro. Then there's Texture close who wasn't spotted. And that Omen smoke from Karon also masking a lot against RRQ. So the timeout happens. Coach Shiwak, I mean, sure, you know, your IGL, your team, your players, they go for a hard read, but it doesn't work out. So now he's going to reel them back in and see what else he can pull out from the playbook.
There's going to be a lot that they have to pull out. I mean, the fact that this was their map pick, I know that there are several, a couple more maps they could potentially play if they take down Bind, but a lot of the prep work from RQ was put into this map. They really want to nail everything down. But so far, the game plan hasn't quite worked out because of how they kind of underestimated or didn't quite expect Gen G to play at the pace that they're playing. They don't quite expect players like Karon to have the sensibility to kind of hide inside of that cloudburst. And Karon right now has been doing so much work alongside Texture, for example, and bringing out some of these rounds for Gen G. The man is sitting at 16 kills and 11 deaths.
A very good first map here for Karon. And it's going to be a push out. Mixed by here from RRQ. We've got 2 Vandals. The Paranoia to shove out A main early. Looking for a potential trap play with the recon, but a bit missed timing. Just the Paranoia just trying to hold on to A main. Sure, you have mid control, but now you know that there's a bit of an info play over by C, and Gen G's still not going to risk it because they don't actually have hard info themselves. I mean, Gen G's composition doesn't really have any way to get hard info until they get contact. So they're constantly trying to push and pull, make RQ curious so that Gen G can get the information at the timing they want.
RQ, though, not moving out too much, just trying to control and smoke things off. Look at how they have Jemkin tucked away inside of B Cubby. Got a little bit of cover as well, but then the push comes through. Paranoia out, and Estrella unfortunately gets pinched. Gen G makes a call for it, and they manage to make it work. RQ, without the firepower, just can't quite go in for the strongest retakes, and everything's being blocked off. The cycle of the smokes just blocks everything off even further.
Oh, with the double Vandals, RQ, you have to try something, but again, it's the same scenario. This time, Texture's in the smoke, and you can tell RQ, they suspect it, they think something's up, but other than spamming, there's not much more they can do. Sure, you could try to use the drone, but that's 400 credits for what? Not a guaranteed round win. And now Texture exits, still so much time wasted from RQ. They'll go for the dash in. Was he spotted? No, not again, the other side! A triple kill for Texture. Outplaying the entire team of RQ 2 rounds in a row. Mind games and the aim. He's got it all. Trying to get back to the top of the world once again. Reminding everyone of how he was able to dominate at Shanghai. As he does eventually fall. After all that drama. But man, I mean, dude, filling the smoke this time, and you can tell Gen.G's in RQ's head. I mean, just even the way Estrella's holding this. Listen, you went for a mixed buy. You're alone on the site. That aftershock, it's not saving you. You already put the fault line down main. These are the times when we see the X factors around the world. Yeah, Texture just never can get his ace. He's just never gonna get his ace.
It's always gonna happen, but you are absolutely right. Gen.G, they've got the read on things. They're playing around with RRQ. Slight bit of a morale boost with Monyet taking down Texture, but now they have to really put their foot down on the ground. Elmi Moore manages to go in for the double kill, just right outside A lobby. The rest of Gen.G knowing in for a pinch, they have to push through. Smokes come out though, and it's there to kind of block off the site. They're wondering if there's anyone pushing out from back site now. The flashes come through. Lakia calls it clear. Sticks the plan.
They're going to push out as well. Estrella, he might not be ready for this. He's ready for a flash just to buy time, just so we can have the setup up. And Emmy once again, a step ahead. The drop from Xfero, saving graces. Jemkin has to win the fight. He does in sewers, and now they spot Charon. But the Hunter's Fury used. He knows that he has a timing right now to reset. Shrouded Sep forces him to check the smoke. He knows Jemkin's gone into it. They're trying to draw him out. There's the recon. They know he's still here. And the double, Charon finds it, but the immediate trade from Elmi Moore. I mean, Gen.G, you can't just keep pulling all these rabbits out of the hat. It's just not fair.
He almost made it happen though, but not for Elmi Moore with that classic. The sensibility, the confidence to go in for something like that, knowing that he's right around the corner, knowing that he wants to take down the spike diffuser, just hops on over, right-clicks him into the face. Elmi Moore holding down this round for RRQ.
I mean, it's so funny to say this because this is a round where, sure, normally we'd be saying, wow, like RQ, you did it, you clutched it up, it was a desperate win, but quite frankly, like these are rounds that Gen.G should have been losing after they got into the site, and they still make it this close, and then they're winning some of these as well, continuing to keep the lead 10-8. I mean, don't let the scoreline fool you. This is RQ desperately hanging on at the ledge of the cliff, but Gen.G, they've been standing tall the entire time. It's a dash in, it's gonna be the pinch with the from the shadows, but Xfero's quick on it, trying to avoid the pinch, but Charon, another jiggle head shot. Paranoia to keep them tied up. Monyet, you're all alone. You have to survive. He's trying to play around the smoke. He's too slow, too many footsteps, panics. And now Charon survives and gets back with the team. 4v3 post plan for Gen.G.
This is ridiculous, and now he's still controlling the exit around the C site. RRQ trying their darndest to try to find some frags, trying to push through, but everything's blocked off. They're running out of time. Gen.G, they've backed all the way up towards C long, towards Dragon, leaving Charon alone on the site. There's just too much pressure for RRQ.
You have to save.
And they're going in for that save.
Yeah, I mean, unless you were going to drone that smoke immediately, you're in that same situation again. I mean, it's just deja vu for you, non-stop. You're too scared to push it. You don't have the numbers advantage. And you look at the credits. It's not map point just yet. So RQ will go for the save, but Charon knows. Charon knows the position they're in. Jemkin's not checking this side at all. Finally, he has a timing, but Charon is crisp with it. Another headshot. Another rifle dropped for RRQ. And Gen.G 1 point away from getting to 12.
Unbelievably undefeated, indomitable plays from Gen.G right now. I mean, you talk about how they are able to dash in and everything, but Karon with this one from the shadows, the way that he kind of goes in for that strafe shot up against Xfero, just so much at work, so much attention and aggro being pulled away from the site allows for the rest of the team to push through. Just masterful, masterful stuff coming out from Gen.G right now.
And you can just tell the vibes are so different too, right? Gen.G, they have the leisure. Sure, it's 2-3 rounds difference, but they know that the momentum has been on their side. They know they've been ahead of RRQ. You're chuckling because you know you've destroyed the economy further, whereas RRQ, even the rounds they do win, you see sighs of relief. You see them trying to get each other pumped up. It's RRQ always on that back foot. And now they've pushed up A main. They have a decent read on the map right now. They have the setup they want. You got kill trips, 2 of them, but Monyet's dead, so the first trip's gone. Texture's gone over it as well, and he spots the second one. The setup destroyed. Xfero spotted. He's all alone. He can't find a kill. And Jemkin catching the flank. For what? RRQ down in numbers again. Sight given up, and it's deja vu all over again.
He's got the blades. But unfortunately, economy not quite on RRQ's side, and they are staring down that tunnel that is saying it's map point. The trade comes through. Elmore manages to find the first, maybe a second, but Lakia just fires right back. It's down to the 1-on-2. Estrella has to do it all to prevent this from going to 12. He's starting to peek out. Flash is going through. He knows that they are all around C-Long. Utility just to block out the cubby, but nobody's there to be found. Has to tap the spike.
Yeah, sold it to half, and they're going to double peek right on the 4-second mark. They're jiggled to check as well. He does get the half, so there's one more opportunity, but they swing out in perfection. Synchronized peeking for Gen.G as they reach map point. Driving the sword into the hearts of RRQ. Reminding everyone who are the true kings.
Watching how it plays out, truly Gen.G, they managed to, at the very least, stay on top of their throne for this map. Down to the final round. RRQ has to go in for it. Without the best economy, that's when it really starts to sting. The one kind of saving hope, the one silver lining that they might have is that they are close to their ultimates. If Estrella can pick up the Rolling Thunder, but Texture just shuts it right down. Elmore couldn't find a single thing. Now the blade's pulled out. Jimkin shut down, out in the cold. Estrella trying to stay tucked away. Aftershocks out, just to block things off. 4 rounds left in the magazine. Peeks out, but Texture just shut everything down on for the quad, and maybe even the ace.
Can he finally get it? That's the new storyline now, because the map is surely over. Gen.G looking to get that 1-0 lead, but now the real victory would be, no, it's going to be Meteor shutting down the ace. So while Texture does not win the ace yet again, Gen.G will be taking map 1, RRQ's pick of Haven.
And a huge sigh of relief for the team as they head off into this knockout rounds with their first winning round against RRQ. It was a map pick that was meant to kind of throw Gen.G off, but unfortunately did not quite work out the way that they wanted to. Everything now has to come down to bind for RRQ.
I mean, just a great showing from Gen.G. No slow starts today, but we'll throw it over their desk to break down all of the action.
Gen.G is definitely back on form, dominating RRQ on their map pick of Haven. I mean, that was a crazy way to start off the playoffs, and RRQ really needs to win the next map to stay in the game at all.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's win the next map or your season's over. So it's a lot of pressure now in RRQ. Gen.G came out the gate swinging, looking really solid with some of their protocols that they have in place. Karon on the C site, off that pistol round, doing a really good job of buying time, waiting for reinforcements to come. Yeah, it was a good early play for RRQ. They had some good pick plays set up, but Gen.G has really good discipline in moments like that. And then they had some trap plays set up, like the one at Long A with the deep toxic screen, and Lakia is flashing through it, and Karon's pushing up. So all the things that you wanted to see out of Gen.G off the rip were there. It was a punchback from RRQ, but...
Yeah, a little bit of one, but it was just so much damage dealt early doors. I mean, 6-0 start before we had the timeout call coming through there from Ewok, and I get it. It was just... The team kept playing these really close rounds, so it's like, okay, I don't want to pump the brakes yet because maybe they're getting their, getting everything together. Okay, no, we're not. Now we're on a bad buy. I want to make sure that we're calling one before we go into a full buy. And the timing just kept getting disjointed, it seemed. And he finally calls it we do see them rally back a little bit. They managed to rescue that half for the most part. And they start off the second half decently, picking up those first 2 rounds, but it just never fully came together here for RRQ. And now they are in a very dire spot because this was their map pick. This was a game of who was going to have better reads, who was going to have better set plays, and Gen G kind of had that in spades coming into this one, and I think that Bind is going to be something very similar because it's a map that we haven't seen from Gen G for a considerable amount of time, not since back over at Shanghai when they played versus Fnatic, and then before that when they played versus Paper X. So it's a map we haven't seen from Gen G too much of as of late, and the same for RRQ, but if Gen G is going to be firing like this, then this could unfortunately be the end of RRQ's run.
Yeah, what's it going to take for RRQ to, bring it back? I mean, do you think there's any real shot here? There's surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Win conditions.
I mean, the rounds where we started to see RRQ find success was when they picked up the pace, when they were able to kind of get past Gen G's early defenses if they were there. A lot of times Gen G was playing happy to give them a little bit of space and then play off a contact and then start throwing their util, go for the double swings or wait for their timings. But for RRQ, when they had success is when they just went at Gen G and they just like hammered through their defenses, got the plant down on the defensive side, just made some good reads, but it was mostly on their attacker side where they're doing that damage. So you're going to have to pick up the pace. You're going to have to get Gen G off balance, because if Gen G has even, it feels like, a moment to sit and think about what they need to do, they're going to outthink you and they're going to outshoot you.
Definitely, and you can tell a lot of the experience that they've been picking up this year, in particular, through the various Masters and the international events. I mean, it's really coming to light here, and just that experience superiority.
Yeah, it really is. And I think one of the big things that we really need to see from RRQ coming into Bind is just that firepower that they started to find near the end of the first half and at the start of the second. That needs to be there from the outset. I mean, Elmi Moore, it took a while for him to be able to get himself on the board, and he has been one of the heavy hitters here for this team alongside Monyet and Jemkin, who both in their own right didn't have the most solid of games. We expect that Estrella is not going to be the one who's top fragging for the team. It's happened a couple times, but it's too far in between. He's widely just sat back, making sure that he's putting up util to be able to really support the players to go out and find those kills. And while that util was being pushed forward, the kills were not really being found by the players who are very regularly finding them for RRQ. So I need to be seeing a lot crisper aim and decision making here for the players, that punch coming through from the outset, because if you allow for Gen G to get a similar streak at the start of Bind, then I think that this is just going to be cooked. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of the problem came down to a round like this. This is actually the round that I just had in my mind, where Estrella's behind box there, and he's waiting for the contact on the trip, but Gen G had already sussed out the trip was there with the dog. So this is Estrella not really like fully thinking ahead in enough steps. He's just saying, okay, well, as soon as they make contact up the trip or there's any util, I'm going to throw the fault line and I'm going to slow him down. But Gen G just says, now we're going to go up and over it, flash it, clear the trip, then come around while you're screwed by utility, and then we're going to kill you. So it's just, again, it's the reason I said at the beginning of this that I wanted to change my highlighted players to Munchkin and Estrella's moments like that, because because whoever is outthinking the other is going to win, and Munchkin generally does a great job, along with Solo and HSK, of getting this team mentally prepared to think multiple steps ahead in advance.
Yeah, that is such a big factor, and I think that is the very thing that puts the best teams at the top, at least for this VCT year 2 for the franchise leagues. That is such a big factor. You just got to go beyond raw firepower here, which both of these teams definitely have. But when Gen G they've turned it back up, and going into Bind, I think this is going to be really scary. Like you guys said, it could full well be a 2-0 if RRQ doesn't figure out a way to just push Gen G and don't allow them to think. Now, we haven't seen Bind at all from RRQ. Do we have any expectations here? Any hopes? Any desires in what you want to see?
I'd be expecting coming into this Monyet on Raze and then Jemkin playing Gecko. I think that that's likely going to be, the foundations of the composition that they decide to run on this map, unless they have really gone crazy and tried to cook up something else. But as long as it's not solo Viper controller, then I think that we'll be in a good spot. But this needs to, whatever they have prepared, it needs to go hard. Because while they do have a little bit of tape to study on Gen G in Pacific as well as at international tournaments, they could have also come up with something a bit different themselves. But for the most part, I think we're likely going to be seeing the same comp from them. I think it's going to be Munchkin on that Viper, as well as the Brim there for Charon. this just comp continues to work excellently. So I don't think that Gen G is going to change. But have they come up with new set strategies? That's something that RQ has to be concerned about.
Yeah, I actually want to get your opinion on that. I think it's very interesting that Gen G, it's so far, if they find a comp that works, they don't really change that up very much, and that can even be a bit of Korean Valorant style. Other teams like to switch it up a lot. We see TLN doing that, we see PaperX doing that. In terms of just weighing out the pros and cons of each of those, do you think there's a benefit for Gen G to not changing up their comp?
Yes, 100%. I mean, I think it's because they can innovate on protocols they already have in place, and this is such a smart team that they're able to kind of iterate on different versions of what they've already shown. We've seen it time and time again. And also that, like, it's because they have such a good core foundation. They're so good at trading. They're so good at individual play. Their first kills are through the roof. All those things put together make Gen G absolutely formidable, and that allows them as well to expand their playbook on their current agents.
Now, we also have our guessing game.
Okay.
Yeah, here are our ranks
yeah, you're
right
fine.
now.
You're like, you're just
so
like,
I think we have
radiant.
to fly through this.
Yes.
Okay, quickly.
Your top fragger for map 2 Bind. Who's it going to be?
Okay.
The options are Texture, Monyet, or is it a tie?
What the?
Sorry, I thought it was I think they changed it. Texture,
Well,
Monyet.
done.
I'm going to go with Texture as well.
I'll just go Monyet because I don't care.
I
was going to pick Meteor, but he's not on the list.
Yeah,
if I'm correct in my assumption here, and Manya is playing the Raze, then he definitely has a significantly higher percentage chance of being able to take this, though.
Yes. 100%. That's why these guessing game games are meant for us to fail all the time. Although you did make it to Radiant, our first Radiant. They even put a little king hat on the king himself, Mr. King.
What can I say? Game is easy.
You know what? I'm not even
hated
saying
this
anything. No,
game.
I'm just letting it go. Not this time.
I hate this game until I'm a Radiant.
Hey, you know. Okay, I did not guess this.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay, I got Monyet nailed as far as the Raze is concerned,
Yeah.
but everything else is not what I was anticipating. This is a spanner in the works.
It's the first time we're seeing some of these players on these agents at all.
How are you? My concern here when I just look at this is it's going to be really difficult to set up Jemkin on that Yoru. You don't have any really deep utility other than the Paranoia to, like, set him up for success. So these TPs are going to have to be immaculately timed. Yeah, you can smoke on top of him with the straight up, but
instead of flashing, it's going to be a Monyet go kill, and then you TP alongside him, I suppose.
Sure.
This is going to be really interesting to see, though. And it's another deadlock. Very few teams have been willing to pick this up, and RQ, they're doing it here in playoffs.
Well, RQ is starting on the attacker side. Really curious to see how they manage to pull this one off. We're going to go into map 2 over to Casters, Quack, and Chobra.
Thank you very much. We love Deadlock and Cypher in this house.
Whoa, you love Deadlock. I'm.
No, I love Deadlock. I love Deadlock, but this is a variation. Oftentimes when we've seen the Deadlock Cypher, it was not here with the Yoru Raze on top of a Omen solo controller on Bind. Now, just if we're running through the option in theory a little bit, this composition, you're relying on contact to get in, you're relying on direct contact to get in, flashes to get in, and then you're going to set up the post plant. So, you can see you're playing to your strengths a lot, but it is a deep dive in. Texture trying to fish for it. He's actually going to end up getting the orb, but they're trapped now with the paint shells. Texture and Meteor both pushed up very far out. During all of this, Jemkin's already dug deep into A short as well, so Gen G a little bit pressured. RQ, they've already taken all the way up to the entrance of the site, right up to the spike position. They spot him, they push him out of showers, and that's going to be the Poison Cloud dropping. Jemkin's ready for it. A quiet pinch in from RQ. Lamb still being held, backside still being held by Gen G, and they push right back out. Gen G's not taking this quietly, and Monyet cannot find all the kills as Texture gets 3 for himself.
Unbelievable. I mean, yes, we can talk about utility and strategy for days, but the way that this round really plays out is just how Gen G kind of gets the read of the situation, hangs back, and stays comfortable enough to find their angles, find their shots. Texture didn't stay inside of showers for the longest time. He backed out. And at the same time, you've got Karen locking out lamps, and they're able to find these angles and duels because they know where the choke points are. They know where RQ's going to kind of flood in from, and they just manage to land everything.
See what else RQ's able to show us, but we're not going to see much of it right now, as it is just going to be an eco. It's just a fast hit with the shorty, the double blast pack, and it's the judge to meet him. Holding very close as well. Karon knowing the exact distance he can hold right on the wall. Even going to deny the plant. The snakebite lands as well from long range. Sure, the barrier mesh just to hold him off, but the judge still, I mean, this distance is still deadly. They're not going to find much of it, the cam, and they just want to flood him. They just want one kill, and they'll get it. Okay, Xfero gets 2. I guess more than you bargained for. So RQ doesn't mind that too much, but I think Gen G's probably chuckling a little bit over on stage.
Yeah. Karon threw out the stimmy just as he was about to die. The way that barrier match just kind of blocks off. The ideas were somewhat there, right? But they weren't expecting this judge in round 2 whatsoever.
Just crouched the entire time.
The Trailblazer came here to help him out as well.
Yeah, he just doesn't care. He's like, oh, I'm crouched. Well, that's just too bad.
All good.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere anyway.
Oh,
all right, well, RRQ, you have your buys now. 5 rifles. It's going to be half armors across the board. See what you can do. You've got the double sentinels to be able to just constantly bounce back and forth, along with the Eura as well. A lot of pushing and pulling here on the extremities, which is generally what you want on Bind. But again, these smokes, you're so limited in the number of smokes you have. Jemkin going to get immediately cleared, and no push out. RRQ going to read that it should be a heavier stack on A, considering that there's just no re-clear of B main. You're assuming that that's going to be the delay setup, that's going to be the weaker setup, and RRQ will be correct so far.
Just really wanting to try to play around it too. I mean, at the very least, even if they still meet a lot of resistance on the B side, they could take the teleporter out if the rotation from Gen G went through, but now Guiding Light just confirms everything. Lakia counting down the timer, sends it at the right time. Munchkin with a snakebite completely delays everything too, and there is a welcome party on the A side if the rest of RQ doesn't push through. Manyan unfortunately falls to that judge for the time being, but Jemkin with a double clears and opens everything up for the rest of his team.
The paranoia to set up the gate crash, and then the barrier mesh to hold off the rotation. Haven't quite cleared elbow, so they're not entirely certain, but they do seem to have a very hard read that it's going to be all 3. Now they hear all the weapons as well. So RQ knowing that they should be okay. It's going to be cyber cages from both sides just to try to keep Gen G trapped as they try to creep in, trying to clear angle by angle. Gen G is looking to do damage, if not win the round. It's a 3v4. It is doable, but time is not on their side. We're about past the halfway mark. It's an instant jump in. The flood is good. Triple kill for Jemkin, but he goes down. Xfero clears up Karon, and while Meteor is doing damage, RQ, they can just play the timer to try to win out the round, and Meteor not able to stop in time on that wide swing. A very, very costly round win for RQ.
Not too shabby though. I mean, making their way through it, yes, they lost several guns in the fight, but at the same time, just showing that they have the presence to make this composition work. You have the barrier mash blocking out the site to cut off the rotations, get a lot more information, sonic sensors to potentially block out the teleporter as well, and then as the fight kind of happens out, they are watching every single angle and covering each other's backs.
But dropping 3 of your weapons, losing all the armors, that's rough. At least you have the dimensional drift. Try to set up another play, and they're going to go fast. They're just banking on the fact that it should be another weak hold here with the buys from Gen G, and they will be correct. Spots the skies, should have spotted the Viper as well at range, but Munchkin just gonna get the spam through the toxic screen. They need to be able to clear this site fast. Jemkin, he's trying his darndest, but Lakia's called for backup. They've already arrived. They're ready to break any sort of setup here, as we do see the blinds coming in, and there's the showstopper. The paint shells get a kill, but Xfero somehow survives. 85 HP, 1v2, but it's just too much. Spike wasn't planted either. And Gen G, the classic fast rotates on Bind. We're seeing it once again.
Ridiculously fast, ridiculously explosive, especially with that showstopper and the paint shells. The utility it provides really just blocks so much off for RQ. They can't quite find the space on the site to set up post plants or even to really, feel comfortable with everything that goes through. I mean, they were kind of banking on the timing of things and trying to get the right rushes out, but it just kind of doesn't set up well enough.
And here's one of the other problems that RQ is going to start to face with this composition, as we do see the lineup. It's a setup for the Rays here in Shower, so they'll get early control of that, clear the Cypher Cam. But going back is, okay, well, Munchkin, he's going to get the spray. So here's the thing, we're going to see Gen G start to spray through the smoke a lot more as well, because RRQ has to creep up. A lot of their utility has to start at the entrance of the sites. I mean, even the Paranoia, sure, it has some distance, but you have to be on that side. You have to be on the lane as Texture finds a kill onto Jemkin. I mean, not even giving a single chance to approach. And this is going to be the game plan. Gen G, hold him off at bay, and then, okay, if you see him at the site entrance, you now delay him. You've got the Toxic Screen, you've got Snakebite, you've got the Cypher, you've got Paint Shells. You delay, because the RQ, that first rotation of skills, and then they're not going to make an easy entry after that.
Not to mention they have fast rotations as well. Karen on this Judge. Information gathered now perfectly. A slight little bit of a fumble on towards the side of V-Long allows for RQ to sneak through using the Cyber Cage. Karen, however, does have the Orbital Strike. He's waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. Now just looking for some of these tiny little gaps inside of this Cyber Cage. The Stinger, the firepower that it provides, not quite able to find the shots. RQ will be able to stick the plant.
Oh my gosh, Estrella, 1 HP. Thought he was going to survive that mostly. The Shrouded step to try to avoid him, but they're still going to spot him. Munchkin comes in for the extra cover. Orbital Strike as well. The site absolutely cleared out. Monyet will do his best to get kills, but the spike gets planted inside and they can't find the targets. Gen G all over this B site once again. And, I mean, just like that, snap of a finger, and it's suddenly a 5-man stack from Gen G. RQ, they're going to have to find a better way to try to split the default of Gen G up.
Yeah, I mean, going into the round without numbers advantage just hurts that much more as well. I mean, you talked about distance and range, the way that Gen G are spraying them through the smokes, watching out for some of these vertical plays as well. And not to mention, Karen with that Orbital Strike, just well placed to allow Gen G to clear out backside before, rearing their sights towards the elbow as well as garden positions. Now back into the next round. RQ buys back up. They've got the showstopper, so time to jump. Maybe a little bit more initiating utility.
Now once again going for a bit more dry contact play. The one way to gain advantage on B, and they've ditched the A side. It's going to be a full send again from RRQ. They have no intention of rotating because they need to go for a full util dump. They need to try to draw out the delaying utility, but Munchkin's holding an off angle. Monyet is now down. The dive so much weaker. Molly's ready as well. Snakebite sent. And RRQ once again trapped in their own attack. They can't go forward, and it's tough to go backwards, but at the very least, at the 1 minute mark, they say if we don't push back now and clear our flank, we will literally just be trapped in hookah the whole round.
That's just something that doesn't feel good whatsoever, so trying to find something towards the A side, but the Seekers!
Yeah, and one of them actually gets through on hookah, 2 of them actually. So it's going to be a clear sign for Gen G that they've already made the right call. Meteor's here to back him up. Texture holding from heaven. The trips are clear, but the paint shell again, just so much delay. RRQ not able to draw these out fast enough. Their rotation is just much slower right now than Gen G's. They're still trying to creep in, but Meteor's already holding in the smoke. So is Karen. It's a triple hold on the site, and they immediately push out. It's a play for time here from Gen G. And RQ, they don't have an answer for it. They try for a fake, but there's going to be the ultimate, and they're just spraying down to deny the plant. And they'll get the cherry on top by eliminating everybody from RQ.
Peeking out from little bits of cover, they eliminate every single player, and at the same time, just RRQ feels like they're facing against just the biggest wall. They can't break through it. You talk about, yes, the fast rotation, so much delay from Gen G, but at the same time, RQ just can't quite catch a break. It feels like they need a little bit more, room clearing utility. Maybe the boom bot, maybe the fake out that Jemkin has with his Yoru, but they're also kind of trying to save some of it, and they can't quite get enough space to really find the entrances into the sites. Every single time that RQ tries to get a little bit more forward momentum, a little bit more forward control, they get blocked off by like Munchkin holding these different angles, and they're always playing against numbers disadvantage.
Curious to see what Ewok's going to tell them, because, I mean, I'm racking my brain and I'm looking at the utility that RQ has in their arsenal. Again, a lot of it is single use. So you can't really risk spending too much of it to try to go for fake executes on one side. Again, they're limited by a lot of range as well. So it's not like you have global abilities to throw a fake and then immediately strike at the same time to make sure that Gen G can't react in time. But right now, that's the problem. You bring this composition to try to just get a read if they push out, watch your flanks, but really you want to get into the site, get the post fight. You want to always guarantee that you have the numbers advantage. You want to always guarantee that you have the tempo, but there's so much delay, and there's not a great way for RRQ to bait that out. I mean, this is where that lack of an initiator, it hurts a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they were going to try to use this Euro as an initiator, but so far, Jemkin trying to lurk around, playing around the gate crashes, it just doesn't quite break through now. Single gate crash already spotted out and marked by Gen.G. Dismissed quickly as they try to clear out the rest of the A site alongside this dimensional drift. Trips being spotted. Now it's a little bit more space, maybe able to sneak the spike plant, but Meteor sneaking around the corners.
He's not checked. Not yet. They could have a suspicion just because of the cyber cage, but they do not know for sure. And you have Munchkin outside of the smoke as well. Sure, you have the barrier mesh, but you don't actually have control of the site like you think you do. The paranoia is not going to get the full care. There's a flash. Jemkin buying enough time. Magyet the showstopper to make sure, and Xpharaoh watching the flank. And he sends it as well, blindly. RRQ finally getting a round that they wanted in the fashion that they planned for with this composition. See if they can end it cleanly for a flawless. They're on board for it. Karon just holding back, and it looks like he will just back off. I mean, with the barrier mesh buying so much time and a 1v5, you're not going to want to risk this one.
Backing up for the clean save. That said, though, good round from RRQ. I think it was a little bit of a tell. As soon as Meteor tried to sneak on over, Karon with the Sky Smoke kind of alerted RRQ to maybe thinking. Oh, there it is. Magyet peeking out. Good job.
I mean, you need rounds like that. You need shots like that to get your confidence back up, because otherwise you go into every fight thinking that I'm at a disadvantage. We see that even at the top levels. We see that at the grand finals sometimes, international tournaments, because that's just how momentum goes. But here's the thing, is that you can tell this comp is designed to try to combat Gen.G. The barrier mesh goes down, it stops the flood. Like, that's the whole idea. You throw the grav net, it stops the flood. But you got to throw these fakes, and this time, sure, it kind of worked. Lakia just checking for the gate crash. He doesn't read too much into it, but let's be honest, Gen.G did have the information. They just didn't react on it because they weren't quite sure, and now they will have downloaded that round.
A lot more information to work off of. And with that, an early Sky Smoke just to deny the control. Timer continues to tick. And RRQ trying to figure out which side they can really push out and pull.
I mean, every second spent from RRQ not drawing out delay util from Gen.G means they have less options. That's what we've seen in the first 6 rounds. And RRQ will have to start to move faster. It's already down to the minute mark. Already so much time spent. You still have a showstopper. You have a pit. You have snake bite. You have molly. Everything is still there. Trailblazer as well from Gen.G to try to slow things down. Gravnet to just jump onto Lamps. The pit is going to go up. And Magyet can't land the shots. Meteor just traces him as he comes through. Meteor popping out as well on for the ace. He denied textures, but will he get his own? As he hides the cam to try to spot. Not quite finding him just yet. Elmimore hidden in Lamps.
30 seconds
But there's no exit. I mean, Elmimore, your best bet right now is just to try to save here. He's going to deny it. It's just Gen.G against Aces today. But Elmimore, now the mission is to stay alive. 20 seconds. Barrier mesh maybe just to trap himself in, but none of it feels great. And now
10 seconds
closing in. Holding off texture from one side. They know he's trapped. It's a pinch. The timing should be good. And Karon, the jumping judge, crushes down the hopes and dreams of Elmimore and RRQ.
Drink some water,
Like
reload your mags, and let's get back
Tiger
out.
stalking his prey. He creeped up. He knows that he's there. He knows that the barrier mesh is on the other side, so no way he's hiding inside of Lamps. Just jumps up, pounces on him at the right time. I mean, this round was really RRQ trying to play with some of those fakes. They know they don't have the range for it.
Karma hits hard, Meteor.
Yeah.
Karma hits hard.
Estrella intentionally ate that guiding light just to try to sell a bit of a fake to Gen.G that they might be trying to push out B site, but no, Meteor just manages to anchor everything down. Now the Annihilation in play pulls Karon out.
Yeah, but there's cover here from Gen.G, but they overcommit to it. Really wanted to save that one. And now it's just going to be Meteor and Munchkin. No control of the site. Sure, you have the creds.
Spike planted.
But we'll see if they go for it at all. It looks like, all right, it's going to be Meteor just going for the save. No reason to give over a chance for a faster ultimate for either Jemkin or Monyet. Munchkin stayed back, seeing if he could get a cheeky extra ult orb. But otherwise, Gen G saying we're already heavily in the lead. Let's cut our losses this round. Stabilize, take this time to regroup.
There.
Which is the right call to make. Keeping themselves up on top, tip condition.
I just want to take this chance to say that Showstopper clearly is the most inaccurate ultimate now, because even Annihilation hits before Showstopper. And that's a devastating news for Raze players. But either way, RRQ using that ultimate to get clearance of A short nice and early.
Yeah. It's getting the read for how, Gen G might have the confidence to really push out sometimes, and at the same time, just trying to find those advantages. But that's the main thing. Although this was a pretty good round from RRQ, right? They got the read that a couple of sprays coming out from A short. Let's really hanker down onto this with our Annihilation. But that doesn't happen every single round. You're not going to have these ultimates all the time. They still have yet to find a real solution to the delays and the rotations that Gen G has.
RRQ hoping that they can even this out to a 6-6. Once again on the back foot. Once again playing catch up. Munchkin, he's been crouched. He's going to try to pretend that he's not there, not making the audio cue of trying to pull the pin out. And Texture is still holding there from backside, but RRQ, they find their targets. Quick trades onto Munchkin and Texture. Barrier Mesh already down. They haven't quite cleared showers yet. They don't check for it at all. The gate crash fake, but no control over that one. And RRQ, sure you have the wall up, but you're trapped right now. Setting up the sonic sensors. Barrier Mesh broken nice and early. The ping's coming down from the neural theft. Gen G ready to close in on the target.
Still kind of waiting for that tap now. Here it comes. With the Cyber Cage out though, Karen plays right around the edges, managing to take down Jemkin. Elmimore sprays through, gets a couple of his own. A Meteor answers right back. Elmimore still playing around the corners, finding that quad with a headshot to put RQ up on the 4th.
It's the same story as Haven. It gets dicey, but RQ barely hanging on to this map once again. Elmimore, great heroics to put him right back up to 1 point away from his Annihilation, from that ultimate. See if he can be the hero that RQ needs. Oftentimes he is. But right now they still have a long way to go. Finally destroying the economy of Gen G. 4 sheriffs.
Could be potentially an RRQ 6-6 at the end of the first half if they play their cards right. Gen G starting to get an idea that this is how RRQ wants to play it, especially around that grab net, which really keeps some players pinched down once Monyet dives in. This time, switching things up, they go in for that showers play. Boombot just to clear it out. Karen at the ready with the incendiary grenade.
Dimensional Drift is online. And if I'm RRQ, I use it this round. You need whatever rounds you can guarantee. Can't be looking at the long run right now. It's going to be a stack. Xfero's in for a rude surprise. It's too many. He oh my goodness. He double guesses it whether he wants to activate the cam or not. Activates it a second later, and that's what costs his life. Now they will be going. They know that that's the call. It's too many people. Munchkin getting chased down. He gets chased down. It's a quick reaction from RQ. They're trying to hold on. There's a Cyber Cage and a Grav Net just to secure the site. There's still 2 rifles on the side of Gen G. Barrier Mesh now going up late outside of the smoke as well, so there's still time. Annihilation being used. They want to secure the round. They know what's at stake right now. Cocoon gets broken fast enough.
Just pulling time, buying time as much as possible. Now watching the angles. As soon as Gen G peeks out, there are a couple of shots fired through, but what is this? The paint shells is broken down the front lines. Jemkin knows he has to fight for this now. Pushes out with the flash, able to take down the first. Now watching from the off angles, you got Monyet walking down the perfect lineup. It's a bit of a double spray, and RRQ finds their 5th win.
Last
a little bit
round
costly,
in the half.
Yeah, very dicey. Quite costly. They'll still be able to scrape together everything for a full buy. Elmimore, of course, with all those multi-kills, has the bank, but they have to spend a lot of their ultimates. Thankfully, Monyet has the Showstopper online now, so they still have another power tool to pull out of the shed if they want to try to go for that 6-6 half. Texture, one away from his as well, and Gen.G setting up for it. They want to go for an orb play. You have Orbital Strike from Karon as well. And RQ's here to punish for it. The grab net's coming down, the showstopper. Texture, you're going to be trapped. He somehow dodges it, but he can't get out. He's trapped around the grab net. No exit out of that one. And RQ start with a man lead.
Especially if they have the timing right now to go in for a bit of a TP play, but the Orbital Strike comes up just as fast. Meteor manages to answer back inside of Hookah, taking down Elmi more. No more delay utility for RQ, even if they get onto sites. It's going to be a little bit more tricky now. They don't quite have the dive capability without the blast packs as well, so this all comes down.
Oh, this is going to be a full send. Okay, he's going to go onto the triple, but he's not going to get checked. It's just a full fake still. RQ's doing everything they can to make sure Gen.G rotates, and Gen.G still have Lakia over by B in a position with the toxic screen to shut everything down. Monyet goes down, instant spam, but that's enough time for Karon to fill the back of the site. He sees the Shrouded Step. He's waiting for the next jump in. There's a flash coming in. Estrella barely jiggles out in time. Site's still in control for RQ. Gen.G now too staggered. They have to reset for the retake.
A little bit of dark cover though. Oh, but Munchkin just walks out a little bit too darn early. Meteor now, it's all on his shoulders before RQ evens out the score. Slowly creeps out, fires off an opening shot, revealed his position, trying to bait out some peaks, but nobody's really going in for it just yet. They've got such a big numbers advantage, all staring down this one single line of sight. Smoked off by Estrella, but what is this? The collateral onto two! It's a sudden one-on-one. Xpharaoh, a bit of a death match, and he manages to sidestep as Meteor steps up onto the top. Meteor goes down, and RQ finds their 6th win, evening out the score at the end of the first half.
Listen, I'm as unbiased as I can be in any cast, but I need a doctor right now after that round. What was that collateral from Meteor? Somebody get help, because oh my goodness. You fully, watching it as a viewer, you fully expect Meteor to go for that shot right as the smoke blooms. But RQ, they just line up in the most perfect timing. Insane, but at the end of the day, right now, if you're RQ, you just say, listen, it's a 6-6. We gotta forget what the journey looked like, but the destination, we made it barely onto 6-6. See what we can do. And now for Gen.G, obviously the story's a little different. You know that the journey was on your side for the majority of that half, and it started to just slip away at the last second.
Starting to feel like it. Gen.G still have a lot of cards in play. That said, though, that was a really, really cerebral round from RQ with the way that they were kind of rotating all over the place. That teleporter play pinching on towards Lakia, pinching on towards Karon, really threw them in for a bit of a loop. But now that we've swapped sides, how does this composition play out? Still have the sonic sensor in play just right around the truck on A site. Default 2-1-2 setup as Gen.G works in for their
cutting through
kind of information gathering.
RRQ, looking at the composition, I think you would have wanted a couple more rounds on the attacking side, but now they'll have to utilize the double sentinel as much as possible. They're working with 0 information gathering, active information gathering, no initiators on the defense. It's going to be tough to try to go for early rotates as RRQ. You have to push out and get fights. It's not easy to do that on the pistol, but if Jemkin wins the first contact, makes things a little simpler. Monyet peeking off of it, and he just shuts down Munchkin. B main held on, you hear the noise, you know it's the Cypher here on the B side. Trapped. And Gen.G now rotating, trying to re-clear. Still a lot of time on the clock.
We're going out.
Just kind of slowly inching up towards it. Estrella with the jump peaks gathers the information that he needs, so now sets up for the paranoia while Monyet plays around the corner. We've got the rest of the squad kind of rotating over as well. There's a bit of a potential for Gen.G to make a teleporter play if they really want to.
No info though, and you just drew out the paranoia, so Gen.G, they're just gonna go in quietly, cut the audio, send the high guiding line just to get in and find the opening. There's one kill, but it's not gonna be enough as RRQ they've made that fast rotate. And I love what Estrella did there. He goes for the blind paranoia. I was wondering if he was going to keep it until he heard the guiding light, because then Gen G was looking in prime position to creep in. But he sends it because you've already started the rotate as RRQ to make sure you stack, because you still have Cypher, you still have his util on the A side. He gets a reaction out, now you continue with the stack. So RRQ, they get the pistol round in a relative fashion that they would have wanted, but we'll see if they can continue this, because they got the pistol on Haven as well in the second half, but it stopped right after the anti-eco.
Still a bit of a potential for them. Buying out the Outlaw now, Monyet just fires off the opening shot, trying to funnel them over onto the other sites. Barrier mesh set up now. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for the pistols to break it. Gen G just retrieving their alt orbs.
Yeah, Naomi Moore, he gives the ult orb, but he's going to set up that wall further back just because it is pistols right now. So you're going to have to creep up. You can't break that, right, at an advantageous angle. You have to actually reveal yourself all the way in through showers, and on pistols it's going to take a while. So he'll say, you know what, you take the ult orb, I'll take the timer. I'll take the better setup on the timer here for the round on the defense. It finally dissipates. Still a minute left, though. So now, having to cycle those smokes. Only one left for Estrella before the cooldowns. Gravnat at the ready. It's going to be a simultaneous pinch. The guiding light lets them know that the hit is here. Creeping all the way through. Snakebite keeping RQ at bay. And RQ, they can't stay alive. Omimore completely trapped in the smoke. Gen G fishes him out. Xpero's here for the trade. Backside still in control for RRQ. They're going in through close quarters. It's a double setup. Meteor. What a snapshot onto Chemkin. Weapon recovered. Vandal in the hands of the Sentinel of Gen G. And RRQ, they have a lot of work to do. They have to push through. Shower's still in Gen G's control as well. They gain no space off of that paranoia. Charon trying to make a curveball play, but he gets shut down at long range. Meteor utilizing that Vandal. He turns around. It's a triple. The reload not in his favor, but Monyet doesn't have much to work with. Just the classic. He finds one. There's a Spectre for Munchkin. This is the round over. Gen G, the Thrifty to shut down the anti-eco.
And big momentum picked up now, and it all starts with the way that they really pushed in. RRQ thought they had the cards in their hands with that barrier mesh inside of showers, with the way that they were set up for the Gravnet. But as soon as Gen G does their due diligence to clear out these little corners, right, the paint shells into the sky smoke, the way that they managed to sneak Meteor into the corner of lamps, they picked up that rifle, they started firing off their shots, they landed everything snappy, good, sharp, and clean. This is now devastating for RRQ as they go into the next round with pistols.
RRQ, they're gonna try to force this orb. I mean, it's an eco. You just want whatever advantage you can have, but I mean, as soon as you hear those shots, I imagine you just back off, try to go for a stack. But they want to make sure, they're trying to make sure that Gen G doesn't get too much of a snowball, I guess, with even the ult economy, but now you've given even a bigger one. It's an avalanche. Gen G, they get the spike plan as well. No damage done to their economy. Not even an armor scratched up. And RRQ, it's looking like they'll just have to go down to the spike.
Just waiting for it at the very least.
Texture's not going to give that chance, though. He knows. I mean, he's 2 points away. This is what RRQ's scared of. Texture, the Outlaw, he's creeping in. They have a long way to go, and guess what? The barrier mesh actually blocking their exit all the way back as well. Oh, the pre-fire. He jumps in, okay. But he gets one. He gets 1 point. And that's mission accomplished for Texture. It's the Outlaw. So you're not losing much, because the Econ Snowball has already begun for Gen G.
So, as everything pans out, Gen G are really starting to snowball their advantage. I mean, that's why you called it an avalanche. That's why we call it momentum, right? They're really starting to build up onto this. Meanwhile, although RQ are sitting on one ultimate, if they can't find this next round, we're really looking at them working against, you know, the economy of the game. And that's going to be very, very beneficial to Gen G right now.
Showstopper online for Monyet, but Texture, as we mentioned, 108 from his. RQ, aggressive one-way down B main, but that's all the control they get for now. Again, no initiator means it's very tough to push out even further, even on a timing. It's going to be the Snakebite. trying to give Lakia a chance to re-clear B main. Gen.G, full fake on the B side, trying to draw out whatever utility. And Estrella, he doesn't want to get stranded. He doesn't know how many people are here. Again, no info on the side of RRQ. I mean, sure, there's no hard info on the side of Gen.G either, but...
Is the gate crash, though? So kind of rotations over from Jemkin once they start to snuff out that it's a bit of a fake. But is it going to be enough numbers to put up a wall between them and Gen.G?
RQ needs to hold on to Showers. They've made their commitment, which is, I would say, the right call to hold on to this angle, but they have to clear Meteor out. If they can't do that, Hook's going to be the round broken. Meteor gets the kill. Magnet holds him off for the time being, but it's still going to be angle advantage for Gen.G as they now hold both entries into the site, and they just barrel through trying to chase. Lakia
30 seconds
of
left.
an overheat. So now down to a 2v3. Unbeknownst to Gen.G on site, it's currently a 2v2. They can't bank on that just yet. They will just double up, go for the plant. They know that Showers was still under their control, so Meteor holding close. Karon's gonna look to try to bait them out into Meteor's hands. Meteor waiting, suspecting perhaps the far alert coming in. He finds one, he lands that shot, but can't connect to more. Karon, another snap headshot. The spike's still far, he's trying to buy time, but the molly doesn't quite come out. Paranoia pushes him back, he has to double check, and Estrella's gonna get off the half, but Karon! How many is it? The headshot machine of Korea revs up his engines once again here in the playoffs.
Doesn't even need the molly. Backs up completely and then just goes in for the most confident swing. Even went in for a wide swing before he backed up in towards Showers. RQ trying their darndest to really control this site. You know, they had the right reads, the gate crashed over, but as soon as Gen.G pushed through, yes, it was a lot of resistance initially, but making use of the smokes, they stay tucked away in the site, and they managed to control it. These fakes, everything, Gen.G's controlling the pace of the game.
RQ, you chose this comp, you have to commit to it. And now they are, they're trying to just get the fights they want, but Gen.G's ready for it, the weapon advantage too much. And the util not gonna favor RRQ, as Gen.G has already suspected it. They were already backstepping away, knowing that RRQ has to go for a Hail Mary. The composition, the econ, everything points to it. Gen.G not a team to let those things slip away. Sphera, sure, you've got a stinger, but LB not able to catch the tail either, and it's just going to be down to Magnet as we get a Pulsar flawless for Gen.G. And it looks like they're going to start to run away with it once again. On Haven, it was at the 8th round win, but here, now at 7, RRQ stopped in their tracks.
And momentum built up, truly. I mean, the ultimates are starting to build up towards the stacks for Gen.G, and at the same time, they've hit double digits. It's so much more difficult for RQ to come back from this, so the timeout desperately needed from Coach Ewok right now.
You had to have committed to this composition for a reason. I mean, this is a team, these are players that know that they have to know that this composition is quite all in. But a big part of it is, again, ever since the 6th round win streak on Haven on that first map from Gen.G, RRQ has looked cautious. RRQ has looked a little bit worried about the fights they take. And once that doubt starts to creep into you on stage, it ruins a lot of the plans you might have had. It doesn't matter what comp, what meta you're playing in, but if you don't have those moments where you know, I'm just swinging out, I'm winning, whether you win or not, then it's so hard to create space in a game of Valorant. And you can see Gen.G right now, I mean, no doubts in any of their players. I don't think we've ever seen quite a best of 3 like this from Gen.G, where from the very beginning, all 5 players were hitting their shots. They're a great team, but oftentimes they're a bit of a slow starter. You know, Texture has to make some time, Meteor has to make some time, Karon, Lakia, you know, they take turns and then they all come online in the long run, but not today.
Certainly does not bode too well for RQ, keeping in mind that this is the knockout rounds. Gen.G now in the lead, having taken down Haven, which was RQ's map pick. This bye means everything for RRQ. They've got the ultimates to make it work. Just trying to set up for some rotations. Gen.G, again, they don't have all that much information.
It's just a kill trip that they're relying on. Then the cam as well. Here comes the paint shows. Xfero, you gotta get out of there. He's not going to be able to. The call comes in too late. And RRQ, the setup dismantled by a single grenade thrown out from Raze. Now a 4-man retake. You have the dimensional drift, but the Seekers come out. Time bomb once again. Estrella spams through. He finds a gap. Now's the opening for Jemkin to try to get information. He's scouting out, but Texture, he's dancing. He's dancing as much as he can, trying to buy time. Estrella going around on the flank. Monyet finds a kill as well, and that's going to the timing to pinch in. Estrella, the IGL leading by example, gets a 4K to round out this win.
You gotta watch it from his POV. The way that he found those frags, a couple of those were they wallbangs? From inside of B. It was a little bit painful when you saw Xfero going down, but as soon as everyone rotated over, even with the Seekers that lot get sent out, Estrella threading the needle from elbow, managing to find a couple of angles onto some of the Gen G players, and then swinging out, snapping onto their heads, finding that quad to put his team back up on top.
Little smile on his face as well, trying to get his teammates just back into the game, trying to find some comfort. After that timeout, a little bit of that adjustment. And now, looking like it's going to be a fast push out for Monyet with just a singular flash.
Here.
And Monyet, I mean, there's no one there to trade for him. Sure, with the flash, maybe he should have hit that first shot, but either way, now it's a numbers advantage. And RQ, to try to make sure that they maintain any control of showers, they have to commit 2 here to re-clear. Waiting for any util, waiting for the peek from Elmimore.
No escape.
But it's going to be the Trailblazer first. Util trade for util trade, the cam to allow Gen G. There's the guiding light, the anti, and the counter flash, and they both anti and Gen G split apart. And RRQ bleeding out members on the A side.
Estrella still thinking about rotating through or not. Jemkin, Xfero just trying their darndest to stay on the site, deny the spike plant, anything to buy time, but the incendiary burns and barbecues him alive. It's all down to Jemkin. Estrella has finally arrived on the site, but everything's smoked off. Can't see a single line. Gen G marking out their individual half of the site.
Deja vu from Haven. RQ, they get stopped at 7, barely climb back into an 8, but looking like they're not going to be able to chain it together just yet again. And with their teammates on low creds, RQ is going to look to save time, not on their side. Texture only 3 points away from his ultimate. He's going to go on the hunt with the extra credits. See how close he can get to that showstopper. Jemkin, he needs to hit the shot. He will, but Texture, again, still gets an ult orb off of that. So some value found, as Jemkin is still very far away from that dimensional drift, having just been used.
However, we are verily veering towards map and potentially series point once again. Like you mentioned, Will, this is that same and similar story that what we saw on Haven. RRQ trying to stay alive. Yes, Jemkin found a single kill towards the back of the end, but still that was a round headed over on towards Gen G. Pulling out all the stops now. We've got Monyet with the operator, hopefully trying to play a little bit safer to punish Gen G as they try to push on through. But this team, once they start to get going, and everyone is going right now, it's going to be a bit of a bulldozer.
And this op had to come out a lot earlier. It does help, of course, on any of these maps, but especially maps where you want to control the extremities. Helps tighten things up a lot when you don't have hard info. But I'm surprised it's going to be the Raze holding it instead of the Yoru. So Jemkin looking to be a lot more mobile, trying to just provide backup. They find the operator over in showers. Gen G looking to try to surround it. They creep in. Lamb's control now in their favor. Still putting pressure here on Hookah as well. Meteor wins that. And he tags Xfero as well. He knows that it's just a 3-man hit over on the A side. He'll keep the Cypher tied up. Xfero finally clears it, but the site already given up. Monyet, good repositioning, trying to delay with the paint shells. Paranoia goes out as well. They know the rotate's not an option just yet for Gen G.
Gen G still trying to stay and hover around the site. Karen thinking about the orbital strike, the fake out, not really bought.
Open up this hellfire!
Suddenly goes through just to clear on the backside. The rest of Gen G trying to peek out from these smokes,
30
but
seconds left.
RQ is everything trained and covered, but what is this? All the way from Showers, Munchkin, a bit of a double kill, Karen here to back him up as well. The spike has gone down. It's a 1-on-2 for Xthero.
The layers from Gen G, down in numbers, and you still go for a commit onto the rotate. You use the orbital strike to make sure that you have time to go all the way around. That entire play, the linchpin was going to be Munchkin, and Karon will be the one to wrap it up. One step away from getting into the double elimination playoffs. Gen G. This is how they did it in stage 1. Sure, the journey seems a little rough. Seems like it's a slow start, but when it matters, they say we've come prepared. This is the moment we've been waiting for, because we won't ever miss that one chance.
They've got that one shot.
HS Gage just called Karon an insane, he's just a crazy guy. You're insane! Well, Monyet gets trapped. Gen G, a hard read on this one. With all the ultimates online, you know, I mean, every time RQ feels the pressure for a Hail Mary, Gen G's on top of it. Barrier Mesh has to be used early to try to clear it. And now even from the shadows. So RQ, Estrella cancels it, hoping that that's the call for Gen G to rotate back to A.
Not really moving yet, though. Keeping in mind, Elmimore does have the Annihilation, should he choose to use it.
Not in a great position to, though. I mean, into Garden, that's a weird angle for you to try to bounce it off of. Have to really expose himself quite a bit. And now, just under the minute mark, Gen G gonna look to widen the map just a bit. They know that no one's actually pushed out because they've had that spy cam out in front of Showers for a very long time. Yet he gets spotted, and he sees him. Both of them getting information. Estrella has to win that fight. He does. So they know that Gen G might be going for the rotate. The Annihilation just to push them out. Now they have hard information. The Annihilation trying to chase through. Estrella gonna be on the receiving end of this package. Takes down Lakia. Gen G, can they pull it out again? The Rabbit. No, Estrella shuts it down, and Karon not gonna be able to do much. Just Jemkin finally closes things out on that 9th round win.
Pick something nice to
Well-placed defenses, well-placed defenses from RRQ with that barrier mesh, and even with the Annihilation through the teleporter trying to turn up the heat, creating a lot more pressure for Gen G to push into the site. Well held by Estrella, who has been finding a lot of these frags on this map for RRQ. Can he do it for like about 3 more rounds just to push RRQ into overtime against Gen G?
It's gonna take a lot. No ultimates on their side. Showstopper online for Texture. Barrier Mesh, again, nice and early just to try to get information, just to be able to push out on other parts of the map. They're trying to pinch onto Lakia, but it's 2 people here. They already take him down. They spotted Karon as well. Some of the best map control that RQ has had in this entire map, finally on round 22.
And then pulling back with the gate crash. Just as Gen G might have thought the beach site was slightly weaker, now thinking twice. Munchkin not quite pushing out. Camera does spot him, so he's going to have to back off for the time being. Meanwhile, we've got Texture alongside Karen slowly doubling back into her Showers. Jemkin going in for the pinch play against Munchkin now. A bit of a trade happens on the other side of the map.
Elmimore's trying to creep forward. He's trying to just be the hero that holds on. He's trying to anchor onto the site, the grab net just to buy time. And he'll say, I'm not going to take these chances. Gives the respect to Gen G. Paranoia as well to buy further time for the backup. Now 2, now 3 members, but down back to 2 as Estrella tries to even things out. Meteor all alone, only 30 HP. Just 1 more round needed, but RRQ says we're not done just yet. 2 steps away from overtime.
And it happens again. Elmimore, Estrella, Jemkin, they're doing everything that they humanly can just to put themselves back into the game. The pinch play on towards Munchkin. The utility to delay and slow down Gen G sets Estrella up for the perfect multi-kill as they finally put themselves up on top, double digits. Gen G now, though, calling the timeout.
All right. I mean, this is already a big success from RRQ, finally forcing that timeout away from Gen G. But again, it's RRQ, only 1 step away from getting eliminated. Their entire year ending here at VCT. Sure, it's already a great record. They've been gunning for a playoff spot ever since the beginning of VCT Pacific. They finally make it. They've taken down some of their nightmares that haunt them, like Gen G in stage 1. But they have to do it once more if they want to go all the way. heard it from Munchkin as well. Gen G doesn't want to go as 4th seed to champions. They don't want to sit on their laurels. I can only imagine RRQ feels the same. Improvement, that's not where they want to stop.
This goes here.
See what the timeout brings from Gen G.
Yeah, they want the seat. They want to get back in towards these international plays, and at the same time, Elmimore said it before, they've taken down Gen G once. They are looking to do it again, and it has to start on this map. 2 rounds is what stands between them and this overtime. Gen G making the plays for it, though. A bit of a fake out from Jemkin as it goes through the teleporter. Gen G slowly trying to inch up towards Long. Monyet with the operator has to back up.
Yeah, a whole entire setup to try to buy time for the operator. The paint shells, and he's trying to peek out of it. They're not going to suspect it, but the paint shells gets the kill. The showstopper not finding it. Texture can't quite find the targets he needs, but at the end of the day, Jemkin is here, holding the angle, gets the spams, finds the headshots through the smoke. Munchkin creating a crack, trying to find a gap, but the dimensional drift will force them over. Xfero, it's all up to him. In a fairly noticeable position, but the sonic sensor, it gets broken. The pit now. The stun there, buying time, and Xfero does not miss the opportunity. ORQ 1 step away from extending their life here in the knockout round.
Just as Gen G tries to go in for a set play to close out this map, Monyet with his blast X keeps himself alive. At the same time, Jemkin nailing his shots all the way from the back of the side into towards Octagon. It really sends Gen G in through the teleporter, and as soon as they step through the teleporter, you can see Xfero just zeroing his sights, getting ready for that push out. So prepared for it. Coach Ewok doing his best to try to read these plays from Gen G, and Gen G wants to end this desperately.
Yeah, they don't want this to go to overtime. They don't want to take the risk of going all the way to a 3rd map. The fact that they're pulling out their remaining their timeout, you know, using everything in their resources. Solo seems to have found something. A hard read. Giving everything he has to the players. One last play to wrap this up. Move on to the double elimination. Gen G, they don't want to be at the edge of the cliff anymore. They want to be back in front of the throne where they believe they belong. Where they've established themselves at Master Shanghai. Set an entire new record. A new landscape for VCT internationally. And now, not a full buy, but they'll have to go for it. Orbital strike at the ready. 2 points away from the Seekers. And 2 Guardians.
Monyet still on that operator. Trying to lock out some extremities of the map. Gen G spread out a little bit thin for the time being, letting them expend their utility. The fake out does not spot anything.
Yeah, no reaction, but more than anything, they're trying to make sure that they have to use util to try to get into hookah. Just put that pressure there. A setup for Estrella. Gate crash sent over. Early barrier mesh gets run out. It's immediately destroyed. So RQ not as much time as he would have hoped. Gen G, a Hail Mary play. Texture planted in lamps, and it's a stack towards B. It's the weak side, but Elmimore finds that there's no util follow-up, but Estrella gets taken down. No smokes on the side of RQ in the face of elimination. Jemkin cut off from the site, so is Xfero. RQ,
Cage trigger.
are they gonna give this up? Xfero, he desperately wishes he could find a kill, but no one's gonna check for him. He's not gonna go for the spam. The volley takes out Elmimore. TP heard. Monyet trying to pinch in. It's gonna be a bunch of 1v1s. Xfero's waiting for it. Doesn't find the kill. Gen G exits. They know that time is on their side. And there's not much of it. Ticking down on their lifeline of VCT Pacific 2024. Doubled up on elbow. They're in the site, but no one's showing their face. Meteor drawing aggro. Xfero takes Munchkin down, but still nobody spotted. The orbital strike finally drawn out, but 2 members taken down, and Xfero all alone to try to keep RRQ alive. But he's not gonna find it. The ticks ending the season of RRQ. Gen G will win 2-0. Moving on to the double elimination of the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs and ending RQ season once again.
A single left click, a single tap ends it all. RQ, they've shown massive improvements, finally making it to playoffs, but Gen G shows that they have the adaptability everything to keep themselves in tip-top condition going forward in playoffs.
RRQ, yet another valiant effort, but Gen G, they come back alive when they needed it most with this win, securing themselves into Champion Soul no matter what. But as the IGL Munchkin said earlier today, this isn't where they stop. They are looking to make it all the way to go in as a higher seed. They want to make sure that they go in with an outstanding position going into Champion Soul on home ground as the reigning international winners of VCT.
And they have to face off against old nemesis Paper Rex in their next stage, having a little bit of fun on the stage as well. Scooching on over to the side, Gen G, they're really showing how much they have to offer. Every single player on top form, every single player reading all the plays that RRQ was trying to throw at them. Even though they are sticking to all of these classic compositions, it works. Our desk will break down everything that happened in this series.
Thank you. Yes, Chobra slips back into a coma as Gen G charges through into another day of playoffs.
You know what I think we learned here today? First of all, Gen G still got it. RRQ really did a great job on Vine, throwing him a curveball with this composition, really pushed him to the limit. It took a while for it to go. But I think what we really learned is that Chobra's curse when he picks RRQ is stronger than Asurai's prediction ability this year. Unfortunate, but it do be like that.
That it does. This is such an unfortunate way for things to come to a conclusion for RRQ. To be able to rally back, you know, make a decent effort on that Haven, and then come into this bind and, you know, get it up to a 6-6 half to push it and make it really look like we're going to be going to overtime. It was fantastic to see from them, but unfortunately this is the end of the road. It is once again Gen G being that roadblock, stopping them in their path. But ultimately, I think that this is still a solid year. Obviously, RRQ, they went through some changes. They dropped Flipshider. Estraic moves into the primary IGL role. They get Monyet. And they also continue to shift around roles with Elmi, Moore, and Xpero, changing up who is going to be playing what. I think that in the end, they got to a really good spot. So ultimately, this is not a bad year at all. They get their first playoffs. They really figure out what they want to be doing with these players. It just unfortunately was a little bit too late to get themselves into a better position, and Gen G didn't beat Secret, so they ended up having to play against them again. So I think that for the future, if they stick together, which they should, this is still going to be a very scary team going into 2025.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I think this is a fantastic look for RRQ. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite cross that line here today, but again, yeah, we've seen so much improvement since last year throughout this entire 2024 season. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what's in store for RRQ in the 2025.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to hang your hat on something as an RRQ fan, you can say it was better this year than it was last year. You got into the playoffs this time. You didn't have to go through, you know, some weird scenario to try to get the champs. Instead, you had a pretty good opportunity here. You just had to win a couple games. Very difficult opponents, of course, but you're going to have to beat them at some point anyway.
Yes.
So for sure, signs of life, signs of improvement. I think with more time, the core of this roster looks really scary to me. I thought this comp, initially, I didn't really like it at first, but actually as I watched it more and more, I kind of understood the X's and O's of what was going on. In the post plan in particular, that is a scary, scary comp to go against because of that deadlock utility. It makes it so difficult on Vine to set up those retakes. So Gen G had to try to get ahead of it, and then RRQ made good adjustments to anticipate those fast rotates that Gen G was trying to do. So things like that. There's a lot of good things going on there. It's just, look, pound for pound, Gen G right now is just the best team in the world. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see RRQ do more of this in the offseason. But I also have to share with this victory today, Gen G is now secured for champs. And even this is, I mean, it's great. We want to see them back in champs representing Korea for the Korea champions. And I'm so distracted because our guessing game results are up. You did it.
I did it.
I'm
not going into wood. I avoided wood.
You did it. You got your prediction right and you got this right.
Yeah.
Like I said, Monyet, he was likely going to be playing Raze, and that gives him the opportunity. And there you go.
I should get
He was
like
able to
3
get it.
points out of this because I originally wanted to pick Meteor.
You
I'm
did.
pretty sure he top fragged on that map.
Well, you didn't. So just you get your
But they
one.
wouldn't let me pick Meteor. He wasn't an option.
Wait, is this right? So you
Yeah.
were.
I'm up to.
You go to bronze.
Bronze.
And
Yeah.
then I fall
Do I
down
follow
to
this?
You join
Portal.
me. Join me in bronze.
Join you in bronze.
Yeah. And our king is now. Take that crown off. He doesn't deserve that anymore.
I am still well and
He's-
above
No.
the rest of my
You're just
constituents.
like a prime minister right now.
peasants.
You haven't ascended.
Wait. Wingman stays. And the AI. Oh yeah, we had AI prediction also.
Get wrecked, AI.
This is AI. Oh, double. Oh, because he picked tie.
Pick tie?
You fool!
All right, AI is not going to take our jobs just yet. More?
No, I think he's saying
me?
you have to go down.
No, she already did.
I
She already
went
did. She
from
already did.
silver
She
to
was in
here.
silver. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Then I think we're
I'm
good.
Then we're good.
Good. They're making sure ranks are all fair here.
Somehow a picture board is always the thing that trips us up
This
the most
is-
on the desk.
This is so manual, you know? I'm kind of used to doing stuff on a PC. Yeah, so Texture had 16 kills. Monyet had 17 kills. It was tied for a long time.
Yes.
AI was actually not too bad. The little KO guy there. Anyway, going back to this very last map, we got to see 2 maps that we haven't seen much of from these 2 teams. It was pretty close. RQ was, climbing back there. Those 2 timeouts, though. Seoul obviously had them figure it out and making sure they couldn't get any further than 11 points.
For sure. I mean, the fact that Solo also had 2 timeouts coming into the last 2 rounds, absolutely ridiculous. The fact that he's able to pump the brakes twice there and just call a set play for Genji. He's like, okay, Texture's gonna fake, the rest of you are going B on that final round. Like, the fact that he can see that much and have that much ability towards the end of a map when you're up 12-8 already with 2 timeouts in the back pocket with a coach like Solo, that's so brutal for RRQ to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be like, Lowell has to use the timeout again, 1 round later. But ultimately, it would be way more concerning if he didn't use it. Because otherwise, worst case scenario, you're going into that overtime, you get the reset, you get an extra timeout. So you might as well burn the one that you have while you have it. And it ends up working a treat. It's really unfortunate. It felt like there's some really silly deaths at times, helping to deliver the victories over here to the side of Genji. I'm thinking about, on Haven, Meteor being able to get the nano and the turret kill, holding down that B site, but then, more unfortunately, just dying to that molly, allowing for Karen to get that kill, gets the rest of the team set up for that post plant, and then Karen just disengages all the way back over towards Fountain. He's got the orbital strike, and the game is just over from there. It was good advantages, taken from the side of Genji, but this was a very narrow victory on Bind. And RQ, a couple of adjustments, that, rush play not coming through from Monyet, bouncing out of showers, only escorted by a singular Yoru flash. Moments like that, if you take them back, they could have been victorious here.
I would just want to say, I like this comp in a way with the deadlock. I'd rather see, if you're going to run it, no Cypher and run like a Sky or something else to give yourself a little bit more ability to control the map.
Yeah, definitely fair enough. And again, I hope to see more of it in the off-season, especially from RQ. And with that, Genji, DRX are secure for champions alongside with Paper Rex. We're going to go over to the stage for our interview with the victors today, Genji.
Hello, and the first win here at playoffs at VCT Pacific Stage 2 goes to Genji. Hello, Karon, GG.
GG's.
All right. This win today by Genji secured their place at the next round and, of course, their spot in champs. So I want to know, how's that win taste? Sweet, I bet. 오늘 우승으로 인해서 이제 다음 라운드 진출 그리고 챔스 확정까지 한 승리 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 저희가 TS 때처럼 무너지지 않고 저희가 이번 경기를 잘 이겼기 때문에 앞으로도 진출도 하고 조금 더 편한 마음가짐으로 게임을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We were able to, keep our posture unlike our TS match, and then we secured our spot next round and at the champs. And the Sky Viper composition on Haven showed that unusual comp works. So I want to know, that's because it's Genji, right? 이제 스카이랑 바이퍼 조합 헤이븐에서 보여주셨는데 그게 이제 젠지라서 가능한 게 맞나요?
일단 저희가 인도대에서부터 이런 조합을 헤이븐에서 써왔고 그리고 결과가 좋았기 때문에 저희가 너프를 당해보고도 조합 고민을 많이 했지만 그래도 저희라면 할 수 있다라는 형들의 말 덕분에 그냥 그렇게 트라이했습니다.
We've used this Asian Cup since India, and we faced enough that Sky had, but our team, we got together, we can do it, and then we got today's win. And you've managed to keep your calm throughout today's difficult moments. And I want to know, what's your secret in keeping so calm and your focus throughout the matches? 항상 이렇게 평정심을 유지할 수 있는 그런 비법에 대해서도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 제가 좋아하는 일이기도 하고 그런 일들을 하다 보니까 대회도 많이 뛰었고 하니까 평정심을 이제 편하게 유지할 수 있는 것 같아요.
I'm doing what I love, and I've participated in a lot of global tournaments as well, so I think I'm able to, stay calm and collected. And we weren't expecting Genji to go, pick bind, but on top of that, RQ also showed a Yoru and Deadlock composition, so I want to know how that was facing Yoru and Deadlock. 이제 바인드도 예상할 수 없었던 맵 픽이긴 했는데 또 RRQ가 요루랑 데드록을 골랐으니까 거기에 좀 어떤 막상 경험해 보시니까 어떠셨는지.
저희가 이제 연습 때도 그렇고 여러 조합들을 만나봤는데 그래가지고 저희가 이번 경기에서 대처 능력이 좋았기 때문에 이긴 거라고 생각합니다.
I think experience was the best for us. We played a lot of different Asian comps and scrims, and I think that was our key to success. And although the TS match didn't go in Genji's favor, you guys seemed to crush it, and you guys proved that you are once again the masters of Shanghai. From Shanghai. So I want to know, what did you guys talk about after the match with TS? 이제 젠지가 이제 상하이 마스터스 챔피언이다라는 걸 오늘도 한번 입증할 수 있었던 그런 경기를 보여주셨는데 TS전 이후로 좀 어떤 점을 이렇게 집중해서 보완을 해오셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 일단 TS전에는 약간 멘탈적으로 안 좋았어가지고 그러니까 게임을 하다가 멘탈적으로 안 좋았어가지고 그런 부분들을 더 마음 잡고 하자, 멘탈 잡고 하자, 서로 케어해주자라고 해서 다시 잘 된 것 같습니다.
We weren't our best form during TS's game, so we mainly focused on keeping it together and showing what a great team we are. And next up is PRX, and they've already secured their spot at champs as well. So what's your mindset going into the match with PRX? 다음 PRX를 만나게 되시는데 그 각오도 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
스테이지 1 PRX가 우승했으니까 스테이지 2는 저희가 가져가겠습니다.
PRX secured the champion title at stage 1, so it's time for Genji to secure the stage 2 champions title. All right, thank you, Karon, for the interview.
Thank you.
And we'll be back again to see Team Secret and TLN Esports face off. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's knockout day in the VCT Pacific playoffs, and now we start the clock on match 2 to find out who is going to be joining champions as the 4th APAC team.
See you.
They lost last bit because I wasn't here, so good luck today, guys.
Good luck, Talon.
Go home.
Hey, Cruz. Who is this new guy on your team?
So he's our newest addition to Talon, Primi.
Primi.
Oh, that was a Smush Dorio next to him.
I couldn't tell him.
Chewed up and spat out. But before we address the Thai elephant in the room, let's talk about Team Secret and Talon here in their head-to-head. We've seen Secret on the up and up, and Talon, you know, they are back in playoffs one more time, but in terms of performance leading up into playoffs, I think it's a bit shakier for Talon while Secret looks stronger than ever.
Yeah. The last two series with Talon were a little bit weird. They showed us the Immortal comp on Ascent. They kept running that. They ran into the second series, but it didn't really hold too much water. Zeta was able to find the victory there. So it's been a bit of a rough road for Talon on the back end of this stage, whereas for Secret, it's been pretty breezy throughout. They haven't dropped a series at all here in Stage 2. Last time that they did lose was to T1 all the way back at the end of Stage 1.
No, I mean, Team Secret is on an absolute heater right now. They made a great choice, bringing in a couple new players. Wild Oreo looks great. 2GE's playing some of the best VALORANT we've seen in a while. But of course, yes, this is the wild card coming into today. If you had Talon picking up a brand new player and throwing him in for a best of 3 that decides if they go to champs or not on your bingo card for this year, well, congratulations, you can mark that off.
Yes, let us introduce Primi. If you guys don't know who he has never played really on the VCT Pacific Arena except for Challengers, and that was by accident. Jip Boys brought him in because they needed a fill-in because his friend was sick, and that's how he ended up playing. Jip Boys and Cruz have been trying to get him on the team for ages, it seems, and now he's finally here. And you're right, this is kind of crazy. Throwing in a rookie today, well...
I mean, you're taking somebody who's never been on a big stage in general, but also has just never been in front of an audience, and you're saying, okay, we are in a single elimination scenario. If we win, we go to champions. If we lose, the year's over. Go out on stage and perform. And that is insane. But so are this guy's stats, because good lord, Primi has been insane throughout his just ranked experience. Right now, #1 rated player in the world, I believe, across every single region. You look at APAC, you look at NA, you look at EU. This guy, he's on top of all of it.
It's the most Talon thing ever. Like, this is the most Talon thing ever that has happened. And,
yes.
And I really wanted to highlight the IGLs today because good freaking luck. Like, is Jesse Vash, you have no idea what are the comps going to look like. What is Primi playing? Is he playing? We don't know. And then for Cruz, like, if Primi's in there, like, how are you going to get this new player up to speed? Does he speak English well enough? I have no idea.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope Cruz has those Scooby snacks ready to go for Primi so he can be in full form. To answer your question, apparently Primi doesn't really speak English. He can kind of understand some comm, so this is going to be very interesting because Talon isn't a full Thai squad. They're, they have some mix of non-Thai players in there. And again, there's so many question marks. And like you guys said, the stakes are so high right now. So it's a very fascinating choice by Coach Frost. Here we go into, let's see where, and Abyss is in this weekend too. So that's another work.
And that's the big question coming into this, because if we don't see it in the first 2 bands, one of them's picking it. That's pretty much guaranteed. These are 2 of the teams. It's like these guys in Paper X. It's like, okay, these are the teams that are going to be picking Abyss. I don't really think that anybody else is going to do it. Talon, though, Abyss is still open, but they're going to elect to go to Lotus. Secret.
Team Secret, you now choose the second map.
Oh, I think it's happening.
And there it is. Okay.
I think it's happening.
Here we go.
Hey, it's Abyss. Secret is going to show some of their secrets here on Abyss.
Okay. So the word on the street
has
been that Secret have been really practicing on Abyss, and that they have overall have a really good read about how to pilot this map. Talon will have heard this. They will have had an idea that Secret is going to be bringing Abyss, so they leave this open. This is telling me that one of these teams is going to be really, really good on Abyss, and then the other team is going to think that they're really, really good on Abyss. But they're about to find out that they were wrong.
I'm really curious about the compositions that both teams are going to bring, because like I can theory craft a whole bunch of ideas, and I think that those will be more applicable for Team Secret, and then for Talon, just you could convince me just about anything and they'll run, and like I'd be like, yeah, sure, they'll run
maybe,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because they've run absolutely just wild stuff this year. But Talon starting to look really good on Lotus. It's been the pain point for Team Secret, as good as they've been, especially here in this run in Stage 2. This has been a map that has caused them grief. You know, you got Governor on the Neon. He's really difficult to deal with. So things like that are going to make this Talon comp, well, you know what? I don't even know why I'm talking about this, because I actually just thought about the fact that I actually have no idea what they're going to do because of the new player.
Exactly, and we don't know. Okay, Frost has definitely said that he's all about the 6-man roster and having, you know, different rosters play for different maps. But does that apply to Lotus, a map that they've generally been pretty good on? Do they put Primi in now at this point? We don't know.
I almost said a bad word. Yeah, let's go with screw it. Yes. Why the hell not? This is gonna be crazy. This is just one of those days, one of those matches where you could pour over data, you could look back at history, and it no longer matters. None of that holds water because suddenly Primi is just probably playing, and we just don't know what that does to the team. Taking a glance at like what he has been playing a lot so far during the act, like it's been all over the place for the most part. It's a lot of Clove, it's a lot of Jet, and then like a handful of games on pretty much every other agent out there. But those are like his most played ones. So it's kind of like that, and then I think KO might be his third most played. Sure. And then it's like 2 games on KJ, 2 games on Astra, 2 games on Omen. You know, it's just a little smattering of the rest of them.
And here's the thing you have to keep in mind. It is very, very hard for a new player to come into a team to play in this kind of format, which is 5v5. This isn't ranked. This isn't, you can't bait your teammates to get yourself some kills. This is like you have to play as a unit. You have to understand what your opponents are trying to accomplish. You have to do all these things to get it done, and you're playing in front of people. You've never been in this kind of format before. Very, very few players come into situations like this, not to mention the pressure on top of all of this, and succeed. Very few players.
And
wait, let's throw up their predictions before you guys, let's throw it up and then make your point, Seth. What were you going to say?
I was going to say one of the few players that kind of has been able to do that. Granted, yes, he had been playing in competitive for a while, but is Wild Oreo, who steps onto the stage for kind of the first time in Tier 1. And then immediately had actually risen to the occasion. That being said, Talon, that's my prediction.
Yeah. Do you want to leave?
reasons.
Okay, we'll leave. He's explained it so many times. You guys missed it. Go watch some of the other Dust segments.
Never again.
Chobra picked Talon. I was really on the fence, and I'm still completely on the fence because it's such an unknown. Everything that's happening today is crazy, but I'm gonna lean with Secret because they've just, I feel like Jesse Vash is really good at figuring out stuff on the fly, and this is going to be really important. If he can do that today, if Primi ends up playing, that could be what helps
I
Secret
favor
go.
Team Secret either way. If Primi's in or not, I don't care. I thought Team Secret was the better team. Just period.
Period. Full stop. Okay, and whoever wins this, guys, not only do they survive today, they qualify for champ. So this is going to be a big one. This is extremely high stakes for Team Secret and Talon Esports. Let's go over the stage and welcome the teams.
I think during the stage 2, us winning against TS and RQ, who are the mid-tier teams, like, you know, fighting for the top seats, I think it's a very good win for us since we have a head-to-head against both teams.
He's got that extra shield, stays alive. Stays alive, gets this kill, just trying to cove there, and eventually does pick up the ace.
I think we are one of the teams that changes so much from the roster, from the coach. We've been practicing for like a month, and honestly, I don't really see my team losing a series right now. So that's why I think we are the strongest.
When we first made this team and began this year, our ultimate goal is to make champs, and we are much closer now, and we have to win. Our team atmosphere overall is really good. Everyone is super nice, but for me, it's like, at the end of the day, everyone wants to win.
I think we just do what we are doing right now. I feel like there's no need to change anything. It's really working. We won against the best team in the world right now. So we just need to keep the momentum up. I mean, no pressure. The goal is to qualify to champions, and we're just gonna stick on it. Actually, we are really excited.
Team Secret, I think, is also good with the new additions, but I still think we're better. I think, honestly, the last time we played them, I think it was a pretty close match, but we made a lot of mistakes and it was a close match and we won. So this time, just minimizing our mistakes will help us win pretty clearly.
Defuse coming right in. Someone's gonna have to go for the defuse. Oh, no! Baron with the ace!
I think they are also a pretty decent team and strong team, but honestly, with our current roster, I don't think they can win.
Secret may have just saved this round. Fragment takes 2GE down to 8 HP. He will fall this swing after mid-B.
I think we are ready to play against them now.
You guys played well this season. It's time for you to go home, and I hope you don't trip on the way back home.
I think it's not our time to go home. I think it's your time.
Since this can be our final match, we are going to win no matter what.
Whatever the result is, let's just do our best every day.
Team Secret.
This is VCT Pacific Playoffs, and on the stage, placing third in the regular season and the only team to defeat Paper X after kickoff, it is Team Secret. The Filipino team have earned themselves a spot as one of the strongest teams here in our region. And we've seen an evolution of the squad with the wild addition of the Nabisco treat, perhaps the final secret piece to Team Secret's first champions. And in the red corner enters Thailand's TLN Esports with a secret weapon of their own, recruiting a rookie to play for the very first time on the Pacific stage in a do-or-die game. Now, today isn't Talon's first time in playoffs, but the question is, this time, will they make it past the abyss of knockouts?
There he is. He's out there. And, I mean, I have no idea what to expect. I mean, you convinced me of a lot of things here for Talon, but this is a really tough situation to be in as a new player. I don't care how good you are. First time out on stage with a team in a situation like this. I mean, if he thrives, the future has to be incredibly bright for Talon.
I mean, this is just such a huge gamble that they are throwing out there to see if it sticks, if it lands, if it pays off. Because this is one of those moments where you're handing the keys to the kingdom, basically, over to this young gun, to Primi, and saying, okay, it's your first time on stage. Are you going to rise to the occasion, conquer this series, get into champions after one game played on stage, or are you going to crumble under that pressure?
That is the question. And Frost, the madman behind it all, he has an incredible track record of madness, especially over the last 3 weeks. But here they are in playoffs, and maybe he's onto something. On the other side, we got Dummy, who's been trying to step up Secret's game, try to work on what Jesse Vash has already set as the foundations for this squad. Who's it going to be today?
I want to give a shout out to Team Secret in general, just the overall way they play. They're so adaptable. They're so willing to change pace, change tempo, things like that. Like, they get such good read on their opponent, and that's a credit to Dummy and Jesse, who have done a really good job prepping for this stage.
Teams are getting ready at their seats. Again, this is a do-or-die situation, and we are going to find out who is the fourth team going to champions. Is it Team Secret or Talon? We're going to go over to our casters to take us through the last series of today, Quack and Cobra.
Thank you very much. That's right. Couldn't be more high stakes, right? Winner secures a spot at champions. Loser, your ear ends here. For those of you that I see some people still confused, it's because of the points, it's because of the head-to-head, but what matters is that if you win, you go to champions. The seeding could change, right? It doesn't mean that they're going as fourth seed. They could go all the way, but at least you secure yourself a further extension of the 2024 season.
Yeah, and you really want to make sure that you get that win. I mean, that's what it really all is about, especially here in the playoffs. And it's high stakes. It's so much high pressure moments, especially when you're facing against knockout moment. This is the moment when Talon puts Primi in, like the desk was covering it. But I also think like that's when the greatest stories can happen, right? You throw in a rookie, and that's kind of the similar story for Charon.
And here we go.
And here we have it.
We're going right into it. I mean, Achilleos mentioned on a desk. If you've been tracking him, you know that Primy's been spamming that clove, and it's coming out for TLN Esports alongside the Deadlock as well. A big switch up in the composition. Meanwhile, Team Secret kind of sticking with the same plan, but they're switching out the Killjoy for the Cypher. So Jeremy's still on that Neon. It's going to be Envy picking up the reins of the Sova, as Jesse Vash has been favoring to go on that Sentinel role a bit more, allowing the rest of his younger players to kind of charge forward and set each other up for kills.
But this is a lot of curveballs into what is a very high pressure, high tension match with so many changes happening at stake. Like, how is this all going to play out? You have this change in the way that they're playing the duelist at the same time, right? Governor back onto this raise, Jeremy still on the Neon, and although the last time that they played this against Gen G, it didn't have the best or most impactful performances.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, to me, the big question mark is actually for Team Secret. I feel like for TLN, if you have been curious about what they do, about their compositions, you've probably caught on to the fact that they have some great ideas, they have some high peaks, but they also tend to trip over themselves a bit. We've heard from Coach Frost that sometimes the comms is still an issue, but I don't think that's going to get necessarily fixed in, overnight with Primy coming in, so we'll have to see how else they can try to find that consistency. Meanwhile, Team Secret, some would question still if they've truly been tested. Have we really seen the limits of Team Secret, or do they have more in the bank? We're about to find out. As Talon pushes out with a strong one-way, draws attention, but no reaction. So it's a quick reset on their default. Fast rotates all the way over to A. One-ways on both sides to delay and get that information.
And just quick holds for the time being, sending out or preparing for that recon from Envy. They want to get information as to how they want to hit the sites or how Talon has set up, because again, whole thing has been switched up now. Slight peeks out from Talon though, confirming that no one's up around B, so a lot of noises surrounding A site confirms that the hit is just about to happen.
Yeah, two smokes. Once again, the double controllers really finding their value for Talon. You've already set up. The full rotation is here. In fact, 5-man stack on A, and Team Secret, you realize too much time has passed. Our recon has ended. The Haunt comes back out, but they're still going to try to go in. A great paranoia finds everybody, and Jeremy on perfect timing. Wild Oreo there to trade as well. It's a great execute. It's clean, and the heals come back up. And so it's going to be Team Secret keeping everybody alive for the spike plan.
Issues were there, but the slide's in now, and Primy holds the angle, trying to work alongside Jitboys, his old teammate, just to clear out some of the corners. Then the first headshot going through now. A second as he flicks on towards Jeremy's head. He blocks out Tree, holds down the angle, still has the smoke blocked off, and then a second smoke just to back him up. The triple kill going through. Envy with the shockdown though, took down Jitboys, and now comes out to the peaks. Primy just manages to make it work. Nail on the head to Envy. The quad picks up the pistol for Talon in the opening round.
You bring in a Red Demon, you put him in a 1vx, and that's where he thrives. We saw this from Karon. We just saw it from Karon actually in the previous match, and we're seeing it from Primy. Nerves be damned. I will win this round. Great at isolating all the 1v1s. Stays calm throughout all of it. Great support from Jitboys as well with that smoke. And what a debut round for Primy. People had doubts. They said it's a big stage. Primy says it's just another game of Valorant as Talon takes the pistol round in this best of 3.
In the moments, everything else melts away. It's down to him and his opponent. And unfortunately, Jeremy just sliding right underneath. It's not something that Primy has not seen before. This guy grinds ranked every time. Now on to the next round though. With the Sheriffs, Team Secret tries to poke and prod. A little bit of a reaction as the Bear Mash was deployed out towards C, and then opening up the revolving doors.
Yeah, I mean, against an eco, this barrier mesh, very painful. They've taken away one side of it, so that causes the smokes to come out from Primy. But no real way for Team Secret to break through this. They don't want to commit all the util that they've purchased on the eco. Unless you find that opening, that's all creds you could be banking up in the future. So they're going to try to cut noise and try to start to sneak in. GrabNet at the ready, but doesn't find an opening with that blind coming in. Ban holding an angle, doesn't find the kill. There is the paranoia. He's going to back out. Primy's still good for a kill. He's got that Vandal. He's got the pick-me-up, but Jeremy answers right back. Ban can't trade the weapon just yet. And Jeremy still held with the GrabNet. Eventually finally gets traded through the wall.
With that now, they might be able to take down the site, but still the rotation's going through. Jesse Vash not quite able to snipe down a hopping Governor. The Outlaw will take him down instead. It's all down to Envy now. 2 players hunting him down. The flick's not quite there, but at least they got the spike planted. Talon manages to secure the round.
Yeah, Talon will get away with the round, but of course, quite a bit dropped here, so they will trade out that Outlaw for the Vandal. At least you keep the most expensive purchase, but you are going to be bleeding out some credits. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Secret, we got the plant, you know, we got some kill credits, we got some ult orbs. That's all you're going to get, and you're fine with that on this eco. Governor, a nice turnaround shot though, making sure that they're not at risk of losing the round. Talon get the rounds they need. Now it's a true bonus, but Primi is 1 point away from his ultimate on that Clove. The not dead yet. That could be a deal breaker on something like this, where you just throw the bodies at him. I mean, Talon's no stranger to using reses.
Trying to prepare for some kind of hit towards Rubble. Oh, it's a slide through from Jeremy. He manages to take down Governor at the same time. The utility not quite there from Talon. Jeremy just slides past all of it, breaks it down. Unfortunately, 2G falls, but then the enter right back from Wild Oreo spraying through the smokes.
Yeah, Hail Mary here from Talon, trying to make sure that they can keep control of Rubble first. You think you have the advantage with the Fade and the Raze, but at the end of the day, Jeremy just a step faster. And Premi, you might be fast, but when you're stunned up, you're going to be groggy just like everybody else. Man, let's break the trip. He's looking for kills. See if he can get an exit. Tries to draw them out. You can tell just on the cam, he's just fishing for kills right now. Oh, if he can pick up a weapon, that's not bad. Sets him up for a little bit more success if you eventually don't find him. Maybe you just walk out with the Vandal. He's got some options. Yeah.
Goes through the door. Has to check, though. There are two players just holding the angles. And it's going to be Wild Oreo that keeps him down in that sandwich. It's going to be Team Secret picking up the round, all thanks to Jeremy's fast antics. Once again, the idea from Talon was to make use of the utility just to keep them pinched down, but that's it. Didn't quite go through.
I mean, that's some great movement from Jeremy. Looking a lot quicker, a lot more fluid on that Neon. He didn't look bad on bringing it out in the regular stage, but obviously we have some great Neons here in Pacific, so there was a comparison, but Jeremy starting out smooth. Getting that buy-round win, has his overdrive as well, so they've got some extra setups. The Seekers, the fast lane once again to try to combat that util. Keeps Governor tied up, he's low. 2G, he's gonna find the first kill. Jeremy there peeking out on the other side. It's a crossfire. Governor has no exit, and Team Secret have shut down the Rumble fight once again. Privy, he's good for two, almost transfers on to a third, but Jeremy will shut it down. Too many numbers, too fast on the swings, and Talon looking like they're gonna give up yet another round to Team Secret.
It's pretty admirable, right? I mean, Primi, you watch some of his highlights. He's always holding these angles, and he's always sharp enough to track and smoothly carry it over onto their heads where he pins them down. And he's able to fine-tune all of that chaos, but that said, still, this is now the stage of Pacific. This is when you have to play against a team like Team Secret, who operates that much smoothly together as well. The movement from Jeremy, all his teammates right back up beside him. It's not going to be possible to nail every single shot, so with that Talon needing to kind of go back to the drawing board, this strategy of continually hitting Rubble doesn't quite work out this time.
Yeah, listen. I mean, I'm a big advocate of Premi coming in for this team, especially if it's a long-term move for Talon. I think it's great picking up just a goated talent, making sure that they're getting that experience. They could be that X factor coming into this match. That's all great, but guess what? We've seen the Karons, we've seen the Woots, we've seen the Alpha Years. We've seen this done before, so if you want to actually make some lasting impact, we're going to have to see a bit more than that. But of course, still plenty of rounds to be played as Team Secret tie it up 2-2. Premi just warming up right there, trying to just get a couple more kills. They're not dead yet, still available, but Jeremy, 9-2, right back into things. We talked about it, got a little shaky at the end of the Gen G match, but right now he's starting off strong.
Really, really strong. Has the overdrive available as well if he wants to go a little bit crazier. This time, both sides reading the situation, trying to back out from this A play. The Prowler sent through doesn't find anything, so that's a little bit more information for Talon. In fact, they are stacked up towards C. They have control over the revolving door as well. Barrel Mash blocks off pillars.
Yeah, but Team Secret also have a pretty strong read. That A now doesn't have any information. It was just a Prowler. You know it wasn't a hard setup. You've got your cam. You put up the smoke as well. You didn't hear extra information. So you know that Talon are going to start to play things slow again. Because there was no hard re-clear of Rubble, Team Secret, they're going to have their pickings until the 40-second mark, until the 30-second mark. See what their choice is. Just forcing Talon to rotate without much information. Continue to make noise on C, so they want to force Talon to double back, but Talon's holding very far.
Yeah, super far back. They're just setting up, knowing to play around the timer. Baramash has disappeared as well, though, so Team Secret has a couple of options, but now seemingly committing towards this A site. You have Cruz kind of reading the situation and backing up completely. The Seekers have been deployed. Everyone's rotated over. Good little smokes coming up from Jit Boys just to hold and delay.
Yeah, the Seekers will try to hold on as Ban gets a nice kill against Jeremy. That's going to slow things down, but you still hold on to B main, so Team Secret, they have one more chance for a rotate, but only 20 seconds. You have to be able to try to stick the plant. You have to cover the spike. Talon's not going to take the risks because they're not sure how many people are left on A. You want to make sure you have all three angles for the retake as the defenders against this B site. And 2GE, he has to play a timing. Wow, finds one kill. Does he suspect the second on Ban? He's not quite ready for it. There's the Shrouded Step, gives up that position. Now Team Secret herded into the site, and it's going to be Talon just swarming Secret all around as Wild Oreo will fall, and Talon will take the lead right back.
Yeah, tiny little kill comes through, and it all starts this domino effect of Talon flooding the gates. Team Secret, they had the idea to try to make a little bit of presence known, rotate over onto the B site. 2GE, though, with the Shrouded Step a little bit too early, just kind of gives off his position. He wasn't expecting a secondary player, so a little bit unfortunate, but the idea was there. And at the same time, look at how Primi really goes through. He even uses the ultimate just to create a little bit more pressure. And you can see that Wild Oreo starts to feel that looming threat around his back. Talon have a way of turning things back around into the game. And once they manage to pick up that round, you still have the Annihilation in the form of Ban.
It's just going to be an ace stack once again. You've got the sonic sensors right where the slide has to be coming in. The relay boats, they have to be landing there. So Talon, they've got the trap set up to just make sure that Primi can get that first kill, get the pick-me-up, get the zoomies for some advantageous fights. Meanwhile, Talon, they've secured a rubble, and now they go for the re-clear on B. It's just a systematic flowchart rotation. Clear one side, check B main, clear the other, and then you're ready for fluid rotates.
Keep Jit Boys posted up around Rubble as well. They picked up the ult orb, so a lot of ultimates prepared for this site if it does go through. Ban manages to hold his ground, anchors down the B site, prevents 2GE from lurking any further. So now it comes down to this C hit. Primi is prepared for it as well. Kind of smokes off and holds up around the site. Annihilation was deployed, so one player gets reeled in with his cocoon. Wild Oreo tries to fire off his shots, tries to create a little bit more space around D, but he's alone and cold. Jesse Vash alone on the B site trying to run over, but spotted out.
He's just going to have to rotate all the way around. It's got to be a save. The spike's dropped. Not much of an option. You know that they know that you're on the lurk. So Jesse Vash just going to look to survive, carry over this Vandal. And the setup's good. The Annihilation coming out from Ban's Deadlock. That saves Primi, as Primi was tagged up. So even with the stuns coming out from the sonic sensors potentially, Primi was in real danger as he was being seen all the way through those smokes through the fast lane. But the Annihilation stops Jeremy in their tracks, and then the rest of Team Secret panicking to figure out, do we keep pushing? Do we try to save Jeremy? What's the idea here? How do we make sure we find our targets? And they're all locked up.
Yeah, not a position that they want to find themselves in. Feels a little bit too uncomfortable. They still have enough to buy back up just a bit, maybe a bit of a half buy. But that's it. I mean, Talon are really starting to find a way to work around things. The way that they're kind of playing around the map, playing around the extremities with a utility to try to control Rubble and try to bait out some reactions from Team Secret. They don't see anything, they just stay steady.
And now, once again, Talon just going to look for initial information, but not going to fight for Rubble. They're happy to give it up, and Team Secret will gladly take it. Overdrive still here for Jeremy, so this is a round where they'll try to even out the firepower. You got Hunter's Fury as well, and Jesse Vash sitting back with a judge.
What I'm worried about is that Talon has some ultimates of their own. They haven't quite used them yet, and this could be a very potential round where they get to cement in their momentum, keeping the round win streak on their side.
Nightfall at the ready. I mean, this is meant to be a trap here. It could be Nightfall Showstopper. Looks like it. If it's going to be it, Governor goes through, tries to fire it off right away to find a kill. Not going to find his target. Still a minute on the clock. So Secret, you're getting away with your life. That's the most you can hope for. Going for the re-clear on the overdrive now. Jeremy trying to see if pacing is on his side. You've got 2GE already on the site, but the rest of the 4-7 stop. 2GE has to find an opening. He has to create an opening, create some space for the rest of his teammates to have to join back up on the site. Cruz has an inkling. They're grouped up on the side of Talon. Primmy's here for the extra peek. It's going to be a double. 2GE plays it safe.
Smokes off, back towards the drop. Has a headshot angle and spots out Cruz. The metal was deployed as well though, so Primmy's position a little bit revealed, but he manages to snipe out Envy with that Vandal. Goes in with the pick-me-up, swings against 2GE, onto the next. Manages to drop against Jesse Vash. 1 on 2 now. But he has no real idea where they all are. Knows that it could be a stack. Goes out for a bit of a peek out. Gets the first, but then Ben just snipes him down. Back at it.
Jesse Vash really trying to play it to the best of his abilities. Not going for any crazy wraparound. Just making sure he's holding angles where he can make sure that they can't swing out in unison. But it's just still too many targets. And Primmy, those reactions, they're coming through. The reaction speed definitely hasn't slowed down. Nice shot from Governor as well, trying to get himself back into the game. But Primmy holding on to heaven. I mean, just look at how calm he is as well. He takes the shot and he says, oh, that's where the traces are coming from. And that causes the timeout to come out for Team Secret. Coach Dummy wanting to share some of the reads that he's had as they are now down 3 rounds on this first map.
Yeah, not wanting to let Talon build up any momentum whatsoever. Let them cool off for a little bit. But so far, the reactions have been so darn good. Again, Talon, you know, we were talking about Primmy, and he's just showing up on the stage on his first day. At the same time, you've got every single other player. The call with that Nightfall Showstopper combo was immaculate, and this is not something that's happening in just one round. It's starting to happen across all the rounds. Team Secret trying to find that crack to slip through, but they haven't been able to do so.
So we'll see what Secret's adjustments are, because Talon is really showcasing their composition strength right now. The double smokes, the double one-ways on both sides, fighting for that early control, slowing things down, knowing that Secret is playing this neon sky. They don't have a very hard way to fight for Mound or Rubble. You could try to spend that one relay bolt and your Trailblazer or your Guiding Light, but that's a lot of investment. So Talon forces their hand. Make sure that they can't fight for that early, and then you can go for these fast rotates, set up, and make sure you can also stop the second line of entry with the Deadlock util and, of course, the Clove as well.
So many layers of defenses, and Team Secret has to find ways to break through it. Maybe trying to slip through sometimes with the aggression alongside Jeremy. That's what they've tried. It hasn't worked out too darn well. This time, though, managing to push Cruz all the way towards the back of Heaven on A site. They're trying to sneak in. You've got Jesse Vash lurking outside of C as well. I think he might have heard some hops.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. He knows that he was weak earlier, making sure that he guesses correctly, and he finds Governor on the drop as well. Governor couldn't find his footing, but Cruz evens the numbers just a bit. Spike's still going to be planted on A. We've got double on Talon on the lurk. They're waiting. They still haven't broken that trip. They're waiting for Jesse Vash to regroup, but the Shrouded Step is heard. Jesse Vash cuts noise, and this could be Jit Boys revealing his back to Jesse Vash. It's now a cat and mouse game. Jit Boys being held up at Rubble. Meanwhile, Ban trying to re-clear, wondering if Jesse Vash has gone all the way through. Jit Boys falls, and Talon, you're going to have to go for a save.
Single classic Waldorio, thanks to the information retrieved by Jesse Vash, just turned things around. This entire round just plays out because of Team Secret just trying to play and read around Talon's setups. All right, initially was the Odin from Cruz. They managed to push him back with a bit of utility, with a bit of presence. And then Jesse Vash just cutting noise, lurking around C, getting 2 kills, getting the information on Jit Boys, allowing for Wilder to pick up a kill. This is now allowing for Talon to come back into the game, building up that economy, building up that momentum.
See if Secret can continue that one. Jesse Vash, a great lurk this time. So cutting that audio, just going for a slow creep in to try to regain some control to make sure that Talon doesn't have the information. Talon's been using a lot of their utility on a timer early on in the round to gain that. Secret have found that opening. Now Talon, they're going to try to fight for Rubble once again, thin the numbers a bit, and Team Secret's going to meet him. Deep guiding line at the operator, finds the elbow right before the burst, and that's info gone. Trying to counter out the off with the Guardian, but Governor, you're stuck out in the open. Wild Oreo takes him down. And Talon are starting with 2 men down, 3v5, but only 1 in the site on A side. As Team Secret continue to work everything. The Seeker sent out, and now they know, all right, minimum 1 person on B, or maximum rather, and it's going to turn out to be 0. It's going to go all the way to the C site. And Jesse Vash will continue to hold on to main with his trap wire.
Really showing the experience with calling from Jesse Vash. They could have committed to that A site, but instead adapting to head over onto B, where they have all the advantages. They have so many players. They're marking every single angle on towards Baby Door. It has to be a safe call for Talon. It's just so much of it going right. You know, a little bit unfortunate for Governor caught out in the open. And this round plays out thanks to Jeremy and that operator.
Huge first shot. I mean, takes down Defade. That ruins all sorts of a plan on the A side. Forces Governor to try to take a hard fight against the operator. He's stranded. Ban, he's trying to pick him off, but he gets picked off in return. Envy doesn't miss those, and it's just 2 members of Talon saving their weaponry going into round 10. Team Secret, the other thing I want to commend, uses the Seekers right away. You have a massive numbers advantage. You still use it because you've got a Hunter's Fury for the next round. You want to layer these to try to get as many rounds as possible. You're not trying to save them for just an incredible set play. You'll take the rounds when you can get them.
With that, a lot more information as well. So much just to flesh out the players who are, or who have been trying to hold out against Rubble. So spotting out something that needs to be changed, Coach Frost calls in the timeout.
I was wondering if this would come out, just because, again, that position, you shouldn't have found yourself in that position early on. I mean, Cruz getting picked off, sure, you could count it as something unfortunate. Then Governor being stranded, already committed to a position where he didn't have a fast exit, tries to see if he can find the opening against the operator, but it's too many people. Again, you're working with no information. I can only imagine that perhaps Coach Frost reminding them that they still had time, they could play the map a little bit, to try to tighten the hold around the seaside, anything like that. See what the adjustments are coming in.
Yeah, I mean, so far, when they were controlling things, they were playing really far back on this site. It's not losing against those first picks, especially not before Jeremy pulled out that operator. But now, starting to get a little bit punished with some early plays. Team Secret's really trying to expose some of their weaknesses, bringing out this operator into play. Question is, are they going to keep this up, and are they going to keep hitting the A site? Team Secret have shown tendencies before, but on a map like Lotus, trying to even things out. Now early information in towards B as well as C.
Yeah, just trying to fake out what their positions are. The Haunt comes out from B, smokes one way, once again, on both sides of the map, and then the Prowler out from B. So you know the Fade is on that side, but you're not quite sure of other information. The drone is going to force that barrier mesh out. It's going to force Ban to break the door as well, just to make sure he can rotate back and reposition. And I think Secret probably not minding that too much. Took out the barrier mesh nice and early. That's going to stop any sort of delay. It's going to make the retakes a little bit harder as well on the side of Talon.
Little trips just to confirm player presence as well. So a lot of utility drawn out now. Team Secret trying to force Talon's hand before they really go in for that punish.
Yeah, the second Prowler was just used on the A side. So Talon, sure, there's 50 seconds left, but they want to make sure that they get the read nice and early. This allows Premi to come over to the C side, help double up, and you still have Jip Boys just in range to try to provide a Paranoia as well. The Hunter's Fury will force the site to be opened up as they go in. Paranoia sent out by 2GE as well, just to make sure that they can get all the way comfy into the Spike plant. No way to really combat this. Premi taking a lot of damage. The metal goes through, and Governor is going to get the first pick to open things up. You're still holding on to Waterfall. You still hold on to backside. Only 18 seconds left. Spike still not planted. It has been interrupted earlier with the metal play. Governor's still taking down more members. 2G and Envy will push through, but it's just too much. Spike dropped, 7 seconds on the clock, 1v2, GravNet to ensure, oh no! But time already gone. Shouldn't be allowed. Jesse Vash, he'll get the plant, but he won't get the round, as we will see Cruz take the last kill after the timer ends.
Swinging out just to collect on that extra ult point, but well played by Talon nonetheless. They knew that this was the game plan coming through. Just getting a read for the round correctly, right? Talon just kind of getting a sense that Team Secret wants to bank on this C site, trying to get that read for it. As soon as they really start to push in, everyone rotates over, the sprays come through, and with Jeremy holding onto that operator, couldn't quite find, the right position to really fire off that thing, and just getting wallbanged all over that place, really working with the spike. Talon manages to secure the round. Now on to the next. Trying to switch things around. You've got Ben with the sonic sensors solo anchoring down A site.
Yeah, same setup as that last round, but now it's going to be the early barrier mesh on site. So Team Secret, unless it's a trap play, unless it's complete bait, which it looks like they're a little worried it might be. Obviously the barrier mesh, the deadlock alone on the site. Secret trying to fish for information, but no response just yet from Talon. Just a quiet rotation over from Cruz. But the Prowlers are all gone. Just the Haunt and the Seas remains for the Fade. So you really only have 2 more rotations of your Haunt throughout the rest of the round. Sonic Sensor broken. Ban trying to find a perfect timing for that grab net. He will find it to slow it down, but Main's already here. Jeremy slides through. The stun was perfect from that Trailblazer. And that's going to be the site opened up. Now 3 members in the back. Jit Boys peeks out from drop. Gets information on 1. Goes right back up to heaven, and Secret says, we don't want to deal with this. We're going to go straight to B, and we'll see Governor. Can he find a timing? He's got that showstopper online. Primi gets taken down. Envy still being a menace on the A side. Cruz trades it out.
He's done enough taking down the numbers. Governor, though, from the back, manages to take down 2GE, has the showstopper in play, pulls it out, and forces Team Secret away from the spike. Jesse Vash, though, pushes out Baby Door, takes down Cruz. So now you got to deal with the 2 final members who are sandwiched into this site. Spike has been tapped. Neuro Theft has been used. They kind of know where they are, but they also know that they're not quite sticking the defuse just yet. Jit Boy still trying to find further kills, trying to secure the site, but he's not quite going to be able to do it. Jesse Vash alongside Jeremy, circling around them like sharks.
It's a great exit out of the site in the post plant from Team Secret. You hear the showstopper and they just immediately bail. As soon as Raze took main, in fact, they start to push out. They start to push out of A link. They start to push out towards Waterfall because you just don't want to have to deal with that. You're either turning all together to take them down, but then you realize he has showstopper. So Jesse Vash exits. He gets the Neural Theft, which gives them time to wrap back around, create another 3-angle pinch onto the retake, against the retake rather. Team Secret will get a 5th round win. Looking to make this a 6-6. 2GE not taking as many hits as I would have imagined. If it was an Odin, I think it would be a different story. But now, just with the Ares, not going to find it. Cruz hoping that he could get a lucky kill, get that Nightfall. It would be so crucial on this hold on the A side.
Not quite happening yet, though. Team Secret slowly backing up away from it, checking their backs as well in case Talon has pushed out. And you do have Primi and Jit Boys, both teammates, just hovering around pillars.
And Primi's got the not dead yet, so he's looking to be the first point of contact. Jit Boys pretending he's not here. Jit Boys is hidden. There's the Cyber Cage. Primi backing up, making noise, gives the kill to Jit Boys. Jit Boys immediately re-clears as well. Knows that it was a solo lurk for the time being, so they have some good control of mid. Hides away from the revolving door. Talon, they're starting to piece together the puzzle a little bit, that it was a lot of members towards the C side, but that's exactly the fake that Secret has sold. As a Spike trying to creep in, gets spotted by the Governor, laying down the law on the A site.
Yeah, whose town do you think you're walking into? So that said, Envy will get the spike planted, but they're still working against numbers disadvantage. 3 on 5, and Talon are all hovering around heaven. Envy, with the biggest contact of his life, gets sniped out by Envy. It's going to be down to Wild Oreo and Jeremy as they try to hold out around stairs. A tough position to be in. C's getting deployed. They are now trapped and pinched down inside. Wild Oreo, though, with the aim, will be able to take down Primi, but then the ultimate deployed and Ban. Just too many numbers, too many targets to hit. We end this first half 7-5.
Primi showing glimpses of all the hype around him, but at the end of the day, it's a good game plan from Talon that'll allow them to keep a 2-point lead on the defensive side. All things considered here for Lotus. I'm sure Talon fairly happy about that. And Secret, you tried your best to try to claw back in, but falls one step short. Looking at the live winning percent based on their past records, Talon looking very favored here on the attacking side with the round differential.
Just a lot of these rounds. I mean, Talon has done their homework. You know, you have to imagine with the way the map veto went, picking Lotus was intentional, leaving Abyss open, was a bit of a backup plan as well. The way that they're playing around this entire map so far has been, sometimes getting surprised by players like Jeremy, for example, but then in other rounds, really just trying to control the map, trying to control the rotations, getting reads as to how Team Secret wants to hit sites.
See what the change-ups are. Taking a quick glance at the coach cams. Coach Dummy looking slightly exasperated. Not quite sure where to start to try to bring this back. Sure, if you win the pistol, the score might even up. But does that give you the right read here on the defensive side? You do have a Cypher to be able to anchor safely on his own, somewhat self-sufficient. But outside of that, no hard info with that Sky. Just slight reads, and then you have to rely on the space you actually take and control if you're Team Secret. 3 half armors for Talon. I mean, they are looking to fight. I mean, you got Gravnet, you got Metal, you got Seas. They are looking to fight. They are making sure that they come out on top. And we'll see. Is it a full stack? It is. Onto the C side.
Leaving Primi with that Ghost and half armor as well.
It's a trap play. It's a relay bow. The relay bow traps him right around Mound, and 2GE's gonna find a double to start things off. He waits patiently. Primi tries to trade for one, but Primi on for a second one again. There's the pick me up, not again. 3 kills in a row. He finds the lurk, and he gets it. Another 4K clutch for the rookie, bringing home both pistols.
Crouched away. Jesse Vash tagged up, aim punched, not quite able to land those final shots despite getting Primi down to low HP. This is incredible, and it also shows like young guns up against the old. Primi has a lot of talent, and it's showing so much on the stage today. He is sitting up with 18 kills right now, I believe.
I mean, just if you're able to guarantee that your new player wins you every pistol, that alone I think is a big enough X factor in a game of Valorant. In theory, that's 4 rounds you're always starting up. We'll see if Talon can make that come into fruition here on the anti-eco. Try to play it safe. Jip Boys gets the read. It's a fast push out. It's a triple. He almost lands all 3, but Cruz will be there to trade things out.
So now getting the information that there's a lot of presence around the back of the site. Envy trying to inch out around the corners of pillars in case there is a bit of a re-clear from Talon. Trying to do his best against the firepower that Talon now holds. While Jesse Vash, just alone with a shorty, tries to work around the C side. I mean, it's either C or B, or through the revolving door, in which case Envy would probably move.
Surely Talon use their util here. You have it's a 4v2. It's an anti-eco. Yes, there you go. I was getting real scared. We've seen too many teams not do this. You hear the shorty as well, and you see the instant turnaround. It's a 180. Oh. And Talon, they're out of here. I mean, Envy, he thought maybe they would rotate far, but the weapons don't favor Team Secret. Jesse Vash trying to punish them if they push too far out. But now that they've heard the shorty, Talon, they're actually going to go for him. Jesse Vash can't actually land. Both shots dead onto Cruz. He's down to 3 HP, but he survives with the weapon.
Good job, Talon. Papa Chopra approves of that round. Good job using your utility to clear out the corners. But really, it's also them just nailing their shots. I mean, they've always had, some issues with certain, like players and stuff sometimes not being the most consistent. But having Primi in now, especially alongside Jit Boys, it's not just, more firepower, but the chemistry of the team is starting to improve too.
Yeah, Primi and Jit Boys. And Primi and Cruz, we've seen them double team a lot. Team Secret on their bye, looking to fight it, but the Gravnet keeps him at bay, and then there's the Haunt as well. You've heard the pin. Governor, good for a double. It's a great start to that Rubble fight. The util perfectly thrown by Talon. And Secret now, once again, down in numbers here on the defensive half. On your bye round, I mean, sure, firepower not lacking from Talon, but you hate to see it start like this.
Team Secret just trying to hold, waiting out for a potential push towards the B site, but it's not quite happening yet. Talon they're holding on to their advantage and trying to make it work for them. And assess out the information that they need. That early hit with Governor up to the top of the rocks really cemented in their lead.
And they leave their Omen on B main as well so that they can go for a rotate. So, I mean, Talon is actually playing the entire map. They send a fake on C. They have the B main control so they could rotate over to B if need be. And then the main force is on A. No matter what, you are minimum guaranteed a 3v3. If it turns out to be 3v3, you go for a hard rotate. If you can't get into the site on A, you go for a hard rotate onto B. Because you'll have the double angle. Primi, he does not miss. And after that, it's just an instant rotate out. The barrier mesh and the sonic sensor to keep 2G trapped on the A side. Prowler's not going to spot him just yet, but it's going to be Primi. Oh, not dead yet. Gets used. Second chance at that duel, and he'll push him out. That's time bought. Paranoia as well to guarantee it. He's still chasing Jesse Vash. He will find the timing to take down that zombie Clove.
At the very least, he buys enough time away from that spike. Jesse Vash alongside 2GE now might just have to opt for the save instead. Talon, like you mentioned, just working this map to perfection, really playing their advantage as well. Even without, playing against that like 3v3 and trying to rotate around the map, Primi using utility just to bait out that peak. Kind of close the deal for Team Secret now. Not quite able to do all too much. They have to think about the future while Talon reaches double digits up in this knockout series.
10-5 on their map pick.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer.
Making sure that they don't let it slip away. We've seen a lot of map picks being lost this year as opposing teams are just trying to barrel through, just find that one weakness and target it. But man, Primi, he's had some quick shots today on his very, very first map on this stage. What a way to just send a statement already, regardless of the match result. I mean, you've already, I think, proven your potential to anyone who hasn't been seeing you, anyone who's doubted that maybe you'll crumble under the pressure. Now being held at bay with a guiding light, but Team Secret, firepower is lacking. Just a Stinger upgraded, but otherwise it's the 2 rifles that were carried over. They'll try to make the most of it by pushing out a rubble.
Trying to hold down the angle, stacked up. Talon contacts into this without the utility. Okay, there's a bit of a clear with the Prowler and the Trailblazer. Relay bolt just to hold down the space. 2G smokes it off. Got a little bit too precarious. Talon backs off.
It's a good setup from Talon to try to bait out a kill. Unfortunately, he doesn't find it, but at the very least, you draw out the singular relay bolt, draw out the Trailblazer as well. So a lot of that util gone from Team Secret on that defense on a round where they don't have the best firepower. So Talon will try to abuse this. You know that the cam is at the entrance. Are you going to be able to get around the tripwire? They're going to wait out the one-way cyber cage. GrabNet already spent only 40 seconds left on the clock. They have one more chance to rotate and double back if they want.
They tried to nade it. Now using the rotating door to just create a little bit more question marks in Team Secret's head. Then walking through the firepower now, it meets Jesse Vash, able to take down Van. Cruz makes a bit of a trade. Jesse Vash backing off while Talon goes in to clear out the site even further. But look at how they are nailing down their shots, planting their feet firmly into the ground, pushing further as well with the spike drop. Team Secret makes it a thrifty win, working their way around the rotations of Talon.
Talon, they think that just hitting the rotating door would have been enough to make the hold weaker, and it did briefly. But at the end of the day, no one's caught on the GrabNet, no one's caught on the Seas, and immediately Secret, they dodge the util and immediately reflood. The spacing's good from Secret, and the trades are good as well. You know that the people who went into elbow will still take time to swing around, so Jesse Vash provides the first kill, and everyone else just holding those angles, keeping Talon trapped in that choke point, leads to a thrifty, and Talon doesn't want to allow too many of those to happen. Do see Governor landing deep into the smoke. Start off this round. Early rubble control back over to Talon.
Early GrabNet used as well, just in case someone might have pushed out towards the side of tree or baby door. For now, Team Secret just trying to hold so far back, anticipating Talon's advances. Guiding light cleared out just to check. Paint shells pretty much confirms it's a tell now. Barrier mash, they're just waiting for the push through, and Governor takes the first hit against Jesse Vash. Blinded Wild Oreo is going to get pitched down by the Showstopper. That's a second kill. Envy right around the edge of the smoke, but the spike gets planted anyway.
Here's the footsteps as well. Here's the shrouded steps. So Governor just going to hold close. He's a little low on health, so he's going to just be the first line of contact here for Talon. He actually gets another. That's a triple. Recon used in the smoke. Not much information, and Governor finds the timing to refill it on for the ace, but Jeremy is nowhere to be found. That operator, so precious for Secret, no matter how far behind they might be. And Jeremy will look to hold on to it. See if there's enough time. If they sprint, they'll reach him. And it's a double team. I'm a little concerned for Jeremy. He's holding a short distance, a short angle, trying to make it seem like this wouldn't be the optimal position, just as far away as possible. The time ticking down, and Talon, they're carefully checking each corner. Paint shells will do some damage, but Jeremy keeps his distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's the least likely place where they would look, right? And if the paint shells don't get him, then maybe he's not there. They don't really want to give him any out points as well. So not too bad, and yeah, almost an ace for Governor. I mean, this entire round, the way that he pinched in, managing to find every single player. They got early space with that grab net, and that's something that Team Secret wants to avoid, but how are they going to work around it this time? Maybe it's Jeremy with the operator locking down A.
Haunt going to be used to make it seem like they're still ready to counter out any of that utility. No further util use just yet. The recon making sure to know that Talon has not crept in. So that gives 2G an opportunity to take rubble control. Team Secret using that for a hard rotate over. They want to meet Talon when the entry happens. They want to take down the first kill with the operator. This weapon that has haunted Jeremy when it mattered the most in that match against Gen G. His teammates still pull through for the win. And Jeremy's looking to redeem himself today against Talon.
However, this time, Talon just trying to rotate over to other sides. Jesse Vash able to meet them, holding out this 2-1-2 default. They got the early map control. They are able to play alongside this forward control, denying Talon any entries possible.
That's going to be the neural theft that allows 2G to push even further forward. This absolutely confirms that it's an entry onto the seaside tripwire, stops Governor from taking elbow, and Talon, you don't have much space. The Ray's stranded in the site. You have a smoke, but you're too scared to go around it. You still have 35 seconds. Cruz trying to use that timer, and Governor, meanwhile, trying to find kills. Talon, they're starting to get separated from each other once again, as they're all focused onto the site, and meanwhile, 2G's not going to greet for it. There's still enough time for a rotate, so he waits in pillars. Here's the Prowler, but doesn't hear footsteps. There's still a trip there as well. The high-low with the operator. Talon, there is no exit nor entry onto this site. The guiding light is good, and Team Secret will continue to try to claw back into this first game.
Just trying to lock down the sites, trying to adjust their game plan. Talon has started to go in a little bit faster, a little bit more stronger with their explosive utility alongside the traps that they have with the GravNet and the metal sometimes. But if Talon just kind of baits that out early on, if Talon starts to lock down a lot of these forward positions, denying Team Secret, denying Talon their early pushes, they will be able to shut down and dwindle down their numbers. So the timeout now being called allows for Coach Frost to try to right this ship.
Yeah, you've definitely seen the adjustments coming out from Team Secret the past couple rounds. And Coach Frost not wanting to let it get too close. You already have another timeout left over. So he will use this nice and early to see if you can get to map point before it gets too dicey. Just get that comfort zone. You still have a timeout in your pocket if need be to close out the map win on your pick of Lotus. You now know about the operator. You try to throw a fake on that rubble control. Doesn't work out in your favor. See if Talon's able to identify the differences. Coach Frost always talks highly about the fact that his players know the game plan that they practice in. He has full faith that they know, but when push comes to shove, sometimes it starts to break apart. Sometimes it's a language barrier. Sometimes it's just individual plays. Sometimes it's the ego even, he says. But right now is not the time for any of those. You're facing elimination or champions. One just opposite ends of the season.
Yeah, you just got a new player slotted into the team as well. How well is he going to work alongside this game plan of his? But so far, Primi has been proving himself, working alongside the back lines, working alongside his teammates. Now a little bit of early control, all the smoke's being sent out, and Owl drone just to retrieve information, but Talon stays mostly tucked away.
Yeah, the drone disappearing nice and early is good news for Talon, as now you can have a bit of a timer calculation on when that hard info is going to come back for Team Secret. Still a trailblazer for Sky as well, so there is a bit of staggering that Secret can do. But I like the opening here. They use the smoke, allow Governor to get on top of Rubble, and then you're waiting to see if there is a ping or not. Kind of keeps himself masked up, and then you can try to pick off if they're going under Rubble. Anything like that gives you full Rubble control before the minute mark. Recon just sent out again. It's back on cooldown. Talon has a window to start creeping up, and they're going to start doing it on the B side, trying to draw out a reaction, and they do. From the shadows, consider 2G finds himself in a bit of a bind. He's trying to swing out. He finds the first kill. He's ready for a second, but they're not coming in. Wild Oreo on the opposite end of the wall. It's going to be the new players coming into Secret, holding off the push against the A site. And Talon now forced to try to go into B. Omen's inside, but Primi is not. Jip Boys finds an opening.
That's the first kill. Here's the footsteps, but Envy is just tucked away in the corner. Now 2GE holds his own on the site. Baramesh disappears just in time for Primi to get the spike planted. Has his overheal, but is it going to be enough against 3 players? He hears them marching towards him, gets the first, pops up over onto the next, but with the slide and footsteps on towards his back, can't quite spin 180 in time. So it's going to be around for Team Secret as they slowly close in this gap against Talon.
The relay bolt was very timely there from Jeremy. Because after that first kill, I was getting a little scared again. Because he's shown a lot of those highlights already just on his first map. A great individual duels from 2G and Wild Oreo. Brings Secret back into it. And those two players, the impact they've had on this roster change for Team Secret, whether it's just pulling out clutches out of the Magic Hat to keep them in the game, whether it's getting that map control, maybe part of it is the comms as well, but they have been absolutely monumental for Secret to try to have the 7-3 record so far here in 2024.
Huge impact for Team Secret. Can they really keep this up to really bring the scoreline to an even fold? Talon trying to deny that, trying to reach towards map point for now. Playing it safe. They're using the same protocols to clear out Baby Door to get a little bit more space towards the A site. They don't see anyone. 2GE, Wild Oreo not quite holding the same spots. Pushing up front though, Primi goes in fast alongside Cruz. They've taken down Tree, they've taken down the A site. Spike getting planted soon.
Primi, another snapshot. He still has a not dead yet as well. Couldn't find an opening around the smoke, but right now he's just meant to be a scout. Quick trades there from Talon. Wild Oreo only good for one. Jeremy slides in, but there's the not dead yet. Just trying to buy time. He's trying to jump onto the hop. He almost gets him as well, but mission accomplished. Keeps him tied up, brings him down to 4 HP. Now in a 1v3. Jeremy, an op and overdrive, and 4 points of health. Still have time, but he's not going to find the kill. And Jip Boys will bring Talon to map point.
If you're Talon Esports, you keep this guy. Keep this guy on your team. He's proven that not only is he able to land his shots and find these heads-up duels to open up sites for his team alongside Cruz, he is a team player. Knows that his job was to buy the attention away from Jeremy, and he does just that, bringing him down to 4 HP. That really cemented Talon's win in the round. And now they are up towards map point. Team Secret calls in the timeout, trying to save this. 4 rounds away from overtime.
Yeah, I mean, that not dead yet forces Jeremy to just have to sit back. There's no crossfire. And Jesse Vash, you either choose to try to swing onto him and die, or you're stuck in drop. So overall, a great play, and it pays off perfectly. Wild Oreo, he's actually been so solid throughout Stage 2. This might be some of the biggest challenges he's faced as an individual so far. Obviously, the Gen G game wasn't easy, but Wild Oreo was fragging out even then as much as he could.
I just really... because that was like a split-second decision that Primi had to make. He might have been thinking about it. He could have dropped down to, do something else, but instead stays just to keep Jeremy's attention drawn away.
Here's the thing. I'm like 50-50 on Primi might have just done that to try to get the kill on Jeremy.
Yes.
I'm not even joking. And this is nothing against Primi, but like Coach Frost has talked about it, how Primi is so used to just out-fragging everybody that he goes for these hero plays all the time. And he might not have been thinking all the way deep into it, but either way it works out. The team works off of it. That's the important part. And now, that point, fast lane use Util. Dump onto Rubble. Talon hears all of this, and it's just a call on to me. They read this timeout perfectly. B site is free. You've got the barrier mesh to try to hold on to things. Hunter's Fury comes out though. Spike not planted just yet. The site not entirely there. Good tags the overdrive, but he gets paranoid. And a full firing squad from Talon. Now a 2v3. Jit Boys trying to find another kill, and he evens it up. 2v2. Back to the core. Jit Boys and Cruz. 2 members returning from last year. IGL, the original rookie. Cruz jiggles wide for it, but Jit Boys trying to find the second member, gets pinched, and Team Secret will get another chance to bring things back.
Off of the timeout, good reads, good pushes, but Envy with that Hunter's Fury keeps them dispersed throughout the entire site, allowing for his teammates to push in once again to get those further kills. I mean, 2GE, again, you're talking about the additions for Team Secret, and they prove that they have a lot of impact to give. And at the same time, just some of the old core just doing a lot of things to keep themselves in this game. They have to keep going even further for the last 3 rounds just to go into overtime.
It's going to be half armors across the board just to try to even things out for Talon. Notice that it's all Vandals as well on the side of Team Secret. So using that to their advantage to try to chain 2 rounds together. Primi finds the end. In my head, I'm almost thinking like, well, that was late for Primi standards. Normally he hits that based on all the other rounds we've seen. But either way, he will back off safely. Destroyed. Draws out the Trailblazer as well. Still rebel control for Secret, but now they know that they have to continue to stack this because you've already used your util. You've given an opening for Talon to try to retake.
Smoke's gone away. Prowler used. Second smoke in again.
Annihilation at the ready. See if they have an opening there. So back off, and Team Secret gets the right read as well. The Seekers use. It's actually going to fake themselves out a little bit just because of where he used it from. He wasn't fully in link, and it's going to start to send him all the way, but now it goes past A lobby, and that's the call, and Talon says, well, now's the moment we go in based on the timer of those Seekers. Sight going to be taken up. GravNet already used as well. You've got that Annihilation to continue pushing them further back. He's going to use it. Jesse Vash just outside of that circle, hiding in the corner. But the post-plant setups are coming through. Paranoia. Team Secret wants to get this done before the spike is planted. It's not planted yet. It's not completely been pushed off. Ban doing his best to hold on, but they're all inside the site right now. The flood has filled the site, and Team Secret extend yet another round for this map 1.
Without much utility, without any ultimates, Team Secret managed to hold their ground on the C site. Although they were rotating just as smoothly as possible, they just managed to deny the spike plant. C site was a little bit too difficult for Talon to take because they didn't quite have the angles. The Paranoia, everything was sent through, but then the floodgates opened up. Team Secret still having the right reads, the right protocols to make things together as a team. Now only 2 rounds to manage to close this out, and Talon not having the economy for this round.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to take the bullet, go on to the next one. Want to make sure that everyone can buy up a rifle, so Primi, with the creds left over, will go for a Guardian. See if he can make a hero play. You wanted someone with an X factor. This might be the round that Coach Frost was looking for from a guy like Primi. See if he can pull the miracle for Talon to make sure they secure the round. So many times Talon has been ahead in a match, in a map. They just could not close it out. They want to avoid the same mistakes against one of their rivals, but Jesse Vash, a nice spam against Governor. That's a raise down, the explosive entry gone, and now time even shorter for Talon on this attacking round.
Have to try to figure out a way to open up the sites. Everything's been smoked off and blocked off repeatedly. Now from the shadows right into the open area. Doesn't spot out anything. Continues to burn the timer down. Talon trying to creep their way into the A site. You've got Wild Oreo and 2GE marking some of these angles.
Finds an opening for Cruz as they open the door, but he's not going to be able to spy. Spike now dropped. Primi entering in. He gets the first kill. Pick me up use, and he's pushing in. Ban stuck outside with a stun, and now it's all up to Primi. He's got only 15 seconds. Tries to hide in. doesn't want to show himself. He wants to find the kills, but he just doesn't have time. He has to play for the win as well. The recon forces him away. Only 7 seconds. He now has to stick it. The camp comes through. He's been spotted. He might as well just try to get more ult doors, but he won't get more than one as he falls to Jeremy. No spike plant for Talon. And now Team Secret 1 round away from taking this to OT.
What a journey. Team Secret again.
Put down.
The new additions just holding things down on the site, and then Jeremy sneaking up from behind, really eliminating every single possible player who was trying to push on through. Unfortunately, heads-up duel is not really something that Talon's been picking up now, so opening up sites has been a bit of a troublesome factor. And alongside that, Jeremy pulling out the operator in the final round.
This operator has to hit the first shot, because if not, it's going to be Nightfall, Showstopper. Talon looking for a full execute. No lurks, no util on the other parts of the map. They are looking to go through. They hear the operator. They know they have an opening. Second shot used as well. Jeremy's going to switch it up with the Nightfall already in action. Paranoia tries to draw him out, but GGE now down. Jeremy already filling it, but Governor's good for 2. Numbers advantage for Talon. Privy gets taken down. Jeremy for now all alone, and Ban will clear out the site. Down to Envy. The clutch king for Secret, but it's 4 members he's up against to try to extend Lotus in this best of 3, and the IGL of Talon will shut things down, securing their map pick win.
Not quite happening yet, almost trying to push things into overtime. Team Secret keeps things interesting. They had the reads, they have the adaptations, they have the experience to really try to control the map, but Talon, talk about a new addition. What does Primi look like? Our desk will tell you just that.
Just when we thought we saw everything there was to see on Lotus, Talon comes in with Primi, with the new comp, and make things happen. I mean, they say that rank doesn't matter, or some of us say that rank doesn't matter, but then when you have pull-in guys like Primi, I think maybe rank does matter, and he was insane. I know this wasn't only the Primi show, but we need to touch upon his performance just now.
No, he's filthy. I mean, just absolutely disgusting. There's no other way to put it. He was clapping them. In the pistol rounds, he got it kicked off with a 4K. I mean, just wrecking them. It was insane how good he was.
And both pistols, 4Ks in each of them. It's just, it's absolutely absurd what he was able to do, and just continued onward. I mean, the guy is just playing wild. He's playing loose, but he's just nailing a lot of his shots. You know, very rarely were we seeing like a really solid punish coming through to really try to shut him down. But this whole, especially the whole first half, it just felt like Talon were just aim diffing and decision-making diffing Secret here, who were struggling to get a read and struggling to fire back.
I agree.
So we did have a chat with Frost, backstage, and he was mentioning that Primi isn't the secret weapon. Primi is just a distraction for the rest of the key guys to come in and, execute those plays that they had. What do you make of that?
Show me the scoreboard, and then we'll go ahead and assess that one, because it sounds like some snake oil being pushed forward there by Frost, just at least given on this performance. Maybe that was the intent, and Primi just happened to go crazy. But yeah, he ended up just completely destroying the kill count across the board.
Yeah, and what I saw from the game plan from Talon is, first and foremost, Primi's on Clove, a very self-sufficient agent, right? Then you're leaving Primi alone a lot on the defender side. He's constantly on C, just kind of by himself, and you're setting him up to just kind of make his own plays, kind of make his own reads. Very easy to do for a player of his caliber who isn't fazed at all by being on this stage. Or he's just playing retake, right? Like as a group, and he's just knocking people down. Then on the other side, a lot of times he's leading the charge. He's leading the assault, and he's absolutely filthy at breaking these doors open for you because he's so accurate, because he's so clean. I'm actually super curious. I want to look it up what his headshot percentage was, because he was just ridiculous.
Clean or dirty, I don't know. One way or the other, he was absolute insanity. We can see why the Thai fan base has been
42%.
Absolutely hyped.
42%.
42%?
I mean, it's pretty much on the money with, I think, what his season stats are. I think he averages about 43%, and that's across 132 games played in this act and episode. So, yeah, pretty much on the money as far as staying consistent in that regard. But, yeah, I mean, it all just started with that round, just the insane just taps coming through off the ghost, the accuracy being put on display, and then manages to do it again and just turn around this second pistol. And, you know, just given how close this ended up being, if Secret are able to get either of these pistol round wins, they are likely winning the map or at least pushing this into overtime. But those crucial wins coming through from Primi, it just basically ended up being everything.
No doubt. I mean, there's some good ideas here as well for Talon's comp. I want to touch on this, that the deadlock actually is really annoying to play against, especially with a Neon. It's really difficult to get around some of those traps and stuff like that. Like the wall makes it super annoying. So it makes it a little easier for Talon on their defender side to make some good reads, make some good rotations, control the flow of the map quite well. It helps when Primi's absolutely just shutting people down left and right, but there's more to it. There's some layers there where they set him up. Very, very impressive, but Talon punches back really, really nicely. You can see 2GE having some big moments. Jesse was doing a pretty good job controlling the C side as best as he could. So there was some really good ideas there. One of the better kind of Lotus performances we've seen from Talon, or excuse me, Team Secret. But it has been a pain point for them. As good as their season has been, this map has been a struggle no matter who they're going up against.
That's a very fair point, very fantastic point too. Talon is very good on Lotus compared to Secret, at least over the course of the 2024 season. And I think going into the next map, which is Abyss, we're going to see a little bit of a better showing, I think, of how these teams diff each other. And with that, we have our Guessing game, and it is about Abyss. And the question is going to be, who is going to fall, who's going to die to a fall first on Abyss, because as you guys know, those of you who played or even looked at it, you can fall off the map really easily, actually.
Happens all the time.
Yep, and these are our ranks currently, and yeah, so AI says yes, and it's probably going to be Primi. So you guys, for extra points, can also state who it's going to be.
So we're
I'll
going to
also say yes.
So we're both saying yes, somebody will fall off the map, and
Who did you write down?
I'll
let you go.
I'm going with Cruz.
Ah.
I don't know why. It's just the first thing that popped up in my brain, and it's just like, yeah, it's probably just going to be Cruz. I don't know. I have no explanation for it, but maybe just one of those things where you're focusing on IGLing, you're trying to get your util out, and then suddenly, oh, I misstepped, and now I'm falling off the side of the map.
I can see that. I can see that. I think it's going to be Ban, but I don't know for sure.
Why?
I don't know why I feel that. I just feel like sometimes he kind of has some moments. Yeah, he has some moments where maybe his brain kind of turns off a little bit, and happens to the best of us, believe me. But I could see it being like Jeremy or Governor as well.
I think a lot of it is we are probably going to be regretting some of our picks depending on what the actual drafts look like. Because that's the thing, is like we don't really know what to expect.
True.
But if somebody's going to be playing Neon here, like that adds a lot of potential for you to fall off just because you're going so damn quick. You know, if you miss time one jump, a slide, whatever, you go a little bit too far on it, suddenly you're tumbling off the side of the map. That was something we were seeing, at the show match back over in Master Shanghai quite a bit, was people really struggling to find the actual timings, and they were also getting used to, I guess, the Neon changes with your strafing and whatnot. But yeah, maybe I'll regret it, but for now I'm going to go Cruz.
I'm going to go with Jesse Bash. I was originally going to go with Jeremy, but I decided to go with Jesse Bash because we've seen him do silly things once in a while. Once in a while, like on Lotus.
He's going to Mr. Magoo his way off the side of the map?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to go, he's a little older, Uncle Jesse.
But shouldn't that make
a new
him,
map.
a little bit more in control? Like, he's got the experience playing so many games for so long,
Maybe.
No, I don't know.
Maybe.
He probably might.
I just expect some of the youngins to, satchel him off the side or something. I don't know. But the question is also, like you guys are saying, what kind of comps are we going to see? We've seen a bit of it happen challengers, as you guys mentioned. What are some of the comps that you think might work well on Abyss?
I mean, for me, I want to see Sage or Harbor, something to give you some post-plant control. That's kind of the biggest thing I'm looking at. Other than that, you can kind of run whatever. We're seeing a lot of Cypher, of course, because of the trap wire. Stuff like that can be really annoying for opponents to deal with if they want to take advantage of some of those jump angles and stuff. A lot of Jet as well, to clear those gaps.
Jet's been pretty common. I mean, just to kind of zoom in on the composition that we've been seeing from Sinprissa, which right now is the top team in Korean Challengers, and that's where we've been seeing the most Abyss thus far. Comp-wise, it's Omen, Jet, Gecko, Cypher, and Sova. So you have a good amount recon utility there with the Sova as well as with those dizzies and whatnot. You've got solid flashes, but then you also have that gap close aggression that can come through from both the Jet as well as the Omen. So I think that if they want to go something a little bit more standard and kind of go off of what they have been seeing from some of the other teams who actually are playing it on stage, maybe we just see a copy of this comp coming through. But I think with Secret being the ones to pick this map, they likely have a little bit more of a unique read on it. So I'm curious to see what they're going to have and whether or not that Neon does come through for Jeremy.
Definitely, and this is going to be really exciting. The very first time we are seeing Abyss here in VCT Pacific, and here are our very first comps.
Okay, so I mean, for Secret, it's actually quite similar to the one that I just read off. It's the KO instead of the Gecko. Meanwhile, for Talon, somewhat similar read as well. You know, both comps are working with the Jet Cypher Sova. They've got the Omen. It's just that Breach KO that's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think the Breach here makes some sense, not just because the Rolling Thunder can send people off the map. That's obviously something to consider, but definitely you have a lot more control over some of that range. You have some of those flashes that can hit some of those corners that can be a little bit tricky. Same idea with the KO in some ways, but I'll be really curious to see how the teams pilot this. I'm pretty intrigued. I mean, the Cypher's, that's not surprising in the least. That Cypher is so good on this map. You can use the camera down the middle. It gives you so much vision control. It's insane.
Of course, one of the big things to talk about is Primi is going to be playing that Jet, so this is his top 2 played in the in ranked so far. We got to see the Clove. It already delivered. The Jet doesn't do the same.
Well, if Team Secret can manage to close this out, we will be going to see Haven after this, and that's going to be exciting too. And we're going to go over our casters. Are you guys Abyss enthusiasts?
Absolutely. Love Abyss. Achilles talked a little bit about what we've seen from Challengers Korea. Surprisingly, actually, many of the teams have picked and left Abyss open. So we've gotten all different looks. All the teams in Challengers Korea that have played so far have played different comps. Even in some of the other tournaments, I know that there have been different compositions. But this Ascent-like composition, the Sova KO, D+ Kia actually used it last night, and there are some nasty set plays you can do. I mean, everyone knew as soon as this map was announced, this is a Sova map. There's so many different lineups you can have. We're seeing one right away.
You're definitely talking a little bit about this backstage, and where does this go?
It's just going to come all the way down. It's going to be a late bounce, and they can still get the initial information over with the cam. It's going to drop all the way deep into the wall. Okay, well, it's a little slow, I think, for my taste, but it still does mean that you get to see if anyone's right under it. It does force them to have to turn things around. And Team Secret now going for the retake.
Having the Cypher camera gives them further information as well. So now just trying to flush Primi out of position, but he manages to sneak under cover and fires off a shot into Jeremy's skull. While Oreo pushes up against him though, but here it comes, just around the ledges. It's gonna be Jit Boys trying to fire back. Team Secret with the numbers trying to rotate on through the crossing. Governor with a classic from the sides, fires off a shock dart back against Wild Oreo and picks up the pistol win for Talon.
Governor going back to the initiator, and he's using that util to perfection. Has the call that he's low, immediately just whips out the shock dart for the AoE, and it's successful. Obviously, being on that attacking side, even if you were to go down, if the util still takes him out, you win the round with that spike being planted. So Governor having a great first round of Abyss. Now Talon gonna focus on the B site once more. What we've seen so far, and a lot of people who have been trying to theory craft on this map as well, is that A site, it's hard to just anchor on it, it's hard to just hold. So you want to be fighting for A main control as the defenders, and Talon, they're abusing that right now against Team Secret.
As much as possible, they're just ignoring it. Because even if you do get aiming control, you don't really want to push all the way through. It takes too much time to rotate on further, and Primi just abusing that tailwind to get underneath them. And now with the guns too. Potential for watching some of these headshot angles against Tower as Team Secret tries to fire back, but just walking into his crosshairs right now, dashing out into the open. It's gonna be 2G who takes him down. A second kill for the guy, but Cruz will be able to come out to say that it's lights out. Talon picks up the second win.
Yeah, some damage done, but again, the Vandals recovered, so that's the important part for Talon. Primi definitely overheating a bit. I can only imagine if that wasn't the second round, if this was like, 5-5 or something, we might have even seen a timeout there from Coach Frost, I think. And getting a little too far ahead of himself. And then he could just take out every kill. It kind of leads to his teammates being out in the open as well. But at the end of the day, still good shots from Primi. Great debut map on Lotus, top fragging the server. See if he can do the same here on Abyss. And now mid control coming out by the defenders. They're going to send Shock Dart as well, just to try to keep things at bay. And Talon has the same idea. They want to start to pressure this mid, such long sight lines, but if you can get a hold of it, it's massive map control.
But not able to control it for the time being. Team Secret puts up smokes and they try to block it off. Just allowing for Talon to spread out evenly. Going back towards A where the one-way smoke will expire. Envy just trying to mark the angle.
But the most important thing here for Talon, I think, is that they recognize that there was no Cypher util being set up right away in mid. So you know that if Secret wants to hold on to mid, they have to have somebody watching it, which does mean that it's going to be a bit more spread out. Trying to drag out a bit more of a reaction over by the A side, even putting out a bit of a fake smoke. It's a little off, but that should be the tell from Secret, but they're not going to make too many big risks. They have kill trips set up here on the site. Cyber Cage to keep himself safe. Wild Oreo looking to be the anchor that buys enough time for the rotate. The rotate's going to be a little long. They have mid control so they can run through, but it won't be here in an instant.
30 seconds left.
With that smoke now, Talon's over. It's going to take a little bit of time, and in that time, Talon will push up front, trying to eliminate some of the players who are on towards the site from Team Secret. However, Wild Oreo will be able to take that swing against Governor, so that's the Sova gone now for Talon. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, all 4 of them, just around the side of the site.
Now, the enemy doesn't have a breach, no Rolling Thunder to work out there, so they are just all on the edge. It is the bonus round for Talon, a bit of a buy-up, but they still have enough creds. Remy almost gets 2, couldn't exactly land onto the second, so Cruz just hoping to get 1 more. He won't find it, so it's 2 kills, some armor taken down, and the plant. Talon will take that, but Secret also not too shabby.
Game was a little bit shaky, but yes, Team Secret managing to flood back in through the sites with their guns, with their firepower, coming through some of the more default positions, I think. I mean, they really had the numbers advantage thanks to Wild Oreo, who was able to pick them off a little bit, and as Team Secret continues to push even further through, making use of that mid control, coming in from the back, was something that Talon really has to now think about. Governor pulling out the Odin, though.
Yeah, trying to make sure that they can spam through. This might be a post-plant setup on B. But meanwhile, Team Secret looking for a set play on A main. It's going to be a pop flash over. Paranoia at the ready as well. With 2GE, you can have some great timings, but the 0 point will not find anything, so they'll hold off on that. MV going to regroup with his teammates. Early drone up mid as well. This should give a decent signal that there's a good shot at B. Now you know with the gunshot, it's going to be a B hit. They just sent Primi in alone, trying to see. The site is clear. He scouts it all out, and there it is, the Odin breaking through the box, taking so much space. It's not that easy to take full control of the site, but with the Odin, Primi now planted in the corner.
Oh, even with the flashes, he dodges it. The double kill going through. Now Ben finding the one from the back. Team Secret, they only have to rely through B tower now. Just walking through, and the spike is planted perfectly for the entire firing squad of Talon. They even had the wallbang spot for this.
I mean, it's done. It's done. You got the post plant. You got the plant to be able to spam through. And then Primi with an incredible ante on that right-click lob on the flash drive. Ban gonna die, but it doesn't matter. The round secured for Talon. And Primi's job was done. Clear the site, get to, buy us time. And at that point, Secret, they cut their losses.
Gotta see like a slow-mo replay of that, just dodging the flash perfectly. His reactions have been on point.
Oh my gosh.
Even let go of the spray just for a second for it to reset. And of course, that final kill from Ban as well. I mean, Talon, Team Secret, were they aware that Talon might have prepared for this? Because if not, they're gonna be in for a rude awakening. Primi now with the blades and a shorty. And not only that, Cruz having the Rolling Thunder to boot.
The blades being used on an A hit, it's smart. You can try to jump off and around the bridge as well, be a killer drone. You have the Rolling Thunder. You can fight to the advantage of this map terrain on the A side on this round. So Talon's using it to their advantage. They just have a passive tripwire to watch for the long flank. They're ready to go all the way around. They're setting up Primi on it. Envy, he has an inkling. You know the Bladestorm's been popped. The drone's coming in, Cam set up as well, And here goes Primi, trying to scout. He goes under and he dashes in. He's taking space, but they haven't found Envy just yet. He's hiding out, and Envy can't find the kill. There's just too many targets. He knows he was stuck. Jipboy's good for a double, and it's a clean execute. I mean, Secret, you might have to save again.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have to. The killer drone, it's enough presence that lets Jesse Bash know can't quite stick around this spot because there might be a deadly, deadly jet just around the corner. Doubles back in for the peak, but Primi just sends nice to his face. And that's going to be Talon picking up another round. The Rolling Thunder saved, and at the same time just going through with the fault line to secure the site.
I mean, they're all going on the hunt as well. They know if we take away all the weapons, it's now, I mean, they've saved him 2 times in a row. It's going to be an eco looking at the creds. Blazestorm not anywhere near close to ready for Jeremy. And Primi was already on the hunt since it was planted, so he'll get very close to B. But he's just going to check every corner where they might be hiding. It looks like no extra kills will be found for Talon.
Just let them try.
And now you have the Rolling Thunder. So now it lingers in Secret's mind. Well, they still have the Rolling Thunder. Do they go for A again? Or do they just go back now that the Bladestorm's been used?
It's like something you really have to wonder about. Either site, it's going to be really, really deadly. You can see Coach Frost just trying to drill it into his team's head that they have even further rounds to secure. There are some plans in place. I mean, that is why this is a map perfect for this composition with the Jet specifically. And seeing the Breach in play, you know, kind of in comparison to the KO from Team Secret, there's a clear kind of set difference as to how Talon wants to utilize this.
Yeah, and Secret, we'll see what the idea is here, because there's not as many great plays as you could do over on the B side. There's a couple cheeky recon bolts, and obviously you could try to set up a pop flash as well, but you would have to send Jeremy in a killer mission all on his own. You don't have the operator yet either, so that's what makes things tough, because you have great plays, I'm sure, set up for A, but Talon, they understand this map. They say, well, we don't have to fight it. They have a Silva KO. We don't want to meet that right off the rip unless we have tools to counter it, and they still do. You still have the Rolling Thunder, so they're considering it, but they say, we've already put the conditioning in them that they have to watch out for A. And meanwhile, Secret, they make the read. It's going to be a B hit, and I love this. I was about to say, the only other thing they could do, because you can't really push out from B, is push out from mid. You haven't really taken control of it, and you're going to go for a Hail Mary all the way deep. You want to go for a fast flank, so they can't set up the post plant on B for the spam.
Wow, the recon clears it all, so they know that they can kind of start to set up a bit of that flank too, in through the library. Talon has to be prepared for this. Ben, at the very least, is somewhat aware, has the trip set up. Meanwhile, the rest of his team starts to push up front. The same execute. Primi pushes deep into the site. Rolling Thunder unleashed, and Primi's on the hunt. Talon, Team Secret, trying to stay inside of the smokes. Jesse Bash will peek up from heaven at the right time. Snipes down 2. Ben with a little bit of a trade, and Envy now coming back in just to go turret mode, taking down the remainder of Talon's squad.
It's just too much chaos. Talon maybe biting off a bit more than they could chew. I thought once Ban had the flank taken care of, it was going to be an easy kill, but they don't clear the cam in time, so Primi has to take time breaking it afterwards, and Primi goes in just a bit too deep. Doesn't account for Jesse Bash. He's too focused on the targets he's seen, and that gives Envy the opportunity to just anchor down, become that turret, and secure a second round for Secret. Ult's now online. Operator online. Sure, it's glass cannon, but if you hit that first shot, it doesn't matter. They can now push Jeremy forward and then go for early rotate. Secret now have more options.
Ooh, okay, but kind of leaving Jeremy posted up towards A main, while Talon starting to explore mid in this round. One of the first rounds where they're starting to really try to make use of some of the angles around these spots, but Team Secret keeps themselves tucked away, not exposing themselves too much.
Yeah, but if they're going to leave it up to Ban to re-clear this, it's going to be dangerous. So they understand that space has already been given. Jeremy actually gets tagged, so he does have to give up a decent amount of space. But if I'm Team Secret, you still just have to rely on Jeremy still getting a first kill to try to delay on A. You still have to hold these positions, because otherwise you're exactly falling into the position that Talon wants. And they're already successful. They've dug deep into library, all the way in mid. Oh, good check.
Gee, that's big information. So now Talon has to make a move and really try to decide which part they want to pinch down. Spotted Valorio with the fault line though. He's been concussed, but now that it's gone, coming back into the fray. Managing to get that spray down on towards Governor. Fermi answers right back and spots out a couple more. Tries to make use of the smoke. His team has already gotten the spike planted.
And now they know Primi could be anywhere near B-Heaven up in that tower, so they're trying to re-clear all of it, but 2GE, he answers the call, eliminates that question mark. They've already cleared the close corners. They know that they have to be holding further back, but it's 2 next to the box, right on the edge. Jitboy surviving for one more. Ban, I believe, still not quite spotted on his position. He's looking for a bit of a timing. He's got to out himself with the spray, and that's going to be the kills. Ample time for the defuse. Envy just setting the half. Now Jesse Vash trying to get one step closer to another Huntress Fury.
It's a pretty decent job by Talon, just trying to make use of that mid, dig themselves deep in, and try to find ways to sneak onto the site. But once Team Secret gets the information, once they have the numbers advantage of taking down some of these players alongside their advances, they're able to kind of stagger and relay into the site. They're always so good at making use of the verticality around some of these boxes and around A Heaven to go in for that retake.
And now that operator, it's a big question. Team Secret, are they going to go for the 0 point? And then, yeah, it looks like they're going to set up Jeremy all the way around the box, try to get an aggressive angle. So that way they can go for an even faster rotate. The KO just throws a 0 point from far back on A site. Now he can stack up. 2GE going to be tasked with holding mid somewhat. Jeremy's creeping up even further. And Talon just holding. Too many smokes. They want to wait to reset the util. Primi's wondering, has there been a dig all the way up mid? Not just yet.
Shock darts fired through though. A little bit of presence known. Camera doesn't spot anything. So it's a little bit too unsafe for Talon to really commit to this B site. Now doubling back. Gotta watch in case anybody might have pushed up mid as well. So taking a lot of time just to clear. Flanks are clear, so back in towards B.
Now they're just, I mean, they don't have much information elsewhere on the map. The earlier shock dart not breaking any trips. Cruz confirmed that as well. He went for a quick peek, and now Governor slowly creeping up. That's a signal for Primi to go in once again. It's always Primi up on his lonesome, trying to make the first kills, and he does yet again. But this time, can they hold on? They're not going to overheat. Left. They're not going to overextend. Waiting for the rest of his team. Perfect paranoia. That opens things up for Primi. Pushes them right into the crosshairs of the rookie. Envy gets a kill, but can he get a second? He does. He shuts down the star of Talon. And Spike not planted. 13 seconds on the clock. Vault line, aftershock, everything thrown. You have to plant safe. Left. You cannot account for the post plant. Just gonna plant it all the way back, Jeremy. It's a fast take. He goes for the window. He wants to cut them off on the exit. He wants to keep him tied up. But Jit Boys, he's right here. Jeremy unsuspecting. The Odin spamming through. 2G's been spotted. 1v2. Shrouded Step on top. They have an inkling. He can't find a drop. He's now been heard and banned. He's gonna win that fight, and Talon will go up to 5.
Able to nail down that spray. I was gonna say, if Jeremy managed to take control over B Nest and keep himself undetected, he would have been able to get the perfect line of sight with that sniper overwatch. But unfortunately, spotted out by Jit Boys. Talon manages to work alongside Primi, this time with a lot tighter protocols and teamwork working alongside him. That paranoia really saves them a lot more time in fending off Team Secret's advances.
And now Team Secret back to a bit of an eco. They will still try to buy up whatever power they can. Marshall, Bulldog, and Sheriffs. It's going to be another send all the way down mid. The recon going all the way deep. Oh, no! Oh, it's going to take a little while. It goes quite far, trust me. But he will eventually fall. It goes a long time if you're Jet. It lasts a very long time. You can actually just be out of the map, off of the minimap for a very long time if it's on the edge.
Especially if it's a spike planted, but
there he goes. Well, what's down here? Oh, well, a nice
I guess we have
tour.
our guess and gain answer. That was a slight misplay. But in all of that time, Talon.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Talon's, before that kill feed comes, Talon's like, well, we heard the jet. Where'd he go? You're just waiting. You're like, well, where is he? Like, he's not here. Well, now he's gone. And Talon Probably a little chuckle, and they say, okay, well, that's the game plan gone from Secret. It's still a stack onto A. They know that this is going to be where Talon hits whenever Team Secret is weaker, and Envy trying to swing. Wario actually supports him with 2 great kills.
Left.
That's an immediate rotate. Cruz trying to open up the B site. Jesse Vash is here. He's just waiting with a judge. He hears the jump. Cruz, I don't think has seen him just yet. He's been pinged. Jesse Vash is closing the gap. He's in there, and he gets the kill. Shut down. You do not want to push this right now, Governor.
Spike down.
You might be the governor, but the law does not have any bias. Shut down, spike dropped.
1 enemy remaining.
And Chip Boys, he'll get a kill, but not the round.
Oh my goodness. Justice was served, even though Jeremy had a little bit of a mishap. I mean, everything plays out, and it's just that judge.
Oh, what a way.
The updraft, not there.
But that's it. I mean, yeah, I was going to say, you know, Cruz had to have landed the shot, or at least found some way to eliminate Jesse Vash, but because it was a judge, no way that he would have figured that out. No way he would have gotten that kill. So off of that, it's going to be 4-5, and now Talon calling the timeout.
Well, no time to chuckle about the enemy's demise with that jet drop because you still lost a round. Talon, they need to regroup. Had a good start, but now with that mid control, Team Secret trying to up the tempo themselves a little bit, try to take the pacing into their hands a little bit, forcing Talon to have to spend more time before the execute. Frost getting animated once again. You know that means he's seen a lot of things that he wants to be changed, but can it all happen in 60 seconds?
You can also tell that that judge from before is now something that Talon has to think about, because it's a direct counter to how Primi would just dive right into B site. Now that it's an Odin though, picked up by Jesse, a little bit more urgency towards mid. Team Secret starting to fend themselves out 2-1-2. Talon looking to execute into B once more.
Jesse, see what he's gonna think about doing in mid with the Odin, but Jeremy, he's gonna be going for the initial op shot. Has multiple ways to exit out of this. He's waiting for the jumping. He still finds the kill, and he gets out safely to his teammates. Does not back down from the drone. That's what you want to see from your opper.
Amazing stuff. Nerves of steel. Able to land down that shot against Cruz while he was trying to set up a flash for Primi. So although Talon has the site, now they're working against numbers disadvantage. Being able to block out the back. Just watching towards Link as well as Tower. Jesse Vash, remember, he has that Odin. He's ready to let it rip.
Yeah, he is weak though, so he's waiting for the full setup. The spam still comes through. It's a weak box right there, and Primi, he's been trapped for so long. Team Secret, they knew that there was no further push in. Jim Boys answers back, but Spike still not planted. Ban refilling the site. Governor will get 2 with the Guardian. Headshots back to back. Pop flash from Envy. They want to try to deny this spike plant. Envy gets 1. Paranoia comes out. The neural theft, but it's the fragment as well. 2GE just trying to chase through. The From the Shadows comes out. 2GE has to get this kill. He has to clear it. He's been pinged, but he'll be able to get it. A 2v1 set up for Team Secret on this retake.
Oh, shit, boys. From the shadows all the way to the other side. Now that he has a little bit of time to play with, he holds out towards the vent area instead. Might be able to double back if Team Secret makes a single sound. Envy is down low, so there is an opportunity here. Oh no, crosshair placement a little bit off though. Envy just able to take things slow and steady, eliminates his opposition and gets the spike defused.
Oh, close, but Talon, they had to go for the Hail Mary play, left Ban all alone. The whole idea there would have been either more time or Ban getting a kill, and unfortunately, it does not happen. Great redemption from Jeremy, though, shaking off any doubt from last week, coming out with a confident round on the operator.
Really showing the strength that he has. Now back on it again, still. Talon having to keep these things in mind. Their previous hits have worked out in the start of this map, but not anymore. Team Secret starting to show different looks that Talon now has to respect. Slowly inching up towards mid. They don't have the best buys. They do have the Blade Storm. How are they going to make this work?
And because of the Blade Storm, Team Secret, They had a lot of plans to try to shut things down on mid. The recon bolt being sent all the way deep, actually. And then they had the KO ready as well, but now that it's mid, they want to make sure they're not giving up too much space. It's already been taken by Primi, but can they get out? Envy's ready to receive. Invents. It's been shut down. No Sentinel, no info. And Talon, they have to rely on the Superstar once again. The Superstar rookie, he's found it, but he can't find the headshot. It's the knives. He can't spam through that one. Now the drone as well.
Enemy tag.
Caught. He's trying to see if there's a swing around it. Doing the best he can. Everything he's learned online, he's trying to bring to life on stage. But it's just too tough. Not grouped up for Talon. Still 40 seconds left. Huge kill from Cruz. Opens up a little bit more room.
Still know where Primi is, though. 30 seconds in the round. And Primi's going to regroup alongside Cruz to find that entry into the A site. Team Secret have themselves positioned to watch down this little tower position, though. Just firing off a couple shots. Although they don't quite land, they do have Cruz alongside Primi down to pretty low HP. The shock dart trying to clear. Spike now getting planted. Primi with the rifle, just marking the heck out of this smoke.
He hears him up top, but he wants to wait for the smoke. He wants to get the first kill. He eliminates it. Now he's ready for the swing around. He knows there's still one coming in from spawn. He's ready for it. Constantly swinging on the 180s. He gets two, but he's out of ammo. Jeremy takes him down. Now down to Cruz and Chip Boys, but the Rolling Thunder, it's enough to buy time. Chip Boys just has to stay alive, and he is successful. Jesse Vash, he won't get dropped, but he's stunned. He's stuck. And he's just going to try to jump around, get a surprise kill. But it will be the Tide trio that hold things down, and the OG crew of Talon will bring them a 6th round win.
Good little long jump attempt, but that is going to be the recovery from Talon. They tried to push through vents. Envy shut them down. And then once it all goes haywire, onto the side it goes. Primi alongside Patience with Cruz, managing to take down the first two, and then the Rolling Thunder for the final finish. Talon has the lead now, and they're trying to deny Team Secret from getting to that 6-6 first half.
Hunter's Fury online for both sides, but Envy, he's got the null command as well. Once again, bit of a spread out 2-1-2 default from Team Secret. They don't have great weapons. Wild Oreo, half armor and a Sheriff. Stinger for Jeremy. So Jeremy's mission right now on the B side is just shut down Primi. Catch him off guard if the dive comes in, but Talon has no intention of going to the B side. This is going to be a full A hit. The one-way holds him off for a bit, but there is space to push around it. 2G knows he can't hold on to this on his own.
Hanks back now. As soon as this one-way dissipates, though, it's going to have to be the quickest rotations from Team Secret. They don't have the best guns, but at the very least, they got the Hunter's Fury along with the null command. Ben makes his presence known just to instill a bit of paranoia into Team Secret's minds. There's the paranoia. Now Primi dives straight through. In towards the tower he goes just to try to hold down the site for his team. Spike planted. Not quite yet. Hunter's Fury denies Cruz.
And another tag as well. Chip Boy's weak, but Primi, he needs to hold on to this. He gets two. Envy is down, not out just yet, but there's no saving him because Primi is still running amok into the tower, holding things down. Teammate now with him. Governor, a bit of a body block. Oh no! The freedom taken away from Primi. Ban all alone. 1v2. Recon spots him. Jesse Vash knows where he's at. Ban wants to find the 1v1. He's trying to isolate him. He's waiting for the swing. He gets one. He's trying to transfer, but Wild Oreo will stabilize with the Phantom and tie things up 6-6.
More stability coming out from Team Secret with the right plays, just working around the defuse. The recon followed by the swing out against Ben. He tried to reset the recall, but it wasn't quite going to happen quite clearly. Although Team Secret, starting things off, didn't have all the best map control, Talon started to switch things up with the adaptations. Throughout the entire map, it has been Talon just trying to find that lead, but not quite being able to hold onto it.
Well, tied at 6-6. So far, across all the different types of tournaments where Abyss has been opened up, slightly favoring the defensive side. Although, there's Mika and Asarai taking the day off to show their full bias today. Team Secret. Meanwhile, we've got some Talon fans as well. But yeah, I mean, in Challengers, Korea at the very least, as I have been following that pretty closely, bringing you guys a little bit of English coverage. The attacking, I mean, it's kind of been full sends for a lot of these maps. So we still don't know quite just yet which composition will be the go-to, what size, what set plays will be favored. But for now, looks like it's going to be a long time till we find out, as it is 6-6. Secret now taking the initiative on the attacking side.
Yeah, especially Secret and their composition, right? A lot closer to that Ascent composition that we were talking about, with the exception of maybe Wild Ori on the Cypher. How are they going to go on the attack? Is it going to be any different from Talon? So far, it seems like it is roughly going to be the same with a dive straight into B site.
See if there's going to be the set plays, but Cruz has a good read on this. You expect that A main is usually where the defenders fight, so if Team Secret's going to go for that hard read on the pistol round, they're going to try to counter it with the Breach and Jet combo. Recon bolt at the ready. It's a timing fight.
Here.
Talon staying silent. The recon, but the pop flash is early. Cruz still there for the cover, but Primi cannot get alive. Governor still covering for another trade. Numbers advantage now for Talon.
Still holding on to that Sheriff. Smoke's off now. Blocks Team Secret's path, at least for the time being, unless they want to go through danger, unless they want to go through the
ledge. No! Cruz denies entry. 2GE was not happy about that one. Wild Oreo doing whatever he can to redeem this round, but it's going to be Cruz going over, making sure that he can defend the spike as Jip Boys comes and chases down the last kill.
Not like this. Just with the classic tagging him up as he tried to jump over. And with that, Talon manages to control the site. Cruz getting the right reads, the right plays. Even with the pop flash against Primi, they managed to stabilize. And so far today, Talon has been able to pick up several pistols.
They've been very successful, taking all of them. 4 pistols to 0. Served them just well enough and barely getting that 13-11 victory on Lotus. See if they can close things out a bit earlier on Abyss, or if we will be going to Haven on the 3rd map. Cruz can spam through that wall and B as well. Needs a fault line, maybe go for a quick peek. They hear the drone coming in, a lot of space already given up, but he sees the legs. That one way not working out for 2G. He's not having a great time over here on the B site. And now spotted. Too many members, but Talon Primi does not care. He gets the double. Switching over to the classic. A triple for Primi. Talon lead 8-6.
Guy is fearless. Just dives right in alongside the Outlaw, knowing it's up against half shields without a care in the world. Still pinpoint accuracy. Yes, the one way didn't quite work out, so it's going to be that Talon flawless win, and they get to carry these guns over onto the next round. Team Secret has to reset the scoreline. They're working against disadvantages.
This goes here.
Guardians in full.
It's going to be a little rough one, and I gotta say, I mean, I think Primi's already done his job. He's already proved his value, because he has been a core part of winning 8 rounds so far. Either the pistol or the anti-eco or both. He's getting multi-kills. He's leading them to victory to get that lead in every single half that Talon has played today.
Now just locking down mid as well. Not allowing Team Secret any legs in this race. Team Secret trying to stretch over, but nobody from Talon's pushing out just yet. You got that one-way blocking of A main. And now firing off those shots towards the middle. Team Secret going back in to investigate. Recon doesn't spot anything though.
Yeah, fast re-clear by Secret. That helps a lot. And Secret is using that deep cam that Des talked about. Gives you a lot of control, allows you to find a timing to dig deep in for the flank if you want. It's a Wild Oreo. He's going to be sticking around that part of the map for as long as possible. The rest of the team looking to execute onto the B site. Fault line at the ready just to delay, and that's a peak timing from Cruz, but he kind of takes too much into his own hands. All alone there, no cover. Gets taken down. Jeremy lost a little bit of health, but that's all the damage they'll take. The spam lineup is ready. Talon have studied this map. You got to go far on the plant. No post-plant spams for you. It's going to be all the way on the other side. Ban covers the flank as well. Mid control, now back in Talon. That means that Jesse Vash has to watch their back for Secret.
So at the same time, 2G puts up the smoke just to give his team a little bit more room to work with, able to fire off that shot into Primi, but then answers right back from Jitboys. Governor along the sides of the rafters, able to take some shots in through even further. Jesse Vash has to do it all on his own now. The defuse getting stuck halfway. He spots out the first player, spots out Governor's head, but then the wallbang headshot through the ledge. Unfortunate for Jesse Vash.
Yeah, and ample time. They already have the half. They're going to give it over to Governor, keeping him only 2 points away from that Hunter's Fury. I mean, Talon, they've studied this map. They know how to deny it. That post plant, you think it's going to be easy? You think this is Sunset 2.0? Think again, because we're denying that plan for you. That Jitboy's great kill there. I mean, Primi, it felt like, did he go in too early? But no, turns out it was just in time, buys time, creates space for Jitboys to come in for the trades, and now Secret back down to weak weaponry. They're always trying to scrape by with whatever they can, and then just staying on half armors to try to make sure they have enough chances, but at this rate, they might run out of chances.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Primi just goes in for that fight inside of A main. Similar looks to what we've seen from before. He's confident on this anti-eco, picks up his couple, and then just backs out.
Yeah, they might not have the KO for the deep pop flash, but it is going to be that breach to help set up the recon bolt as well. So early kills for Primi. And Van digging deep into mid as well. Talon, quick adjustments. They recognize Secret. They want to start taking mid control. And now they're keeping it for themselves in round 16 the entire time. Primi given the freedom to go on the hunt. He wants it. He's not going to have much health to combat it. That'll be a lesson for you, youngster. But Jesse Vash can't get much more than that. Just one extra kill on Jitboys as Talon still leads up 10-6.
Finally cementing and locking in this lead now. They've won 4 rounds in a row ever since the pistol, breaking Team Secret's economy. It will reset for the next, but this is truly where Team Secret needs to plant their foot firmly into the ground. If not, that's going to be Talon finding that economy once again. And this, keep in mind, is a match where Team Secret is facing knockouts. They have to keep themselves in the game, hence the timeout.
It's your pick. You pick the new map to secure yourself a way into Champions. And Team Secret, this may be where their entire year ends. The team that was known to always get so close but just not enough to get back to an international. See if history repeats itself today. Jesse Vash, he's been yearning to return to the world stage. Hear the crowds once again. But Talon stand in his way.
All the changes to the team, the new additions, Wild Oreo, 2GE, they've been showing their impact, but they need even more right now. Talon just shows that they have a lot more prep work on the map, despite not picking it there on their own. They let it slip on purpose. And Talon with our own addition as well. Primi, back-to-back 20-plus kills.
I mean, just insane. If there was ever any doubt, is he going to be comfy on stage or not? I mean, that's gone. It's dashed. It's evaporated. He's here to stay at VCT Pacific, taking aggressive control.
How?
Well, he's down there somewhere.
We're trying to look for him, but
I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what just happened. But it's definitely not good news for Team Secret, I'll tell you that.
Governor just trying to make sure that they don't trying to make their way through the smoke. Perhaps.
Listen, I will say, Team Secret can do the funniest thing. They could be the first team to win with the only team having fall deaths on Abyss. You know, there's 3 fall deaths on this map so far. That's all come from Team Secret. See if they can overcome that. It's not just spams you want to start with on this map. It's going to be a hard entry, but the spam, they're going to avoid it, matrixing their way all the way through.
30 seconds left.
And Team Secret, they've heard my bet, and they will answer. It's a 4-man push in, spike planted. They're still holding on. They're ready for the wraparound as well. They hear the doors being broken. And Wild Oreo, he's fast on it. Jesse Vash Gonna position himself for the Hunter's Fury as well.
Just trying to play around A tower. Baldur gonna sneak on through.
I mean, this is so fast. As Talon, it's hard to expect because you think you just took all that time to clear that. Jit Boys trying to clear the recon. That spends a lot more time away from the smoke he's just set up. And 2GE with a perfect swing. Wild Oreo, great timing as well. And Secret, despite the rough start to this round, they will get a 7th round win.
Just waltzing, blitzing through the site after an initial fall death. A little bit odd with the...
he was full flashed! That is a mega feels bad moment. I mean, because here's the thing, you imagine fault line, flash, recon, like they're charging out, I gotta hide.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Just tiny ledges, yeah, because you want to get undercover, right? But you can't see anything. So it's that same fault line again, but now counter hit with the 0 point. Talon hangs back. Meanwhile, Team Secret trying to keep an eye towards mid with the deep camera again.
There is a trip to watch any deep push into top mid here from the Talon side. Ban watching it as well. And they do have someone in a tower. So Governor, it will be his job to make sure that there's no sudden push, no pinch onto A site. Cruz waiting for the fault line to come back up, see if he can ruin the entry. He will have a timing. It's going to be coming up soon.
Jit Boys keeping mid smoked off as well, though. The Hunter's Fury entry. Jeremy diving through, managing to catch Cruz.
And the spam. They've heard Governor. He has to back out. Can't spam through that wall. Out of the many walls you can spam through on this map. But here, the drone going to be broken. Get some decent information. Keeps them at bay. So Talon, they have an opportunity. They've got 2 on the flank as well, and they get Oreo. So now the pinch begins. 2 members drawn out of the site. It's now the timing for the Sova and the Cypher to get through. Paranoia to push 2GE back. It goes all the way. Site now opened up. And Jim Boys and Primmy, they are doing their job to the darkness. Primmy's still alive in the Cloudburst. They cleaned him up. But now the spy camp set up. And the Cyber Cage, half done, draws out the fragment. Talon, still some time to work with. Trying to start it, Governor. He's trying to be the shield, but doesn't quite get it, but the half's already done. He's done his job. They don't suspect it. Ban even wraps up the kills. Clutch for Ban as Talon now 2 rounds away from making it to Champion Soul.
Just playing for the team when it looks so lost. You know, Primmy even just trying to stay alive inside of that smoke. The shots through the Cyber Cage.
You see that? Oh my gosh, you see that reaction?
I don't.
I mean, you saw him on the cam. His eyes are on the meter. As soon as it ends, he just swings around. Talon, they're here to win it. And here's the thing. I mean, I always said that this is a team that they're their worst enemy. They trip over themselves no matter the cause. And today, sure, 1 or 2 rounds of overheating, but outside of that, they've been very disciplined.
Clearing out.
Aftershock, just to deny any fast push off of that drone. They're trying to pretend that it's not a Cypher setup, but Jesse Bash, he's not going to buy it. Doesn't quite break the trip just yet. Jeremy going to try to go through. He spots one, and the null command will keep everyone else at bay from Talon.
At the very least, they managed to sneak themselves firmly into the site. Talon trying to make their way through security, but kind of getting blocked off as well. So trying to go through heaven as well. Jeremy's just trying to stick around the corner, making some noise around those ropes. He's got 2 blades left, but now fully paranoid. The Hunter's Fury unleashed. Jesse Bash tries to hold down the angle. Jeremy unfortunately whiffs the blades, and Primmy manages to fire back against them, but it's some trades from Team Secret to hold down the ground. Governor in a 1-on-3.
Enough creds, but the time not in his favor. So he's just going to say, we'll keep the round lead. Wild Oreo's heard this. Governor just checking, waiting for the peek. Doesn't want to see him fight it. He'd rather keep the weapon. He'd rather make sure that they don't get the extra points. Just happy with what they have. Team Secret will also not go for the chase, as of course they are a bit lower, a bit all over the place, I should say, on their credit situation. 3 points difference.
But at the very least, still able to make use of some of these plays. As soon as the spike's planted, pushing up on the offensive. Hunter's Fury being pinched down. Jesse Bash knows his objective is to just keep them away from pushing out of security. So off of the win now, Coach Frost, smelling victory, a couple rounds away, calls in the timeout.
Both of these teams, their fan bases are no strangers to having the best of leads and letting it slip away. Coach Frost, he's talked about it openly, about Talon, about their own team. They always just let it slip away. They come in with a game plan, it works out, and they're not able to close it out. And out of all the teams they don't want to make that mistake against, Secret is at the top of the list.
Yeah, definitely not against Secret. And definitely not in this final knockout stage, wanting to make it through. Team Secret trying to call in their own strategies as well, so they have 3 rounds away from tying things up. So far, they've shown a couple of strategies where they are able to put Jeremy further up front, but it's also been Jesse Vash collecting in a lot of these frags.
See how Team Secret tries to read this. They're ready for a bit of a push out from Talon. They think it's going to be the mid push out play, but Talon nowhere to be seen around that part of the map. Going for an aggressive cam on B, setting Premi up on the ledge, on danger. And now they could just rotate out. You can always check with the cam for Premi to just jump around. This way they can stack A a lot harder. They can re-clear mid. There's a lot of options here for Talon. I mean, this is going to be a hard one to read and figure out for Team Secret.
Yeah, they know the blades are somewhere, but they won't have any idea that he's just up on that ledge in danger.
Oh, this is a fast re-clear of mid as well, so you know somebody's watching it, but Jeremy, he's just going to be waiting. The cam's going to be the first point of contact. Looking at the height of it, you know that it was used very early. The drone is just going to go through main. They don't suspect it at all, and it's a timing play for Premi. He's a little early on it, only gets 1 kill, but he does slow things down. Bad trying to make sure he can be the anchor, but now Talon fall like flies 1 by 1. They need to regroup. Jit Boys all the way on the other side. He has from the shadows, but he wants to see if he can get a timing for a flank. Wild Oreo not in distance to hear him just yet. There is a trip, and Jit Boy's gonna get past it. Wild Oreo seems like he's heard it. The ping's come out. So Team Secret, they're now aware of it, and Talon, they're just gonna back off. They're just gonna go for the save. Okay, it's too much. I mean,
all right.
Listen, the previous rounds and this one, I get the save, but you're not at match point just yet. This could be one of those situations where you keep putting it into your bank account and you're never able to withdraw, and you go on to the next map.
Gotta be able to cash it out at some point. They're so close towards match point, but just what do you do? They're trying to set themselves up into these sneaky spots and places, getting some advantages, but it's not quite coming through just yet. Team Secret hunkering down when their backs are against the wall, working together as a team, just having too many targets for Premi to even hit. And with that, Jeremy finding that heads-up frag against Ban as well, just turned things around completely.
Talon gonna go for the half armors. Right here. See if they can try to eke out just that match point first, more than anything. Recon bolt used, but the Cypher Cam, it's gonna deny the dash forward from Premi. Talon has to back out, and Secret, they've actually regained a lot of space. They can now go for a slow re-clear of mid, both the high and low ground.
Not quite able to do too much around this spot, though. It's going to be a couple of pings from Team Secret while the main forces head towards the B site. Cruz jiggling for info. He's got the fault line, and he's trying to slow them down if they do decide to make the same execute.
Breach at the ready. Cruz, a dangerous position, but waiting to use the fault line to deny it. It's a double team. They break the 0 point. Now Premi's ready for it. The slow is there, but he doesn't quite get the kill. He's trying to swing back out, but Jeremy's ready for it. He's got the crosshairs lined up, 30 HP. Spike trying to get in. They're just going to go for a safe plant. Secret knows that Talon have the spam, and they actually bait them in. Impy's ready with the cover. Double kill for Team Secret. They are on the verge of tying things up. Now only 1 point away, and Secret lock in the Pulsar Flawless.
Have they broken the bank yet? That's what I'm curious about. It seems as though they almost did. It's going to have to be somewhat of a half buy for Talon in the next round. Just when they are about to reach match point as well. Team Secret starting to turn things around. They got the reads. They're trying to clear out all these tiny little nooks and crannies, and they're able to pile drive through as a full force, a full team.
And one of the things that Secret has done, both on Lotus and here on Abyss, is that they've recognized the tendencies of Primi very quickly. They recognize that he will stay for the fight, that he'll dig deep to try to create space, that he's one of those players that tries to win the round by creating space, by getting frags just like this, as he digs all the way down mid. Lurker now gone. Jeremy stranded on a site. The smoke will cover him just long enough. And now Jeremy trying to do the same. He has to force his way all the way through. Paranoia to buy more time. The drone gets the ping onto Jesse Vash. He's stuck there. Ban gets a nice kill with the Sheriff. Chaos ensuing on the site as Team Secret tries to back out. Just a 3-man hold against 5. Vash, you've been spotted. Governor gets the kill. 1 away from the match point. The fragment thrown early, and it's all up to Envy. He's trying to hold on. He has to push out the pop flash. He's not able to get the kill quick enough. And Talon will recover. Now getting to match point. 1 round away from qualifying to champions.
Just narrowly making it through. All they need is 1 more round, and they did it on a Thrifty. Just having the tendency to actually dig deep. Still, although it was a tendency that Team Secret read, they weren't quite expecting him around the corner at the bottom of mid. And that was just the darndest thing, as though the rest of them managed to get down to the site. Talon comes and floods back in with the biggest retake. Now smelling victory just right around the edges.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, here's the thing, is that probably a lot of teams have practiced similar set plays, right? And Talon used that against Secret. They send the recon, but no noise from the Jet. Just a slow creep in. And now again, pressure on mid. You know that it's going to tie them up. They don't know, did the Jet creep through or not? Now spy cam is set up, it's not broken. Ping does come out from Talon though. So Talon's aware of the setup. They know that Secret could already be on the move.
Just kind of watching for it. Team Secret slowly creeping around, waiting for the smokes to go away. Talon not giving up a single peep. I mean, at some point, the call's going to have to be to peek through, but Talon has everything set up. Cruz ready with that fault line or flashes. Primi just alongside him to assist. Hunter's Fury, though.
There's a tag. Not quite finding the shots, and no kills are going to happen. He does get a tag onto Governor, now taken down to half health. There's a 0 point. Ban going to get spotted. There's a good pop flash for Jeremy to utilize. Space taken. The breach too far to deny this plant with the Rolling Thunder. And Talon, an immediate call to just go for the save.
Once again, keeping up their bank. They still have enough credits. But at the very least, not wanting to give away too much to Team Secret. Jeremy close to his blades. At the same time, though, I mean, this sight hit really just comes through.
Governor, he's going to try to make Hunter's Fury. Because they can still buy for 1. They got to stop giving kills over to Governor. Talon just need 1 more round.
Scanning ahead.
Envy stuck there. He's been spotted. The jump spot, they think it's a retake, that's why they're fighting. But eventually, Governor, I believe, ends the round with only 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder as well into the next round. As Wahadorio gets taken down. And Team Secret, sure, you're 1 point away from overtime, but you've just given a small window of an opening to Talon to close things out.
Right there. 1 point away. And that Hunter's Fury could potentially deny, you know, not just Spike Plant, but also a bit of a retake, especially with Cruz and his Rolling Thunder as well. The next round is everything for both teams. Talon wanting to close this out. Team Secret wanting to push into overtime. They've got their ultimates.
It's a push out. It's going to be instant. You can use this here because then you get the orb if there's nobody here, and you'll have the Hunter's Fury for the retake, for the defense. Now, Secret, they hear this. It's going to try to be a fast push. The trips are broken. Jim Boy's in a dangerous position, has to exit. Has to respect the fragment. He's waiting for Jeremy. He takes down the Jet, and now you can exit. There is a no command, but there is Hunter's Fury. Used to deny it. 2G dies, and the spike is dropped in the middle of the site.
I have the spike.
Enough time for Talon to be ready for the flood in. No command already activated. Secret does not have much more time. Primy waiting for the angle. Envy denies it. Pop flash at the ready. He's trying to push through. Wild Oreo by his side. And Jet Boys trying to pinch onto him. Envy, he's been stranded. Just the IGL. Uncle Jesse Bash, can you bring the team? No, you will be denied. And it will indeed be Cruz who will return to the international stage at Champion Seoul 2024.
Talon Esports, they've finally done it. The biggest calls, the Rolling Thunder picks up the Hunter's Fury, and everything in this map, in this round, just shows the improvement from Talon Esports. The biggest stakes, and they still managed to make it happen.
I love the call at the end, because you don't expect, because they've been saving, they've been waiting to make sure that they can win, and then they just throw everything they had to force Secret's hand. What a call by Cruz. We kept talking about Secret returning to the international stage, but what about Cruz going all the way back to the older days? Obviously now with an entirely new roster around him. Two relative rookies, Jet Boys of course a year under his belt, but Primy, a debut in the knockout stage, and now he's going straight to Champions.
I mean, could he really be the X factor that they need? Can this give them an edge against DRX that they're going to play up against next? Whatever it is, Talon has shown that they have whatever it takes, the right calls, the right plays.
Look at Serve.
Joining them with the celebration.
This is so pure. You see him pointing at the Champions banner. He couldn't be more happy. Surf was one of the original members alongside Cruz back on Xerxia that made it to an international stage. And he couldn't be more joyed to be part of the team. He helped them get here to playoffs, and now Primy has helped carry them over to meet the giants all around the world. Trust the process, Frost says, and now you can't doubt him. The desk can't doubt it anymore, and now they will have to tell us exactly how Talon has made this happen.
Thailand's Talon Esports is going to Champion, taking this in a 2-0 fashion against one of the best teams in Pacific this year, Team Secret. Are you lost for words? Was this not the most entertaining map?
No, it's incredible. I mean, it was really fun. It also had us losing our minds a few times while we were watching it, but
I was so entertained.
I mean, look, it's not often a player can come in to a moment like this, to a situation like this, and step up to the plate like Primy did. It's very rare that that kind of thing happens, and he showed us that he is truly a player who belongs on this kind of stage.
I mean, we set the stage. It was, are you going to rise? Are you going to crumble? This guy rose to the occasion. He put up two back-to-back incredible performances on the Clove, on the Jet, just showing off what has helped him climb to the top of APAC ranked. And it was just an indomitable performance from Primy. But the rest of the team around him having fantastic moments, giving him the space, giving him the util necessary to set him up to have these kinds of performances. For the side of Secret, though, this has got to be a monstrous heartbreaker. Finally looking reinvigorated, looking reinforced with the recent changes in Wild Oreo and 2GE, looking like they were surefire picks to be able to make it to champs, to their first international since 2021 champions. And it all falls to pieces here at the end.
Yeah, there's no other words for it than heartbreak. It's rough when this comes in at the last second. A wild card like Primy here, then you have a brand new map like Abyss, which they did look like they had excellent ideas on, but they were just not prepared for what Talon had today.
Yeah, that's part of it, and I think they got in their own heads. I mean, it's a lot of mistakes mechanically that caused them to fall off the map a bunch, things like that really did cost them. I mean, yeah, they won some of those rounds, but you could tell that mentally they weren't all there. It looked like they were rattled, and it kind of never fully came back to them. And I think part of that was Primy just setting the pace, setting the tone. He'd get ahead of some of those owl drones and things like that they were setting out, and they get picked off by him, and they were like just reeling after all those moments. And time again, there'd be some bounce backs, but overall, they just really could never fully stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that gives away, I mean, the fall deaths aside, whatever, they managed to close out 66% of the rounds in which somebody died at the beginning. So whatever Aztec sacrifice nonsense that were going on, it was working out in that regard. But the thing that was the most telling was when you looked back at, the first one that happened, Jeremy, that dash, he never bought the updraft. He didn't have it to try to go for that play. And that just showed you that things were starting to become very scrambled in the Secret camp. And while they did manage to rally back a bit, much like we saw on Lotus, they can't get over that edge. And they've already made too many mistakes that if they had tightened up these moments, then again, you would be looking at that overtime. You'd be looking at them winning the map. Like this redone with some mistakes, fixed for the side of Secret could have been a 2-0 for them.
100%. And I think it could have easily gone the other way if a lot of these things that you guys have already just mentioned were in place.
If they win a pistol.
Yeah, but it was
help.
really rough with the pistol against Primi there. We also have to talk how many times they fell off. I think, even though this is the first time we've seen Abyss, I think Team Secret has already secured the spot for most falls on Abyss with three of their players falling down. It was Jeremy, 2G, and Envy. Quite epically. We started off with an epic Jeremy fall. And yes, so why does just paper thin?
I picked ban. So
he picked ban.
I mean, I think we all get a point just for saying it was going to happen.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like I should get a point for at least guessing Secret.
No.
I thought we
Come on, I verbally said
no.
Envy. What? Come
Denied.
on. What are we gonna do? I think
we all just get a point.
Yeah, we all said yes.
We all get a
we
point,
all said
right?
yes.
We all get a point.
We all knew it was going to happen. Yeah.
Did he say yes? I think he said yes.
Sure.
I'm gonna do
let's
it.
just say he said
can't
yes.
stop us.
I don't know.
He's not
I
at his
heard a yes
board.
in the comms.
You said yes, producer. I'm going to gaslight you if you didn't.
Oh, we all said whoop. We all up. Oh gosh, KO does not.
Hey, congrats, viewers.
Yep.
Oh wait, not you.
Oh,
you're
hey,
back to
yeah.
Radiant.
True, the viewers, they get out of wood.
Congrats. They
Quack
finally
is now
did it.
the sole possessor of wood.
Well, I mean, we suck.
I think
Seth
Quack
is still
should
there.
change his ID to Lumberjack because he's been in wood for so long.
Lumberquack?
Yeah, Lumberquack. There you go.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see. I was already excited to see just one fall. To get 3 was such a treat.
Was it?
Oh, I don't know.
It was.
It was funny. It was funny.
The manner in which some of these happened, though, was just tragic. I think the only one that I can really, truly understand was actually 2G's, not even Envy's. Because Envy just needed to stop moving and rely on his teammates to tell him, hey, you're good. They're not swinging us. 2G, he was panicking because he was coming around the corner, getting ready to do the jump skip, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's getting shot at by Governor or something like that. So there was a little bit of panic there. But yeah, some of the other ones pretty egregious. And with Abyss in, and based on what Alex has said in the past, I think we can expect many more falls.
Yeah, Paper X is playing tomorrow, so if we're seeing Abyss, maybe we're gonna see more
Genji's probably
of
gonna
that.
ban it though. So
yeah, we don't get to see it because Genji's just gonna.
Maybe.
Come on, Genji.
Well, if grand final is probably when we get to see Paper X if they can get themselves there.
Yeah, that could be it. I mean, I don't know how viewers felt about seeing Abyss for the very first time, especially with the new talent comp. But here are some of the stats, Primi. Once again, just topping the charts here, unsurprisingly. And Jesse Fash, I mean, just a shout out to his ults. His ults never miss. They all, when he's on the Sova, they're always killing someone.
Yeah, I was gonna say the last one, but he still got a tag. It just didn't lead to too much at the back end. But yeah, I mean, it was still a solid performance from Jesse as far as the Sova is concerned. But things were just way too disjointed at the beginning for the side of Secret. Again, it's just those rounds given up at the beginning that they weren't able to close out. Those pistols that they weren't able to secure. If they're able to get those, this is a completely different outcome.
And I think it's unfortunate in some ways for Team Secret. There were a couple things that I noticed. First of all, a lot of unforced errors, moments where they'd peek when they didn't need to and kind of go for aggressive plays when they didn't need to, things like that. And also, a concern I had at the very beginning of the season that I didn't really think would rear its ugly head again is Jeremy on Duelists. Sometimes he just kind of doesn't have it. And this is one of those times where he needed to when it mattered most, and he just couldn't quite bring them over the line. So, I mean, still very, very close for Team Secret. You're still seeing how good they are as a team right now, but they came in today and it just wasn't quite the performance they needed. And it all just started with those pistol rounds and things like that to just set them off kilter.
Yeah, you can definitely see that happen as round by round went by. Now, Talon will be moving on to play DRX tomorrow and Paper X against Gen G. And I feel like we have some ideas about Paper X and Gen G, but DRX and Talon, do you guys have any thoughts about this? Set us up for tomorrow.
I mean,
and what we should anticipate.
I think that the obvious one is going to be kind of like pick a player versus Primi. So like Buzz versus Primi, that sounds like a really exciting matchup between them, whether they're playing the Jets, but also Primi coming out with Clove, because I think that we're likely to see more of that tomorrow versus the likes of Flashback, who has, looked like maybe one of the best Cloves that we've had in VCT period because of his performances, has that ace under his belt over on Split. That matchup individually between those two players also sounds super exciting.
And now that DRX has had a chance to look at some of his tendencies and things like that, like I think some of those moments where
he to shoot you in the face.
Well, he's first of all, he's insanely clean. He is a cracked shooter. He has insane reflexes. He has really good anticipation on post plants where people are going to be coming from and how they're going to be doing it, and his crosshair placement is insanely good. However, there were some moments that he kind of got away with some because he was able to, avoid some utility or things like that. So now DRX is going to have a little bit of ability to kind of look at some of those tendencies and say, okay, here's how he's getting himself some of these positions where he's able to get some basically free kills. We can work around that. We can dodge some of that. Potentially, we'll see, though.
And, any thoughts before we go to the stage for the interview about Talon? And generally, this is the very first look at Primi, at some of these comps. Do you think this is going to carry them over the line to be the top two for this Stage 2 finals?
I think it's certainly possible. I think that overall, given how they look today, then I kind of favor them a little bit going into the series versus DRX. But to Talon, I apologize. I didn't know your game. I didn't know you were going to play like that. I didn't trust the process, but now I do.
All right, well, as process, trust the process. We're going to the stage and have a chat with Cruzy IGL of Talon Esports.
Hello, guys, and the game goes to Talon Esports. Cruz. Congrats, Cruz.
Thank you.
With this win, you made it to the next round, and you've secured your first ever champs. How sweet is that? Tell me all about it.
Obviously, it's the best feeling we could ever have. Because at the beginning of the year, we talked as a team that our goal this year is to make champs. We didn't care about anything else. We needed time to blend in as a team because we're going international. But now we just made the dream come true. So yeah.
Ta-da! And of course, I can't help but mention Primi, the new face, and he came guns a-blazing, and he really showed who he is, number one. And so I want to know how it's been with him on board. You guys had such a short time though.
So he's a very smart kid. So playing with him is very easy. We just try to install him on this and that, and we told him this is how we run our game. Are you familiar with this? If not, we'll teach you. And then he's like, oh, I understand. I need to do this. And then he's just very smart. So he's very adaptive, and he just understands the game in the very big picture. So it's just easier for us to put him on any role.
So he's basically a flex.
He's basically the GOAT.
Oh, the GOAT. You heard it from Cruz himself. And Abyss, you crushed that map, but we did an Abyss interview before, and you told me the best way to run Abyss is to not run it or tell the other team to not choose it. So what was going through your mind when you saw Team Secret pick Abyss?
Well, we know it could be a possibility, but now that Split is out, we now have a very strong map pool. We play all 7 maps, and so good luck to all y'all.
Oh, we're coming. So that was all for was that a cover? What you said about Abyss?
Yeah.
Oh. I bought it.
I can't tell you all the strats and stuff. It's a tactical advantage.
Oh, sure. And nobody fell on Abyss today, so that was good.
It would have been me, but yeah, I got lucky.
You got lucky. So I'm guessing preparing for Abyss with Primi on board wasn't anything special then. It was just
No, it's because, like I said, he knows what to do. Sometimes he even makes his own calls, his own adjustments, and we just tweak a bit of what we do, and then we just tell him what to do, and he's like, okay, and then the 4 of us already know what to do. So we already have a game plan set, so it's pretty easy.
Talon plus Alpha, Primi.
Yes, the GOAT.
The GOAT. Oh, my bad. And wait, Primi is Thai. So do you make orders in Thai or in English?
We do both. I do both. Technically, sometimes I like if it's very urgent or if it's only the Thais alive, we speak Thai. And most of the time it's in English, and if he's like, huh, what? I'll just translate it in Thai.
Is that more work for you? Well, I'm guessing...
It's because I'm very used to speaking both languages anyway, so it's just like another conversation, like in like a normal day. You know, sometimes I speak to my friends in Thai, then English, so it's like I'm used to that.
All right, and you know, I want to hear about like. I feel like Talon, with the new addition on board, you guys are going through a perfecting process. So what percentage do you think you guys are at as of today?
I'll say 60, 70.
60, 70. How much of that percentage do you need to win against DRX tomorrow?
I mean, I think 70 is enough.
Oh, 70. Oh, so okay. And, you know, you're facing DRX, who've already secured their spot at Champs as well. So what's your mindset going into that? 70%, no worries?
Obviously, we said that we wanted to get as much experience for Primi before we head into the most important tournament of the year, which is why we'll just go in and ram you down.
Oh, you said that with such a sweet face. All right, good luck to you for tomorrow. And thank you for the interview. And that was Talon Esports' Cruz, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to see PRX versus Genji and DRX and Talon Esports. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
One, two, three, oh, fucking love it!